I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Ko domin moni domin darti yo goto fone bonni boke as a party and when I'm better min garti min gari zude kadi party ko domin moni domin darti yo goto fone bonni boke as a party ay tuwa gamne weli focus souvenir film hanki wana hande hanki jammo bale sim min nyalla fije nange jammo lengi mbade tin on sa kuran ala wura men ko jaro find sifti nammo ala chifti ala ind idi
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are right wherever it is that you are. And here we are. So here we are gathered together again. It's going to be a banging session. It's going to be a banging session. It's going to be a banging session. So strap yourself in, ease yourself into the comfort of wherever it is that you are. And then you just surrender yourself to whatever goes on for the next however long we're on. That's, of course, dependent on the panelists turning up. So I'm promising a banging session. That is in the hope and anticipation that the panelists do turn up, which they often do. So it's going to be a banging session. A banging session. But before we proceed with anything, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. That hyperlink that says StreamYard, if you've never clicked on it before, today might be the day to click on it because there's just so many heavy-hitting story. In fact, we have so many heavy-hitting storylines that I suspect that we might not be able to cover them all in the course of this session. I might well even do an afternoon session tomorrow, just for some of the things that have come in that we might not be able to cover. But click on like, of course, click on subscribe, certainly, but only click on subscribe once. So I know that there's some people there. I'm not sure if anybody is slow of wit enough to be clicking on subscribe every day. Once you click on that subscription button, if the word subscribe, as you're watching now, there should be a word subscribe at the bottom of the screen. If it's showing red, you have not yet fulfilled all righteousness. You are not fully in yet. You are not a member of the in crowd yet. So to be a member of the in crowd, click on that button that's showing red, says subscribe. Click on it once, and then as soon as it turns gray, that is your permanent lifelong membership to the One Man Went to Mow club. So do that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, something pinned at the top of the comment section inviting you to buy your host cups of coffee, 3 easy steps, and empty the contents of your wallet in there. So do all that. So, of course, I mean, you don't need me to tell you what's going on today, but what is going on today? What is going on today? Supreme Court reserves judgment on Obi's appeal against Tinubu. So now, of course, every man and his dog knows that today is that day that the process now at the Supreme Court kicks off. So the process at the Supreme Court kicks off, and they have promised us a verdict pretty much by Thursday. So by Thursday, the full cycle from the 25th of February will land on whichever day that Thursday falls on. Which day does Thursday fall on? So it will land on the 26th, actually, of October. So yes. My goodness me. Kolonsho Lejo Alaroka is the thing. Yeah, send it to me, Choma. I'd like to see that. So yes, well, I lost my train of thought actually. Yes, so it's going to land on the 26th of this month, and then that runs the full cycle of this electoral cycle, whichever way it goes. But then, of course, if they remove Tinubu from situation, then the election has not even begun yet. So we go through another cycle again, but very unlikely that would happen. Because from all of the missives that we're hearing from the Supreme Court, there's somewhat in irritation already pushing back against some of the narratives being presented by the people looking to unseat Tinubu. So a lot of that going on. Actually, so yes, actually, let me get the readouts out of the way. It just because there's so much, so I'll just be pumping the readouts out. So to get as many of them, just sit back in and just go with this. So Supreme Court reserves judgment on Obi's appeal against Tinubu. The Supreme Court has reserved its judgment on the appeal of the candidate of the Labour Party LP, Mr. Peter Obi, filed to challenge the outcome of the presidential election held on February the 25th. A 7-man panel of the Apex Court, led by Justice Ayang Okoro, okayed the matter for judgment after all the parties adopted their briefs of argument. Obi and the LP, through their lawyers led by Dr. Levi Uzoku, SAN, urged the court to uphold the appeal and set aside the judgment of the Presidential Election Petition Court, PEPC, that dismissed their petition. Through their respective lawyers, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, President Bola Tinubu, and the All Progressive Congress, APC, prayed the court to dismiss the appeal for want of merit. The panel said it will communicate the judgment date to other parties. Obi, who came third in the election, Obi, who came third in the election, had in his 51 grounds of appeal, let's do that again. Obi, who came third in the election, had in his 51 grounds of appeal maintained that the PEPC panel erred in law and thereby reached a wrong conclusion when it dismissed his petition. He alleged that the panel wrongly evaluated the proof of evidence he adduced before it and occasioned a grave miscarriage of justice when it held that he did not specify polling units where irregularities occurred during the election. Obi and the LP further faulted the PEPC for dismissing their case on the premise that they did not specify the figures of votes or scores. that were allegedly suppressed or inflated in favor of President Tinubu and the APC. They accused the Justice Haruna Sanami-led PEPC panel of erring in law when it relied on paragraphs XYZ, blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. Whilst accusing the lower court of breaching his right to a fair hearing, Obi insisted that evidence of his witnesses were wrongly dismissed as incompetent. So it goes on to tell us how, but there it is right there. So that there is Obi. Let me see. All right. So I'm going to give you this one, this next one, maybe only just as the headline, because I want to try and whiz through it as quickly as we can. Crucial plans are underway to improve foreign exchange liquidity. And this is Tinubu. So there's actually a clip, but I cannot play you it now because it's about 60 minutes long, and I'm not sure you have the endurance for that. So I'll probably do a session on that sometime tomorrow, maybe. Yeah, but there's about a 16 trillion, not 16, no. Tinubu doubles down on the $1 trillion economy within 4 years promise that he made in the course of the electioneering campaign. So he doubles down on that space that by the year 2026, he's going to turn the Nigerian economy, and just to give you an idea of just the level of ambition of this promise now that he's doubling down on. The Nigerian economy now is about 450 to $500 billion dollars. So he essentially promising within a period of 4 years that he's going to double and more the Nigerian economy. So quite how he's going to do that that would then prove his genius probably. So on to this space, FEC regulates drafting of new policy to regulate solid mineral sector. So now, all those banditries going on in the northern parts with a lot of these people looting at gold, etc., it looks as though they are trying to legislate to tackle that. The Federal Executive Council meeting presided over by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has permitted the Ministry of Solid Mineral Development to unveil a new draft policy that would drive the operations of the solid mineral sector. Minister of Solid Mineral Development, Dele Alake, who disclosed the information on Monday, said the approval for a review of the policy became necessary because in a couple of years, resources derived from oil would be extinct, leaving the country in dire straits. He underscored the relevance of solid minerals as crucial to the economic survival of Nigeria, considering the volatility and uncertainty in the global oil market. Alake, who briefed State House correspondents in the memo presented, so you get the gist of that. So that essentially tells you that they're really looking to legislate that space. So now, let me bring you this one. So this is one of the scams that Abubakar Malami was trying to run on the Nigerian state. But thankfully for us, and unfortunately for him, he couldn't perfect it in the course of the Buhari administration. This, if had he succeeded in this, Nigeria would have been filing for bankruptcy. What Nigeria's landmark victory in $11.5 billion P and IDK signifies. So this is Tinubu speaking to that space. President Bola Tinubu hailed today's judgment rendered by Judge Robin Knowles of the Business and Property Court in London, awarding a landmark victory to the federal government of Nigeria over a firm known as Process and Industry Development, P&ID Limited, following Judge Knowles' dismissal of the $11.5 billion value of the award plus accumulated interest previously won by P&ID over a failed 2010 deal to allegedly build a gas processing plant on the grounds that the award was obtained by fraud. Tinubu commended the UK court for prioritizing the merits of the case above all other considerations. This landmark judgment proves conclusively that the nation state will no longer be held hostage by economic conspiracies between private firms and solitary corrupt officials who conspire to extort and indebt the very nation they swear to defend and protect. Today's victory is not for Nigeria alone. It is a victory for our long exploited continent and for the developing world at large, which has for long been on the receiving end of unjust economic malpractice and overt exploitation. Nigeria is appreciative of the tremendous effort of the defense team and acknowledges the role of the Federal Ministry of Justice and the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation in the process of defending Nigeria's interest in this case, the president said. So who gets the credit for that is the question. Who gets the credit for that? I think very much I think very much that credit will probably go to the new Attorney General of the Federation. I suspect it will. So on to this and onwards to this, Supreme Court, you are under another delusion. APC tells PDP Atiku. So Atiku, the final kick of a dying horse. The ruling All Progressive Congress APC has said the People's Democratic Party PDP is again under the delusion that its presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar would prevail in its appeal at the Supreme Court. The party was described as vain. The confidence of victory being the party was described as vain. The confidence of victory being expressed by the opposition from its appeal at the apex court, stating that Atiku and his party are heading for another round of spectacular defeat. Supreme Court on Monday, October the 23rd, reserved judgment in the appeal by Atiku Abubakar and his party against the September 6 judgment of the Presidential Election Petition Court PEPC, which affirmed the victory of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the last presidential election. A 7-member panel of the court, led by Justice John Okoro, made the announcement after lawyers, two parties adopted their briefs of argument and made final submissions. Dismissing PDP's optimism of victory at the apex court, APC National Publicity Secretary Felix Moka, in a statement in Abuja on Monday, trashed an earlier statement by the PDP insisting that the opposition party is deep in hallucination. Moka, a lawyer, argued that court cases are won on the strength of cogent, credible, compelling, and substantial evidence, not hollow, implausible, capricious tales and fabrications of the kind that Atiku dumped on the court in the guise of a body of evidence, evidencing nothing. So the back and forth of that brickbat continues. So it looks as though one judgment has been made today. And it's that actually a lot of people often forget that there are actually 3 contenders contending against Tinubu in this phase that we're in. There's the PDP, of course, Atiku Abubakar. There's the Peter Obi space, and then there's a party called APM, which is also at the Supreme Court. But they got their verdict today. They got their verdict today, and the verdict essentially get out of here. After scolding from Supreme Court, APM withdraws appeal against Tinubu. Pardon me. The Supreme Court has dismissed the appeal by the Allied People's Movement, APM, seeking to void the election of President Bola Tinubu. The appeal was dismissed after Chukwuma Ume, APM counsel, applied to withdraw the suit. The justices have scolded APM's counsel for filing a frivolous appeal that had been decided by the apex court. APM's petition was premised on the eligibility of Tinubu and Vice President Kashim Shettima contesting the February 25, 2023 election on the grounds of double nomination. In his judgment on September the 6th, the tribunal held that the petition of the APM was devoid of any merit. Haruna Sanami, who read the judgment, said the alleged double nomination against Shettima had no substance, having been settled by the Supreme Court. He said no one has the right to litigate on it again. The tribunal also said APM lacks the local standing to challenge the qualification of a candidate in another political party. The tribunal said only an aspirant who took part in a primary election can challenge the outcome of such election. So at least that decision nailed and oh God. I just closed something that I was intending to share, but let me go on to this then. So we lost one story there. I wonder which one that was. P and ID judgment should serve as a deterrent to others seeking to swindle Nigeria. So the Attorney General of the Federation very much putting himself very quickly in front of the cameras to take credit for this. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Lateef Fagbemi has said that the victory secured by Nigeria in the process and industrial development P&ID limited litigation should serve as a pointer to others who might be nursing or nurturing any plan to swindle the country. The AGF also said that the victory in the United Kingdom court on Monday has vindicated the Nigerian government. The country's victory brings to an end the legal battle, which has been ongoing since 2017, when Nigeria was ordered to pay $6.6 billion to P&ID with interest starting from May 2013. But the verdict, the interest fixed at before the verdict, the interest fixed at 7%, $1 million daily, had accumulated to $11 billion. Reacting to the judgment, in a statement, the AGF said it was not just a victory for the people of Nigeria, but any similar target of corruption. Reacting to the judgment in a statement today, the AGF said it was not just a victory for the people of Nigeria, but any similar target of corruption and fraud. The judgment handed down today found that the award had been obtained by fraud and in a way which was contrary to public policy. In particular, the judge concluded that P&ID obtained the award by only practicing the most severe abuses of the arbitral process. He further noted that this case has also sadly brought together a combination of examples of what some individuals would do for money, driven by greed and prepared to use corruption, giving no thought to what their enrichment would mean in terms of harm to others. For us in this administration, it has been a night of long nights. This success marks the culmination of over a decade of legal action, and it is not just a victory for the people of Nigeria, but any similar target of corruption and fraud. In the words of Mark Howard KC, lead counsel for the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which the court endorsed, P&ID was exactly the type of entity that was prepared to engage in bribery to achieve its aims, to undermine the administration of justice in Nigeria in pursuit of riches beyond the dreams of avarice. These successful results, so it goes on and on, so he's claiming credit there. So let's move on quickly to this one. So we move on quickly to this one, and this is a promise now that the Naira will start to strengthen in a matter of weeks. Nigeria expects $10 billion of forex inflow. Nigeria expects $10 billion of forex inflow in weeks. Finance Minister. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, has stated that around $10 billion of forex inflow is expected within weeks rather than months. Mr. Edun stated this during a panel session at the ongoing Nigeria Economic Summit and answered questions concerning stabilizing the foreign exchange market and enshrining liquidity in the market. He said, yes, I want to read you this quotation because there's a lot packed in it. So he said, in addition, from the supply of foreign exchange through NNPC, so it looks as though at last NNPC is now in a position to remit into the national coffers. because, of course, now they are not in that oil subsidy deal anymore. Increased production, so that's another thing that brings in forex. Reduced expenditure. The people raging against the cars that they bought for themselves, we disagree with that. And from transactions such as forward sales. So these transactions such as forward sales, these are promissory notes right there. So we will sell you this product at this point in time. So pay us for the collection of oil in 2 years' time. So essentially along those lines, and then they'll cut whatever deal to sell whatever resource to forward sell it to bring the money in now. And Tinubu did say this, by the way, in the course of his campaigning, that it was going to use very much that method of forward selling. It said it was going to forward sell, and it will present the pork belly fat. In fact, that was his phraseology. That he was going to present the pork belly fat of the Nigerian resources for forward sale. And when he's talking about a $1 trillion economy, it's essentially those resources that he's talking about. From our discussions with sovereign wealth funds. So from our discussion with sovereign wealth funds, so what they've actually done is to go and lend money from individual nations. So the Saudis will be a good example because they have a sovereign wealth fund. So they will go to those individual nations to negotiate some sort of loan or some sort of financial ease. So, and from our discussions with sovereign wealth funds, that's exactly what that means, that are ready to invest and provide advance alongside, that are ready to invest and provide advance alongside that investment. There is a line of sight of $10 billion worth of foreign exchange in the relatively near future, in weeks rather than months. So weeks rather than months is 3 weeks, because after 4 weeks, then it's a month. So in weeks, then the Nigerian space will be awash with dollars, is what the finance minister is promising you. The Minister further said President Tinubu has signed 2 executive orders geared towards ensuring liquidity in the foreign exchange market. He said, Mr. President announced that he had taken measures to ease illiquidity in the forex market, which we know is very problematic at this time. The market is illiquid. It has no liquidity. Why do people just use all these? This is what this is the sort of language that people like Ekene rile against. Why not just say there's no liquidity? What's illiquidity? Is the sort of language that people like Ekene rile against. It says the market is illiquid. It is not functioning properly because there is no supply, and there are various reasons for that. The solution that the president has put on the table is that he has signed an executive order that effectively allows under forbearance that allows under forbearance all the cash that is in the domestic economy to legally come into the formal money supply. Now, I will not pretend. I will take a stab at an understanding of this, and if you understand it differently, then you can come and educate me. So, what they are saying essentially here is that they are opening a window for illicit foreign currencies to come into the mainstream, no questions asked. So that is my understanding of this. The solution that the president has put on the table is that he has signed an executive order that effectively allows, under forbearance, all the cash that is in the domestic economy to legally come into the formal money supply. So all the cash that is in the domestic economy to legally come into the formal supply. So essentially, the people who looted the money and they stored it in the sock away, they can bring it out and take it to the bank. Along with that, there is another executive order that allows domestic issuance of foreign currency instruments so that they will have the incentive to provide that foreign exchange, let's do that again. Alongside with that, there is another executive order that allows domestic issuance of foreign currency instruments so that they will have the incentive to provide that foreign exchange for from whatever source. So it's essentially opening a legal window. Since the unification of the foreign exchange market in June, the naira value has slumped by over 100% at the parallel market. So there it is right there. So they open a window then that brings in $10 billion. But how quickly will that space swallow up that $10 billion? Is the question. How quickly will that space swallow up that $10 billion? Is the question. I did tell you that it was one banging headline after the other. Sheikh Gumi's attack on Tinubu became malicious, inciting, says Northern elders. So it looks as though they are trying to isolate Sheikh Gumi somewhat. Even his own type, they are saying this is excessive. A group of Northern elders under the auspices of the Northeast Consolidated People's Forum on Monday, October the 23rd, described the attack on President Bola Tinubu and the FCT Minister Yemsen Wike by controversial Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmed Gumi as malicious, inciting, and a deliberate misinterpretation of history of the North. Speaking through their spokesman, Mohammed Abba Liman in Abuja, the Northern elders distanced themselves from the recent religious attack, saying he was only expressing his personal opinion and not on behalf of the North. The group expressed their determination to continue to support President Bola Tinubu and the FCT Minister Wike, whilst describing Gumi as a divisive element. So even among his own stock, is an extremist. Whilst describing Gumi as a divisive element, they said it was easy for him to make an unhealthy and inciting statement because he has not experienced conflict, the pains and horrors of war. So essentially, that's the gist of that. I don't think necessarily need to overlay bother. So to over. Okay, so let me go on to this one. Right, you know that student loan that Tinubu was talking about. So it kicks off in January. Student loan scheme will begin January 2024, says Tinubu. So I think the headline sums that up. And this is a foreign story, but just to tell you that what Nigeria is going through is not unique or peculiar to it. Javier Milei wants Argentina to swap the peso for the United States dollar. Here is what that could mean. So what does that mean? I'll just take a. Okay, I'll take about 3-4 paragraphs from this, and then we'll go to the Care Guide music. So let me take 3-4 paragraphs. Right, a chain-wielding, self-professed anarcho-capitalist. So anarcho-capitalist is an anarchist capitalist, an extremist capitalist. Just the way they describe it. A chainsaw wielding, self-professed anarcho-capitalist is now one step closer to overhauling Argentina's beleaguered economy by throwing out the nation's peso currency and adopting the United States dollar as legal tender. So that is a move right there. If the Argentinians adopt the American dollar as legal tender to the replacement of their own currency, that then means that they are tethered to the American that then means they are tethered to the American state, and essentially they are no more than an outpost of the United States. Because, of course, however America decides its dollars shapes the economy of that country. Javier Milei, a far-right libertarian. I mean, is that not conflation in that language? How can you be all of these things wrapped in one person? A far-right libertarian. How can you be a far right libertarian? That's an oxymoron. That's a contradiction in terms, an oxymoron. Um, Javier Milei, a far-right libertarian presidential candidate, has made dollarizing Argentina a signature proposal of his campaign, hailing it as a cure for the country's hyperinflation problem. It is a step other countries have taken, just none the size of Argentina. Milei, a former financial analyst, came second in the first round of the elections on Sunday behind Sergio Massa, Argentina's incumbent left-wing economy minister. The two candidates are set to compete in a runoff vote next month. So this is hold on. So this is an election right there. So on the one hand, we have somebody describing himself as a far-right libertarian, but then he's contesting against contesting against a left-wing economy minister. So a far right and a far left. But a far right libertarian, how does anyway? We'll get into that maybe later. But where does that how does that fit into the political ideological divide? So it's a far right libertarian. So that is to tell you that it's extremist in the whole, but liberal in specifics. So that probably sums that up. That probably sums that up. So let me give you this final one. This one goes to Dave Chappelle and the goings on in the Middle East. Dave Chappelle reportedly sparred with fans in Boston, costing Dave Chappelle reportedly sparred with fans in Boston, causing them to walk out on him after he called out Israel's recent war crimes in Gaza. The 50-year-old comedian aired out his grievances regarding the Israeli Gaza conflict whilst performing at the TD Garden Arena on Thursday evening. Reportedly, he brought up the conflict whilst condemning reports of students losing job offers for supporting the Palestinians. An audience member reportedly did not like what Chappelle said and told him to shut up, drawing an alleged emotional response from the comedian, who then condemned Hamas' attack on October the 7th, but also slammed Israel's bombing of Gaza. Chappelle began criticizing the Israeli government for cutting off water and humanitarian aid to Gaza, and allegedly accused Israel of doing away with innocent people. Attendees claimed that some of the spectators applauded and cheered him on, shouting "Free Palestine," as others yelled, "What about Hamas?" Wall Street Journal said several people in the crowd got up and walked out on Chappelle, and one person told them his words made them feel unsafe. They said the audience was cheering Chappelle. The audience was cheering Chappelle on during his tirade. I was sick. We were sick. I turned to my friend and wife and said, "I think it is time to go." We walked out and met up with many other Jews leaving the show. And never in my life have I felt so unsafe and so fearful of what I was witnessing at the end of the show. Chappelle allegedly pointed out that both sides are guilty, adding that the United States government is also guilty of aiding in the slaughter of etc. etc. So there it is right there. So is Chappelle going to get the Kanye West treatment is the question. So still plenty plenty of space in the comment section, and not in the comment section. There's always space in the comment section, so still plenty of space on the studio. So anybody that wants to come join, I'll send the link again. We'll play the Kegite music, bring the panelist on, and away we go. But before we go anywhere, of course, have your calabash to the ready as we invite in the Kegites.
Water, only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water, only water, where they see my Hapa oh night oh, Hapa oh night oh, Hapa you don't come oh, Hapa oh night oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
There it is. I'm slowly losing my voice. The huskiness, I've got something at the top of my chest. I'm not quite sure how to shift it. So there it is right there. Iku koniru agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Powerful, potent prayer. So amen on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So really, we just kick it off, and then hopefully the room continues to populate as we carry on. Of course, it's sufficient enough to carry the whole session by himself, of course. The majestic King Emeka is here with us. Ekene are here to keep everything 100. Ola joins us from Canada. Jide somewhere in Lagos. And we have Royal Majestic guest in Praise Daddy. So there it is right there. So there it is. Good to have you, gentlemen. Plenty of spaces in the studio. Plenty of space still in the studio for whoever wants to come join us. So plenty of space. I can't get my words out in the right sequence anymore. Plenty of space still in the studio for whoever still wants to come join us. But let's kick off the conversation and pick it up with hopefully, let me see if I can bully Ogbeni to come on. Because this is Ogbeni's space, isn't it? This sort of legalese and whatnot. But a man of equal competence, Emeka, kick us off with what happened today. So there it is right there, the final furlong, the final stretch, the last 100 meters, the sprint to the tape. Emeka.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Share, like, comment, post on all your social media handles, and invite your friends, family, and enemies to the session so that they can all participate. Wise intelligent individuals are commenting, arguing, and discussing about national issues and not the sensationalization that is ongoing on some other platform. Well, the end is near. We can no longer avoid or deflect on this matter. I want to encourage all Nigerians to go and read the transcript of the Supreme Court proceedings today. Very interesting, very interesting. you'll find out how, I don't know if it's deliberate or some mischievous deed being perpetrated by Atiku's lawyers. You see, just read the transcript for yourself. And then there's something I want to say. I want to give my flowers to, or give him his flowers, Olanipekun. I think he's the best among equals.
He has never lost a president.
Yes,
He's never lost.
He's the best, in my view. He jokingly said, Atiku is saying at one end, disqualify the president based on this, based on certificate issue. And at the same time, please do conduct a rerun between me and the winner of the election, or me and Tinubu. That is, I don't know what you call that. And everybody in the court laughed, including our lordships, the Supreme Court judges. Then again, you could see on that transcript, the Supreme Court judge, the leader of the team, John Iyang Okoro, I think he's from Cross River. He asked, what do we do with this evidence that you brought before us? Then he also asked in the transcript, was this testimony given in a court of law? I mean, in a court. They said, no, it was given in Atiku's lawyer's office. You see, Atiku went on the fishing expedition.
That's the language of throw it out, isn't it?
That is where it's going. You understand? They just looked at them and like, Jesus Christ, what is going on? Did you give this sworn oath testimony or disposition in a court of law? Was it in a court of law? Say, I know in the United States it is done differently. What do you mean? It was given in the office of Atiku's lawyer. That's how you know how jokers are. Then tomorrow they will say the judges were bribed, or the judges don't know what they are doing, or the judges are crooked. Was it given in a court of law? No. So already then they ask you, okay, now we have, this is not a criminal situation. And in criminal litigation, you must prove beyond reasonable doubt. You must prove beyond reasonable doubt. Here at one hand, that was what John Okoro was saying. We have statement from the school saying that Tinubu is a student. And here at the other hand, you have that another document saying that Tinubu is not, did not graduate from the school. Which one do we take? What do we do with this evidence? Which means they are already telling them that you are already casting, there is doubt in this. Since there is doubt, we probably will throw it away. Not only that again, I said, is this already proven in a trial court? Like I said previously, the Supreme Court is not a trial court. You don't come there to come and be trying matters there. Was it and that was where APC lawyers came up and said, he who alleges must prove. So Atiku, the burden of proof is now on Atiku's lawyer. Did they go to a trial court? No. Was there a judgment on this forgery matter in any competent court in any jurisdiction in the world? No. Did any judge come out and say, confirm forgery, thereby sentence either 30 years, 20 years, or fine or penalty, or send the president to any community service? No. It is all mere gossip. Was a sworn disposition made in court? No, it is Atiku's lawyer. So Olanipekun also come and said, what will happen? We cannot take this except this person come and we would also ask questions here. And then again, the Supreme Court is not a court of, it's not where you come to put trial. It's not where you accept evidence. Now, what also happened is that did you see it in the transcript? Was it initiated in the court in the PEPT as evidence? No. Olanipekun also said that even at this point, that the period to submit evidence has elapsed. We have a period at a specific time that you must follow this procedure. That all this is just making a mockery of the process. Olanipekun, you are the best among equals. You are the best among equals. Take flowers, sir. Take flowers. I wish I would be able to afford you. So what this is already, the judges are already looking at them. Now, why did they didn't give, I would have loved Ogbeni to come and also provide more legal insight as a sound lawyer in this matter.
I'm hustling him in the
Oh, please bring him in so that you will not take my word. I am not a trained lawyer. But by reading that transcript, I already know the angle they are going. So why did they not rule on that evidence? They did not want to hit the policy. They said, well, okay, we will communicate our judgment dates to you guys, the lawyers, but they would use that opportunity to now scold the lawyers, especially article lawyer. Very mischievous, very silly set of lawyers. I don't know what they're trying to do. I think they just want to make money off Atiku. And maybe Atiku himself is just trying to play to the gallery and the jamboree and trying to. And then I forgot something. The lawyer now said, the judge now said, one of the judges now said, we are discussing, this matter is a discourse of national unity. So what he's trying to tell the lawyer is that you are playing with the national unity of this country by.
Oh.
Because you have gone to the media to be saying this.
Oh, there, it's back. Yeah. You dropped, but carry on.
Me?
Yeah, you
okay,
dropped.
I am here. I said one of the Supreme Court judges said lied before us is a matter that we are discussing on national unity on the transcript. I might not be saying the right word, but he mentioned that national unity. What he was trying to tell the lawyers of Atiku is that you are playing with the national unity of this country by bringing frivolous claims, rushing to the media to be saying nonsense. And even though you know the procedure, you fail to embark on the procedure. You fail to even ensure that you have a conviction on forgery. And you are going out saying there is forgery when there is no conviction of that forgery. Forgery is crime. You must convince, you must get a judgment beyond reasonable doubt. And it is clear for all that this is forgery. And not only that, you would have initiated it into the court of the presidential election trial proceedings through the court of appeal and let them now decide on this matter. You did not do that. You don't have a conviction. You did not initiate it as evidence within the court of appeal, and you are bringing it to the Supreme Court. They say, okay, no problem, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, you have your 5 minutes set aside, or let's hear the other matters. Take your 20 minutes and tell us. Obi's lawyer actually respected themselves. They stood within the purview of their 51 grounds. They listened to them. They said, okay, APM did not go through the process. They filed late. And the Supreme Court has already ruled. The lead judge said, what will you gain from this appeal if you win this appeal? So, I'm sorry, my lord. I'm sorry, we are withdrawing. And that was why they withdraw, because they would have fined them. If they had agreed, they would have taken it and said, okay, we will fine you for bringing stupidity. We have ruled on this matter. Why are you bringing it?
They told them at the appellate stage that this matter had already been decided by the Supreme Court. So
exactly.
why are they doing it again?
The same matter, the same subject individual, which is the VP, Shetima, the same matter, not a similar on a different case. The same matter, PDP brought it, and they said, PDP, you are an interloper. Up to the Supreme Court, they told PDP, you are an interloper. Go home and mind your business. Stop nosing. They left. The same matter, no change. The same individual concern, no change. The Court of Appeal told you that the Supreme Court has ruled on this matter, and you still decided to go to the Supreme Court again on appeal. The Supreme Court now asks them, what do you want to gain from this? Oh, I'm sorry, my lord. I'm sorry, we are withdrawing the matter. So, but guess what? Not only that, they did not file within the 60 days. After the 60 days, that was when they filed, and they rushed to the media to go and be telling the media this. You see how politicians are wicked in this country. You see how politicians are deceiving people in this country. You see how Atiku went and called the World Conference, World Press nonsense, and was talking nonsense. And obedience were dancing in their house. Now, what is his name? Rino is now saying, I have now learned a new dance step, which is Obingo Continua. He was dancing it today, and me myself, I was learning how to dance it, because after the verdict, me too, I might probably upload myself dancing Obingo Continua.
Did they say that the verdict was going to come in by Thursday? Is that
no,
not what they said?
They didn't give a date, but it will not exceed. So, and also to show that they are responsible judges, they would not exceed November 6th. So they must give that verdict on or before November 6th, and they will not wait for the last day. So, ladies and gentlemen, haters and lovers of Nigeria, those who think that they know the best, and those who are stupid enough not to understand, the Supreme Court will rule next week. Whether you like it or not, they will do their service to Nigeria, and they will consider the national unity of this country and also the stupidity and the wickedness of politicians in this country, because they are the big problem. We have very greedy, selfish politicians who do not want to play by the rules, and I will call their name out: Obi, Atiku, and the stupid one of APM.
All right, Emeka, let's do this. I still want to hear from you on the P and ID narrative. Hold on. I want to hear from you on that. And Tinubu sets a date for when the student loan scheme will kick off. So a lot still to hear from you from. But let me take this Supreme Court round and only to land back on you. So hold steady. Let's bring Joel of Nashville up, only because he was on muting and I was muting him. So on mute no more. Joel of Nashville. So here we are now, the final stage. Wherever he lands now, it lands. Joel.
Yeah, one man. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. Joel of Nashville One Man Show. Like, share, subscribe. And one man is an interesting one. I wasn't expecting anything different.
Have we lost you?
No, I'm here.
All right.
Yes. The cost in Nigeria.
Hold on. Stay where you are now, because that connection is a lot better than yes. So stay where you are now. Carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. So the court has shown that they can be actually predictable. These positions must not be made in court to be accepted. I was listening to the last person talking. He was making a big case, a big force of the position not made in court. Sometimes we need to read up all this stuff before we come out here to spill stuff. The issue here is that this position can be made anywhere. It is like an evidence that can be used in courts. So the idea that this disposition was not done in court, and for that it might not be accepted, risks of the corruption in the judicial system. For crying out loud.
Do you think the Tinubu legal space has the right to cross-examine whoever it is that did give that deposition?
Well, the issue there is that there is a lawyer there. The registrar is a representative of the school. The school was in court, and the lawyer.
They were not in court. They were in a legal room.
No. I know. No, I mean that they went to court. Like the article came to the school to court. But in this particular, when the disposition was to be made, the court is not going to shut down their services for you to come and do any disposition. It is commonsensical. It is commonsensical. How can a court shut down its
Was there a conviction? Was there a judgment?
No.
Please, I beg, Emeka, please. I'm not back. I'm not here for this show.
Yes. So
you understand what I'm saying?
Hold on. In this phase, let the speaker monologue, and then when we do round 2, then we can push. Yeah, go on. But unless they say something really outlandish, yeah, carry on.
And especially it's going to be from the obedience side.
It's guaranteed to come from Joel.
So one man, that is the issue. It is a black or white issue. It is not an issue that is left for speculation. The registrar said, "Do you recognize this?" No. Did he go through your school? Yes. Where did he get this from? They could not recognize it. If I cannot recognize what I gave to you, then it is fake. There is no technicalities involved in it. So one man, that is one point. that I looked at this whole thing and I said, they've already compromised it.
The registrar gave a condition why he could not recognize. He didn't just say
hold on. Let him monologue. Let him monologue.
So go ahead, woman.
No,
You want to ask me a question?
No. I want to show you guys one thing. But carry on. When I pick it up, I'll show it to you guys. But carry on.
Okay. So that is where we are as a nation. Nobody was expecting these guys to do anything different. First and foremost, the beginning of the court process was a little bit hostile. We saw somebody who was only doing
apologies, Joel. Let me show you this. This is a comment under one of the streams that we did, and this is from I'll highlight it just so you know how people are digesting this. It says, why is it that one person has not finished talking, another person jumps in, then another person, then another person? So that's the listening experience of our audience. All they just hear is just a woofing noise. So that's it. So carry on, Joel. Yeah.
Anyway, one man. Based on that, I mean, I think yesterday's whoever anchored yesterday's after you left was a mess, but. That is part of what
that's Mike now. You know that's it's a bear pit. When is Mike? It's always a bear pit now.
It's not good now. It's not good. Allow people to talk. So the woman. That is the issue right there, right? The issue there is that if it is not black, then it is white. If it is not, if I don't own it, then it is fake. The school was clear as regards to them not recognizing the certificate, and not only that, something cannot stand on nothing. The 1970 the GCA or the high school diploma that he used to get that admission was fake. And I told you on this show, one man in the past, there was a time in Nigeria that people were being recalled 5-10 years after graduation. And what was the problem? Some of them did not have maths, some of them did not have English, and other stuff. They denied them, they revoked their certificates. It happened, it was a nationwide thing. I remember that around the 2005, because then some student that graduated and was working in the oil company in River State then, when that came back and started looking for lecturers to kill. That was how serious it was. So it was something that I really remembered. So how can this judge say that something does not stand on anything, then it is completely fake? So one man, the issue here is that I wasn't expecting anything different from the courts. It's already even the way they rushed the whole thing. Right, because we were thinking we didn't know that it was going to be today. But it's okay. Let us see what the final judgment will be. Then we'll go from there. Thank you, Juan.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So Ogbeni joins us. So let's go to Ogbeni to give us a clear understanding of what transpired today. So Ogbeni, the sort of noises coming out of the court, they were not especially impressed by how that CSU so-called evidence was being snuck in, and of course they dismissed the APM out of hand. So all of that, Ogbeni.
Yes, Wama. Good evening, everyone. Good evening from Scotland. Wama, I just quickly, pop into just give my own understanding of what happened.
Yeah, that's why I came to you quickly. I know you don't have.
Thank you, Oma. Thank you for the opportunity. You see, there's this saying that a man that is most difficult to wake up in this life is somebody who is pretending to be sleeping. If you are pretending to be sleeping, nobody can wake you up, because as a matter of fact, you are pretending. So you see the narrative of fake document. Let me tell you, some people are not disciplined in their reading culture. We never read. That the position, what do you call it, from CSU till now, Many of those peddling all those narratives, they've not read. So sure of that. And they will never read. And they will sell this thing even to their next generation because they have closed their mind. That is what they want to hear. That is what they want to understand. Whatever you are bringing against it, it is not their business. So as far as I'm concerned, the little we do here is let's just analyze probably procedure of what happened in court. If the judgment come out tomorrow, if it's in support of Tinubu, they will still tell you they bribed the Supreme Court. So what happened today? Let me quickly go to it. Simple thing that happened today. Very simple. If you notice the panel, you realize that the woman that they tried to winch on, I think they've dropped that woman from the panel eventually. Eli Ogunwusi, one of the best in the Supreme Court, but one of the best in the Supreme Court. But they frustrated the woman. They said the wife, the son, has a political ambition. The son is in House of Rep or House of Assembly and all that. They put all picture everywhere. Everything from the obedient circle. You see them everywhere. Instagram, everything. Oh, why will he be the one to? So in their own narrow mind now, when you have your own ambition as a father or as a mother or as a parent, your children must not have their own legitimate ambition again. So that's the kind of close-minded people we are dealing with presently in Nigeria. And for me, we are just starting. That's the way I've seen it now. I've accepted my fate now that we are just starting. So it's a face of it, and we'll be seeing it face by face. So what happened today? That woman is not on this panel, one of our best. We have John Okoro heading the panel, and then we have 6 others. So making 7 full panel. And I've said it before. Supreme Court is not a place where they'll be calling you, go and bring your witness. Okay, when you now bring your witness, then after that, oh, no. I said it here when I think it was Panstat that came to be. It's so unfortunate now in Nigeria that constitutional law has gone to market. Everybody now is a constitutional lawyer. People that don't even know anything and don't even have connection at all with the law practice or training. They believe that your 8 to 10 years of going to university and law school to do training is a waste. So they know even more than you. Even when a lawyer, when you are even talking, they'll be arguing with you. That's what I've seen today, and I've in this dispensation. And I've now, even many lawyers now have learned how to just keep quiet, let you just continue in frolic of your ignorance. When you get to the end of the tunnel, you still come back to lawyers. So, but 2 things that struck my mind today: 2 questions, 1 question from Justice Hagin and another question for Justice Okoro. They are very critical questions. If you have a very deep thinking, you will be thinking on this question and you will know where their mind is going. So during the hearing, they asked 1 question: what do you want us to do with this document you are bringing to us? Justice particularly Hagim asked that question. He said, okay, you have brought CSU register. He first asked, where did they conduct this, your deposition you're talking about? It wasn't conducted in a law court. It was conducted in Articles Lawyers Law Office. The justices identified that. Do you know, and I've said it here before, what is the nature of this document you are bringing? Is it a documentary evidence? Is it a real evidence? What is the weight that the court will attach to it? Assuming the court will say, okay, let us even look at the content. It's none of the two. It's an issue of fact that you will need witnesses to start coming. And when you see, when Waliola Nipegun stood up to talk, he went to that area and said, look, let's assume the court is even agreeing with this thing and bring all these documents together. Can that prove forgery? Which I've said there before. Forgery, which Justice Okoro also said it today, he said, is forgery not a criminal offense that you need to prove beyond reasonable doubt? He asked them that question. Christopher couldn't answer that question. So if forgery is an offense, a crime, that you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, do you now think, if you match it now with the question Justice Agim has, do you now think that some people sitting in Articles Lawyers Office in the US talking about it will establish this thing in court in Nigeria? The answer is a big no. So whoever still believe and have their close mind of, oh, the court will just do rubbish there, and as far as they are concerned, they don't think somebody sitting in one lawyer's office in the US or far away somewhere in Illinois in the US You want the court to rely on that to make pronouncements that a man that is far away in Nigeria, that is not part of that proceeding, has forged a document. Does it make sense to anybody? Yoruba will say, meaning that you don't, if you want to bar my head, I have to be there. You can't bar my head without me being there. And Wololan will also mention something today when he was making his final submission. He said, INEC was not even made a party in this proceeding in the US. And that sank into my brain. I said, okay, look at this from that angle. You said somebody submitted, and you know I've said it here before. The document they showed to that registrar to identify was not from that school, was not from that university. So in practice, what we do is this: don't identify any document that is not from you. So he brought 3 documents to court. You just brought your home from nowhere, and you want him to start identifying it. What I will simply tell you is I can't identify this one because it's not from me. That's not forgery. He's telling you that if you want me to identify this one, let him call properly from me. And secondly, the document you are bringing is in the bosom of INEC. You are not even bringing INEC to it. So how do you want me to even know that this document you are talking about is what Tinubu submitted in INEC? And don't forget again, the document they brought was a certified true copy from FCTI court, which means one and now Oroheba filed a case against Tinubu, and it was a document in that case they brought to the US for somebody to come and identify that that was what Tinubu submitted in INEC. You see the long chain? And you are now asking a registrar who knows nothing about what you guys are doing in Nigeria to come and identify that document. No witness in any proceeding in this world where you have a very good lawyer who identify that document. You will simply say, I cannot identify this document. It's not from me. If it is the one I brought to court, I can identify them. So it's a very simple matter as far as I'm concerned. Okay, today now, they've heard the entire matter. The next thing you're going to hear is they give them a day for judgment. And in their judgment, they may say, okay, we have looked at this document, but we don't see anything that can establish. Because you are not going to call witnesses. And don't forget, was it Olujimi? One of them also talked about the 180 days that we talk about here. You know, we talk about 180 days that whatever you're going to do in election petition, you do it within your 180 days. Whatever you are not bringing in your 180 days at the trial, you can't bring it any longer. And there's no, you see, the way court operates is this. When you leave a floodgate to be opening, because there will be them pushing somewhere, or because there's article book pushing somewhere, okay, let's change this rule. Then you keep changing the rule. That's the floodgate you are opening. So it doesn't work like that in law court, because we deal with human beings. So when you have a law set, is the rule set for everybody. We played by that rule. If the rule is 180 days, no matter where you are bringing, no matter where, so it has to do with national interest, no. 180 days for us is 180 days. And I've given an example here before. Rochas Okorosha, in his first tenure in office, he lost at the tribunal. All right? The tribunal said they should remove him as a governor. There was only one point he took to Court of Appeal. And that point was that the decision of this court was given outside 180 days. And the Court of Appeal said, yes, you are right. Whatever decision you made after 180 days is a nullity, and they nullified that decision just based on that issue. They took it further to Supreme Court and said, yes, it is sacrosanct. It is cast on stone, except the National Assembly want to change it tomorrow. But as far as we are concerned, what we have in this electoral act is 180 days, and you cannot bring anything outside 180 days. And I tell you, by the time the Supreme Court judgment comes, God spare our life, we'll come here and come back to come and analyze all these issues. And you will realize that 3 points are made today will be copiously reflected, okay, in the judgment of the Supreme Court. And that's what I have to say on this case today. Thank you for having me, one man. Thank you for
all right, brilliant. Thank you, Ogbeni, for turning up. I know you were not intending to come on today, but I will have Ogbeni certainly when the final verdict comes in. So that's Ogbeni, of course, keeping us in the loop of exactly what is going on within that Supreme Court space. So, in the loop of what is going on,
One man.
yeah.
One man. Sorry, please, before you go forward, I know that some people might want to come in. I'm busy with something now, so someone can come in and, I'll be listening from the background. I'll be back. I might come in before you leave. Thank you.
All right, Brilliant. Thank you for joining us. So that's Joel of Nashville. If anybody wants to come and replace Joel, there is the link right there. So thank you, Joel, and thank you, Ogweni. So let's take the conversation on and move it in the direction of the progressive. So Akim, so there it is. Wherever it lands is certainly going to land, hopefully in the course of this week. And then after that, I don't think we have any more room to entertain any noise. So the progressives, the Supreme Court have taken their seat. What says you?
Before progressive woman, progressive sort of woman. What's going on with world peace? It's been a while.
No. I'm in touch with him on WhatsApp. He's always sending me all these links. I think his daughter is going through some educational phase, so he's guiding her through some educational phase.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I've been wanna ask, but well, okay, that's okay.
He even sent me a text today with stories that we may want to discuss. Yeah, so he's doing well.
Okay, cool. All right.
All right, the progressives. Are you ready, or shall we? That's okay. He's falling asleep again. However, certainly. Let's come to you then, Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, there it is. At least one is out of the way. The APM have withdrawn their case because, of course, it was a case lodged in stupidity, but very much still in the fight, Atiku and Peter Obi. But from the noises we're hearing from the courts, from the Supreme Court, and from Ogweni's breakdown as well, there is no likely any joy. In fact, Tinubu is already announcing how he's going to turn Nigeria into Dubai. He doesn't care. He didn't even send Kashim Shettima this time around. He just told Badabi Amila to go and find out what the noise making is. So what was the noise making today, Ajanle Koko?
Yeah, thank you, one man, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button. Share and subscribe if you haven't done so. One man, I think what happened to the what do you call it? That party, the third party that his case was thrown out, is what we are going to hear in the next 2 weeks. Yeah, they might not be thrown out, but it's going to look similar. The judgment will describe their appeal as baseless on the fact that since the appeal court, or what do you call it, the first the tribunal couldn't since they failed to have this new revelation in their petition with the tribunal, there's no basis for Supreme Court to entertain it. You understand what I'm saying? So it is only what the tribunal entertain and deliver judgment on that the Supreme Court will review. So since they couldn't since the tribunal couldn't get anything to deal with that new discovery at all, it's going to be business for Supreme Court, which is a court that review cases that emanated from the tribunal. It's going to be baseless for them to entertain it. So it's going to be it's going to be a fruitless effort in futility. What they are pursuing is an effort in futility. We know that already. Let's just wait till, and that is why you see George Okoro was asking them, uh, on what basis do you want us to take in this new fact that you are bringing in to us? I don't know their response. Maybe the response, maybe they whatever they did, but I think he was asking that question.
Ajale Koko, do you think they thought they could bully the evidence into court with all these ludicrous press conferences that they've been holding every single day, brimming and breathing fire through the nose and threatening and, just doing cartwheels and banging their heads against the wall? Do you think they thought they could bully the court to take that, to use public space to bully the court to take that that silliness as evidence?
Look, the lawyers, I think they know what the what do you call it? The what the electoral law says. I think there's a time frame. I don't know the time frame. They couldn't this new revelation that they are coming up with. They failed to establish within the time frame before time frame to file their petition. So, and it's all over. They failed to file it within the time frame. So they know that, but Nigerian politicians that are desperate, and their lawyer too know them that they are desperate, and they want to do everything, even when it is clear that they cannot achieve result. They want lawyer to keep giving them assurances that, look, this is possible. That is what they want to hear. Positive statement from their lawyer, and they want to go ahead. So even if there's some other lawyer advise them that this is not going to be possible, they don't want to listen. They are too optimistic, even when it is clear that they lost the election, but they want to go ahead to keep fighting, to keep showing to their supporter that, look, yes, we are on the right course. We're going to win. They cheated us. They stole our mandate. So but I'm telling you, one man, what is going to be delivered by the Supreme Court is going to be very, very injurious to them, to their lawyers, and to them as politicians. It is going to be very, very injurious, because I think they'll be very firm and very strong in their judgment to show to Nigerians and to them that they are selfish people. They have nothing to prove. It's going to be very, very, very disgraceful. That is what is going to happen. The wording they're going to use in that judgment is going to be very, very disgraceful to them. That is what is going to happen. Wait, because enough is enough. Politicians have shown to us in that country that they are very, very selfish, and they don't care. They just want to take everything to court, even when it is clear that they don't have no mandate of the people. They want to continue going that, yes, we have won the election, when it is clear that they lost flatly. And, that is what is going to happen. Let's wait and see. It's just next 2 weeks.
All right, before I move on from you, Ajale Koko, I want a very, very brief comment on this. Somebody just sent this in. So this is one of the governorship candidates in the upcoming Kogi election. If I am elected governor, I will make sure when you visit, I will put you in the best hotel for you to enjoy yourself. So that is how to win an election. But listen to him in his own
For you
words.
to enjoy yourself. I will not look down and put you inside sun. I will respect all my traditional rulers. I will give you the due respect that is needed. I will make sure anytime I invite you, I will accord you, put you in the best hotel for you to enjoy yourself.
So that is how to win an election, isn't it? Anytime you come and visit me, I'll put you in the best hotel. He has my vote. Does he have yours?
One man, let me come back. I got to attend to something.
All right, brilliant. So let me bring Jide on board then, and Jide, you may want to respond to that, and then give us your delivery on what transpired today at the Supreme Court, and then we move the conversation on. Jide.
Woman.
Okay.
Yes. Good morning to everybody from Nigeria. Thank you all for coming to make the show happen today. To this man is one of the front runners in Kogi election.
Which party is he? I'm not sure. He didn't give me that.
I don't even know which party. I think maybe one funny party, like maybe is he SDP or so? Yes, I think he should be SDP. But I think he's SDP. I've seen his campaign. I think he's SDP. But the man is just so funny with that statement. For me, I feel he's talking to those people that want to hear such things. That's what the Royal Highnesses want to hear. So maybe he's thinking of using that one to bribe them to canvass for votes. Yeah, it's okay. If that gets him through, but for me, it's not something serious. The man is like a comedian with that statement. For the court case.
Yeah, it's the Supreme Court, yes.
Oh man. I said something.
Is it being followed in Nigeria, by the way? Are people paying attention to it, the Supreme Court? I imagine they will. They are.
Yeah, some people are, but a lot of people have concluded that they've had enough of all this, and they just want to move forward with their life, and so they are not really monitoring the space as such. But we are Nigerians. Even when we say we are not monitoring, you still go and ask what happened. So that's the way it is. But for me, I think as Nigerians, the government needs to invest more in education to make sure that all Nigerians, even those that are called literate, are really literate. Because I've had some conversation with some people today during the course of the day, and it's funny the way people reason. But it's okay. Once you are emotionally attached to something, it can happen that way sometimes. For me, this court case is dead on arrival. The case is not in that, was not done at any trial court. That's one. You've extended beyond the period you need to tender your evidences. You've gone outside it, so you're coming in late. That's another one. The third one is even the evidences are no longer tenable at this point in time. They didn't come in with the original appeal to the appeal court, so they are no longer tenable. That's another one. And the funny thing about all this thing is that the way even the lawyers, I begin to ask myself, is it that these lawyers want this man to spend his money, or they are just ignorant of the standards and the guiding philosophies and procedures of their profession? Because if that's the case, then we need to revisit our law schools and start training lawyers the right way. These lawyers, they are just wasting these politicians their time. Though they are like all those biblical leaders that are always looking for soothsayers and prophets that will tell them the right thing, even when they have heard. I believe these people just want to collect the money, because this court case is clear for everybody to see, and if anybody is still arguing it, well, it's okay. And I just came in to hear Ogbeni's perspective on this matter, because for me, I mirror anything that will happen in the court with whatever Ogbeni has told me on this platform, that this is the way it's going to go. And I've taken the 3 points he said we should hold tonight. If it goes that way again, then Ogbeni is 100% correct all the time.
What does he get as a reward? Are you going to buy him a beer?
Well, maybe if I see him, if we end up meeting any day, I'm going to give him a very good reception and treat. Because the truth of the matter is this, one man, it is easy to argue. But if somebody has told you, somebody in the profession has told you, this is the way, this is the standard, this is the procedure, this is what is obtainable, this is what should be done, and they go to the court and it turns out that way, I don't see where this fraudulent, they have collected money accusation is coming from. Because somebody that is not even there, that is miles away, thousands of kilometers away, has already told you that this is the way it's going to go. So if you are still arguing it, then maybe it's just because of your emotions anyway. But for me, this court case is dead on arrival. That when I went through the whole thing, and I noticed that they said that the whatever was not even gotten from a court, it was from Atiku's lawyers of it. I was like, oh my God, are these people now? And even if the Supreme Court is going to accept these evidences, are they going to bring the registrar to come and stay in the box and answer questions? Are they going to bring him to be cross-examined?
From what we've been made to understand, you can't actually do that at the Supreme Court.
You cannot. That's what I'm saying. You cannot even do that at the Supreme Court. But even if the court accepts, will you bring in that kind of a person? You are not. Okay, you said INEC is a co-accomplice in the whole rigging. However, you went to that place, you did not even include INEC, meaning that the certificate you are even carrying about is not what you didn't get that certificate from INEC. And I know if you ask INEC to present the certificate, INEC will not give to you, because these are the issues. But we just listen to all these news on social media, and everybody carries the noise and the rumor and start crying and shouting about it. Well, for me, I want to see the end of this. I pray we see the end of this quickly. In fact, if they can make the judgment tomorrow, announce the president, fine. Let's just go ahead with our life and focus on the main issues. Like issues of flooding affecting people in Lagos, pushing people. We are living those kind of things. A lot of people are homeless now. We are living there. We are talking about somebody that did not even get the certificate from the right place and is now coming here. These guys are just too desperate. They are desperate politicians that will do anything to get what they want at all cost. And you can see from the way they are going that they actually lost the election, because their direction has not been towards we won the election. It has been towards defaming the presidency and snatching and again, there's one contradiction. One man, you say they should cancel the election, declare you the winner, and you say again that they should cancel the election and order a rerun between you and the president. Then you see that these people are confused. They don't even know what they want.
No, there's no contradiction there. There's an or in between those two statements. Do this or so it's giving alternatives. It's not there's no contradiction.
No. One man, why I said there's a contradiction, you brought the person's certificate already that they should disqualify him. If you are sure of your disqualification, why are you putting the or now giving a condition that still involves that person in a rerun? Then it means you are not even sure.
No. If they have a rerun, Tinubu would not be allowed to participate.
Okay, but I think that was what I heard them say, but it's okay. I'm happy that it's going to come to an end very soon.
They included that they should do a rerun with Tinubu and at the same time said they should disqualify him. That was what Polani Peko brought in.
That's what I'm saying now. I heard them say that. One man, I heard them say it. So it's funny. It's funny if you are sure of your disqualification claim and this certificate thing, then you should stand on it and say, oh no, this is what I want. But you are going there again to say, even if they are going to cancel the election, then it should be between you and the president again, a rerun. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't add up.
All right.
So, woman, you can move it on to the next person, please. I wish this thing will just go and let us live on with our lives.
All right, brilliant. Hopefully this week will be the last phase of that. So this week hopefully will be the last phase of that. So Ola is up next. But before we go to Ola, a bit of advertising. Doopsy, of course, is on next Sunday again. Doopsy Whoopsie. So Doopsy is on next Sunday again with yet another banger. So join her on Sunday as she puts the world to right. So I'm going to post the link to Doopsy's session. So click on that link and bookmark it with the notification so that you are ready with your popcorn and everything. So Doopsy is going to be talking about the story of 50-something-year-old woman who had her children for the first time, and then she's facing heavy criticism, and then she's pushing back against that. So that's going to be the lead story, but she'll bring you a few more. So our 50-something-year-old new mom responds to criticism against having kids in her 50s. So click on the link, bookmark it for next week, Sunday. No, not next week, or Sunday coming. So bookmark that for Sunday coming as we hear Ola's commentaries on what transpired in court today. Ola, you're up next.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming, and we greet you for your time. On what transpired in the court today, to be honest with you, there's nothing I can say that'd be better than what Ogbede has already said, because on that matter, I just give it to the experts. No comment for now, except maybe I have someone that want to make a ridiculous statement that I just need to that we just need to push back. So other than that, if there's any other thing, maybe I can comment, but definitely not on the Supreme Court matter.
All right, brilliant. I'll take that topic very quickly, and then we go on to the P and ID one, which is and there was also this anyway. Let me take this round first because there's just so many topics to go through. But let's take it in the direction of Prince Daddy to see if he has any thought on what transpired in court today. Prince Daddy, you're up next.
Hello, Walmart. Can you hear me?
Yes, Obalola Kaviesi.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe, and love the show. I'm gonna be like a lot also. I mean, I've listened to Ben in the past, and I've drawn my conclusion already. And actually, today I didn't bother to watch the court proceedings at all. To me, just something that the other side is just excited about to want to talk about. It's quite clear from what I've learned all along from Ogbeni. Of course, I listened to him and I defer to his expertise, but I don't throw away my own logic or brain in other areas. But nonetheless, he said it very well in the past, and I think it's quite sealed, if you ask me, at this point in time. I think the only thing is mentioned in the past, which I would like to know to the degree in which an extraneous circumstance can bring about new evidence in court. To me, that's interesting. Since usually or normally the Supreme Court only goes by what the tribunal courts or the lower courts rules on. But anyways, I don't really have much to add to this ruling, quite frankly. I think again the fate of the whole case is sealed. Nothing to it. But I like to mention also that look, we will pretend a lot in the sense that some people claim, oh, we want opposition, or they want to play opposition. Opposition is not about insulting the president or somebody. It's about bringing forth or bringing to the foreground issues or concerns that the other side hasn't thought about, or putting their feet to the fire so they can actually work for the people. Because we complain all the time that the interest rate, the high gas prices, but people are not truly interested in that. They only pursue their own selfish agenda. Atiku is not an opposition. Obi pretends to be one. They don't care. They don't care for the Nigerian people. They truly do not care. They only care about what they get, and the people that are gullible, willing to go along with the shenanigans. And that's what we're watching here. So I truly want a true, genuine opposition to come forth and put fire on the Tinubu's administration, so they can do the work, so they can actually work for the Nigerian people.
All right, excellent. Always excellent delivery. I think it's the quality of the voice. You should patent your voice. You should be one of those jingle people and here presenting that sort of thing. But does anybody still want to comment on that, or should we just move on? Because we're not really in any phase other than to hear the verdict from the Supreme Court. So do you want us to move on, or does anybody want to speak? Okay, yeah. Let's. Okay, Ekene, come in, and then after you, we just move on. Yeah, Ekene, let's hear from you.
Nothing much. I didn't come for this Supreme Court office. I sent you a video on WhatsApp on what happened.
Oh yes. Yeah, let me bring it up and play it. Yes. Actually, before you send that video, before you sent that video, Emeka had already been sending me storylines along it. So this is what transpired in Alaba Market today. So let me play the video, and then on the back of it, I can explain what's happened.
Don't lock our market. Lagos State government don't lock it. They don't lock our market. They don't lock our man. Alaba, they don't lock our market. Lagos State government don't lock it. They're just around.
Who is this fine boy? Look at this guy. Look at that. All the women in Alaba Market don't enter one chance.
Our market is locked. Our market is locked. So our market is dirty, but I don't see anywhere that is dirty in our market. You can just help me look around. This is the environment of Alaba Market, electronic section. I don't know where it's dirty in our market. Anyway, let's see how it goes. This is Alaba environment, young man. I don't know, this is how our market used to be. I don't really know why they said the market is dirty. I don't really know. Maybe after their meeting, they will find out what's really their problem, why they lock the market. Yeah. It's becoming serious these days. Come on.
Start of the laws.
The chairman of Alaba International Market is addressing us.
Alaba, I want to seize this opportunity to inform you that we, Alaba International Market, is not going and die. We are not going Loma and die. The last bill they gave to us has to do with September, which they gave us 600,000. And that bill was paid on the 26th of September. I have the receipt here. That bill was paid on the 26th of September. Neatest markets here in Lagos State. Hello. This will come at the odd hour. The Bible says why people ask, the enemy wants to sow tares. What we're sleeping in our homes. They came here, my security department me around 1 a.m. that there are people in the front of our gates. And I asked them to inquire from them who are there. They now say they are people from Alausa. I said, what do they come for? Are you waiting? I love the people. Are you waiting? We are not waiting. No. I love the people. Do we have any dump sites in the market? These people that substantiate their claim. I take this as vigilante. I see this as a action. I see it as people that want to be jealous and envy. But I never have fulfilled all the obligation of the government. Forget about all this food that have been given to us, ranging from Loma, from lobster, from
So there it is. Pick it up from there, Kene. What we have been hearing, what in the grapevine is that space they've actually agreed with the Chinese to take over your space. But what is going on? What's the latest development, Kene?
Oh my, is that your prayer? So you want me to go out of business?
No. You remember this? You know the story came out that they actually they want to franchise that space to the Chinese, but what are you hearing?
I think something is like that because they have already given us all that shop that you see there to make it one decade, and the other is by February next year, and the chairman has already communicated us on that, and we are getting ready for that. That February we might not be in that market, maybe, and he is going for bank loan to support the shop owners that might not have the money to do their own, so that maybe after they know how to pay the bank and the cost of collecting the shop rent. But we are still waiting for that one by February. We are waiting for that one by February. Let's know how that one will go, because the whole market is going down. That's the information we got. We're preparing
What's the sense on the street? What are people speculating within the market? What do they think is going on? Are people actually thinking that this is a witch hunt off the back of that Rhodes Vivo election and whatnot? What's the reading on the floor?
That is the reason. I think you listen to the chairman of the market. He said that while we are sleeping, the enemy come to sow tares. Because the ceiling of that place, they came around 1 a.m. I don't know why such thing will happen. It's not only about trade fair, they lock trade fair. They almost about 3 markets today didn't open in Lagos State. So, but
and was it for the same reason, hygiene, that they said the place is dirty?
That's what they said. But the issue of Alaba is that Alaba even has received a award of being the neatest market in Lagos State, because Alaba has a well organized government. And even in my shop, you see my basket for dirty. At anytime it fills, it fill up, then when these other lawman motors come maybe on Thursdays, we go and dispose it there. And in terms of payment to lawmans, we are not missing any payment. Just like as you heard from the chairman of that market, the last bill they brought to us was 600,000 on the 3rd of September, and he paid it on 26th of September. That's the last bill that came to us. So when he tried to communicate the woman that is in charge of that bill collection, the woman said that she's not aware of it. She said she's not aware. Then she gave her another person number to call. The person said that she's not aware. So the chairman became angry. Then who is responsible for it? They said the people came from Alausa. And the woman, he even called a PC chairman in the Ojo local government. The man said he's not also aware. So, but they summoned them to a meeting, about 11 a.m. But tomorrow we'll know the outcome of the meeting.
So as it stands now, the market is still short.
The market is still short, but the chairman is insisting that we must open tomorrow, no matter what is happening, because he can't understand this anymore. This is getting too much. That when we come tomorrow, that everybody must open market.
You said there are three market shots in total. Tedro Show and which other one did you say?
Trade fair.
Trade fair. Is it all for the same reasons?
They're all for the same reasons. They say it's Loma. But I am speaking only on based on Alaba space, because that is a space I know very well, and I know our activity there. So I don't know. Alaba is very clean market. You cannot, if you see we have a task force for sanitation. We have sanitation task force. That even if you drink pure water and drop it on the ground of Alaba market, you are going to the office. You are paying 500 naira for that. It's happening in our market. You don't drink pure water and drop it on the ground. If you do it, you are going to the office and your fine is 500 naira.
Have you consulted a lawyer, and not you personally, but you as a group? Have you consulted? Have you taken legal advice?
Our chairman will come. Maybe, for now they only call them for a meeting. That 11 a.m. So a lot of both retired members of Alaba, they are going for that meeting. They want to find out what is going on. So maybe when we resume tomorrow, we'll know what is going on. But
all of my instinct is that it may well be a backlash against all that election march.
Normally, that is it.
Yeah.
That normal, everybody knows that because even most of the road, the man complain about there are even if at the course of this meeting, you will hear the man say the road leading to Alaba market is almost broke down on the road, and the container is going there almost every day by day. And when you stop at that voice, you must pay 200,000 naira to a job. You are not removing 1 naira for 40 feet. Despite the amount you have paid in the wharf and all that, then 20 feet is 100,000 naira. And they are not touching that road. And he has written a lot of, he has written some letters to the chairman of the local government. Even if it's just to put a measure, not just to do the road entirely, but at least to put a measure to it. But they have not responded.
But a market that big and that's important, you should have direct access to Alausa now. Why are you not able, not you personally again, but
no,
why are you approach the governor?
Even the governor, they have direct access to the governor. But most of the time, you start from the local government, because I can tell you the reason why that market is still standing is because the state is having a different view. The Ojo local government is having a different view. The reason being that Ojo don't want the state government to take over that place, because they're benefiting a lot from it in terms of revenue. So anything that makes the state government to take total control of that market would be like removing food out of their mouth. So they cherish that space so much.
Woman.
Yes, I think it's a connection broke.
Yeah.
Are you aware of this story? You are in Lagos, Jide?
Yes, I am. But
that's
you...
Are you back, Ekene?
Are you not hearing me before?
No, yeah, you dipped for a moment.
Okay. I said that one of the reasons why that market is still there today is because of the position that the local government is taking. The local government don't want the state government to come into that market because they are benefiting a lot.
The state government cannot come into the market. It's not their jurisdiction. Okay.
But
so
the state government
what I think is going on is it's political, and at the same time is a show of force and power. I think the relationship between the Alaba chair, that's the Alaba leaders, and the state government is not good, and they played that in the last election, right? The way that vote was being controlled, that chunk of votes, the traders voted in one particular pattern. So I think what they are trying to do is to force you guys to come to the table, and in the avenue of discussing, okay, the reopening of the market, then they will try to want to repair that relationship. Like, okay, come to the no worries. Yes, Loma and their issues, no problem. Sanity will look into that. But at the same time, let's maintain good relationship. Let's be cordial. Let's be sweet. So I think they want to begin to have the leadership of Alaba Market and Trade Fair. I know those markets very well. So to come close and bring them
Emeka,
closer politically, right? So
Emeka,
that
I think they want to take that market from them, Emeka.
if that does not happen, that's when they will take the market. They will chase them away from the market.
Emeka,
Hmm?
Emeka. Well, I always like to stay. I always like to stay out of putting political narrative around this kind of things all the time. You see, Alaba was not the first market that was closed. Also in Lagos,
Yeah, Ladipo was close too. Yeah.
the first market that was shut down was Mile 12, and the reason is hygiene. Lagos state government during Fashola period spent a lot of money to clean up all the drainages in Lagos. All. And now they are all blocked again. So these people are looking at where are all these things majorly, which areas are really majorly contributing to generation of waste. So when they close down my 12, because it is not a totally dominated by a particular region, most of people in my 12 are Hausas and Yorubas. We did not hear this narrative. Their chairman came out and said, okay, they're in dialogue with the government and they will do everything. They are also cleaning up. They are talking to their people to clean up. They accepted all their drainages they opened, they started cleaning. They are self. Okay?
Sorry, who is speaking, please?
Oriade, Olajide. Yes.
Sorry, let me come in. Right? You see, you mentioned something that is
Emeka, let me say this before
important. No, your comment is your space. Don't worry. You said it happened in my 12 because it didn't a certain okay, because the Igbo people, I'm an Igbo man, so I can call the word. I'm not largely predominant in my 12. The news didn't go out. I would want to consider that Saolo is politically aware and self-conscious, that he should know that if we close this market, the news may be spinned differently. If even though we are closing it for environmental concerns, I would also want to say that Babajide Sanwo-Olu is a smart man too. He has won election twice, so he will not want that kind of backlash because that's what is in the news. I would expect him
Can
to
I come
write.
in, please? I was just came in for this purpose.
I will expect him to invite the leadership of Alaba Market Trade Fair to come in to Lagos. Write a letter and tell them this is what we have observed. Come in and let's discuss about what you need to do. So that when you have invited them in and you have written to them and you have discussed with them and you are showing them evidence, you give them a marching order. Please go and organize your people. Except we want to discount the key testimony, or the testimony of the important key witness here, who is also a member of this platform. He did a video. He is telling us now that this market is very clean. That look at the rules and
we
regulations
saw
of
it
the
now.
market.
We saw
That
it
if you
now.
drop
Yeah.
things, you'll be fine. Except we want to discount and discredit Ekene here. And I think it would be unfair to Ekene.
Can I come in, please?
Yeah. Hold on, Jide. Jide, people are saying you are too close to your mic. There's certain sound quality, so maybe step back a little bit from the mic. Let Baba come in. Baba.
Yeah, good evening, all. Actually, I didn't want to come in today. Thank you, one man. And salutations to everybody. Comment section, platform. I don't like the trajectory we are going with politics in this country. We shouldn't be seeing everything through the eyes of politicking or politics. This exercise going on in Lagos, they are doing it in phases. It was first on the island, Sangros and some other markets. They shifted to the mainland. Oyingbo market was closed. Ladipo was closed. Mile 12 closed. Ajegunle market, that is boundary, was closed. And they've reopened all of them. In fact, Oyingbo market took the longest so far because they came on inspection and it wasn't clean to the way they want it. They didn't open it. It took another 3 extra days. So it's been going around. Alaba market, maybe by size or by GDP, could be the biggest in Lagos, but they are not exempted. Even Aspanda, that is the Aspanda, that's the Lagos Trade Fair. I mean, the Trade Fair market. It's called Aspanda. It's with Alaba market that has been designated for the next sanitation exercise. Even our houses, no matter how we clean them, if inspectors come, they will still find something. So we shouldn't be spinning this at all. I mean, we should just let politics rest. Alaba market was originally in mile 2. That's the real original Alaba market, opposite Eleganza. It's not Emeka's time, because Emeka came, I think, maybe not more than 12 years ago. That's an area I know. When it's time, I will introduce myself personally to Emeka. You understand? Or you could go to the Oniba of Iba. I'm sure the old Oniba of Iba, if the new one, if he checks through their registry, he will tell him who am I. So we shouldn't be spinning this. The dirtiest of the all is opposite the Alaba market itself, where we call Alaba Rago. Alaba Rago from opposite Lasso. When you walk in, you can go straight to the electronics market. You understand? No, let me finish. Because I don't like this politicking thing. Even Alaba market, where it is today, in the last 25 years, is supposed to have moved to, I've forgotten the place. It's after Agbara, like 1 kilometer after Agbara, or in the way to Badagry. I don't know if that signboard has been broken now.
They are saying Badagry, that they should move to Badagry.
You understand? It's been over 25 years. That issue has been going on right from the time of Raji Rasaki and Marwa. You understand? But somehow, I don't want to go into what's at play there. You get my point. But this issue is not about politics. Please, let's leave politics out of this. If they want to get the thing into to a certain standard of cleanliness, let it be. It can't be more than 3 days. That's it. That's my contribution.
All right, brilliant. So,
let me say this, Baba, because the question now is this. The question now is this. Just like when you said about Alaba, like if you're talking about any state that is dirty in Alaba, is that Alaba? When you go there, because that's where the
it's a mess. It's a mess. Filthy.
Yes. And what happened there before last election was that they wanted to demolish that space. So, but Alpha people they fought. So at some time, Kwankwaso came and made the Lagos State.
Yeah, that's right. I know that period, that electioneering period.
Yes, that electioneering period. So after that, Lagos State couldn't enter there again. Even up until now, they came. No, they didn't go there. They only came to this electronic section and electrical section, starting from Vos. And But our point is still that Alaba, even the Lagos State government has given Alaba the award of being the neatest market in Lagos State. So why come up with this strategy? And we are not owing Loma.
Hold on, Ekene. Have they given you a list of conditions to meet in order for them to reopen it? So
no condition was brought in because of this blockage. No condition was brought. I've told you here that even our chairman has called the woman in charge of collecting the levy. The woman says she's not aware. The woman sent her another person number.
Did they bring you some sort of notice? They would have brought some sort of letter or notice.
No notice. I said no notice. We just closed market on Saturday now. Last Saturday now, just to resume this Monday. We just somebody called me when
they didn't put anything on the gate to say we are
coming. No, nothing like that. I just woke up this morning. Somebody called me and said it's like market didn't open. I said what? So for me, I don't like to say that. I just go. So when I go, I witnessed it. We even had the meeting all together with the chairman. So, but the point is this. Who will come and lock market at 1 a.m. in the night? They said they were sent from Alausa. Even if you want to do a thorough check on the market.
But that's the best time to lock it though, so that they won't encounter any resistance. So they will have.
Okay, even if that
just give me 5 seconds.
Hold on, Baba, let him land. Yeah, Ekene.
So even that is that. All the number, even the APC chairman of Ojo denied that they know nothing about this. Then who is the cause? Why would they deny it?
Oh wait,
because the name
hold on,
has already been contacted, but they say they have.
Ekene, who are they saying they are acting on behalf of? They said that Lausabi. That's what you said.
Yeah, they said they come all the way from Alausa.
So is it from some commission or department? So there has to be somebody that signed it off. So who signed it off?
That is what we couldn't find out until the end of the day. Maybe by tomorrow, we'll still have some details of what happened, because they have summoned our chairman and some executives were meeting around 11 a.m. So they told us to go home. Then after that meeting, we should come back tomorrow. Then they will explain to us what really transpired in that meeting. So we are still waiting, because we really don't know the actual people that locked that market. That is still what we are still asking. But they said it's Loma. But if it is Loma, they have called Loma. Loma denied it. We are not owing you. If it is money, we are not owing Loma. If you had it in his statement, he came there with the document. The last bill they brought to us was on the 3rd of September, 600,000 naira. He paid it on the 26th of September. That's the last bill that came to us. So that is, and when we are not owing Loma, what else? What will be their reason?
Emeka.
To lock the market.
Let me go. Jide, please just give me 5 seconds. Ekene, I don't know how to put this, but I know you are not too young. You know, let me put it in a way. Maybe I can't open my mouth and start to talk baga anyhow. The politics of the finance of that place, you know, if you look well. The only thing I can tell you as a pointer, if they ask you, what's this guy, your chairman, with that funny Catholic name, I've forgotten his, something, I can't remember. The only thing, if they ask you to contribute money, dodge out of it. That's the only advice I can give you if it's possible. Thank you.
Well, why is that? Why is that?
One man, no. I'm not a young person. I shouldn't be talking anyhow. But Ekene will know.
I know. You know that market. You know that market. But that market is still in controversy between Lagos State government and the Ojo.
I know everything. I know. In time I will introduce myself to you.
The point that the most problem that, as in the thing that is still helping us there, which we are still relying on, is that Ojo people are enjoying us there. They have nothing against us.
It's a fact.
I'm glad you know that.
So they wouldn't want the state government. The state government is trying very hard to step in, but Ojo has been the people restricting them. Even that demolition that last happened, the state government has not been able to take over that land up until now. That space is still like that because Ojo is still fighting that they don't want state government to enter that market. They're the one eating the revenue now. They're the one collecting the revenue, but the state government wants to come in. So the only thing that the state government is benefiting is that Loma, DT, and all that. But other revenues are being gathered by the local government, by Ojo local government. So and the local government is fighting the state government very hard on that space, and that is the only savior we have in that market. If not, I just told you, even on February, this next year February, we have an order from the state government now to demolish that market and do it upstairs, one decking. Each shop must have a decking at the top. They want to increase the revenue.
All right. What I will.
Sometime we will talk privately, okay? No problem. I have your back. One day.
All right, Ekene. What I will recommend to you is that don't go early in the morning. If you want to go at all tomorrow, don't go early in the morning. So go around 1 p.m. so that whatever it is, so the situation would have taken shape. So don't put yourself in harm's way, but keep us posted as to what as the situation develops. So hopefully it develops in your favor, but it's unacceptable for them to lock a market and not give any cogent reason that so you be our correspondent on that space and keep us posted on it. Let me actually show you this, because there seems to be a drive in Lagos State. A lot of what we're seeing in Lagos State, it wraps around the narrative of the flooding that we've been seeing in Lagos State. And I think they are looking to tackle that as a thing. So what is going on in Alaba Market? What is going on in all of these places? Actually, let me play you this. Maybe this will explain it better.
Ìjọba amúnimúyè ni o, amúnimádà ó ti ń rí amúnimóògùn ni owó kan náà rèé o, ó ti rí ibi tí kan náà gbà lọ rè tán blọọkù, ó ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ orí kan náà páàkì mọ́tò sí tó ń wò yìí, ó ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀. So step back bí 6 meter ó máa wà lẹ́yìn kan náà ẹ̀, ó ti rí lọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ó ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀.
One
man, what happened to your video?
And that's the end of the video, I guess. I think I've seen it also before.
I think one man dropped one man.
Okay.
The fact is, everybody should just be careful buying properties or getting mortgage in Lagos. Most of these things are on illegal space.
Baba sir, what do you think one can do with this kind of situation? How do one get to run this land search in order not to get involved with these real estate developers who are shady and they do not do the right thing? You know, you might think you are going through the right individuals based on the way they package themselves and their products, only to find out
it's a very
that
difficult thing, Emeka. I won't deceive you or tell you, if you go to Alausa, they will show the right papers. This is like a cartel. You
Baba.
Understand? Hello?
Sorry,
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. You see, aside going to find out anything in Lagos, if you are building, see, it's everywhere in Nigeria. We just don't obey some of these laws. If you are having a property, you need to know some basic rules. To a canal, there's a setback. To any canal, to a power line, there's a step back from the power line.
are we saying that these real estate developers are just playing games? They are not complying with
Exactly. That's
what the
what I'm saying.
government
It's a
expects
kind
them to
of
do?
cartel, Emeka. They can show you papers. They can take you to Alausa. They will convince you. You understand? But at the end of the day, when we start having problem of flooding like this, and the real the government want to
I'm not even talking about flooding alone, right? I'm more or less like, land in Lagos is like gold. It's even more expensive than gold. So I'm like, would the Lagos State Land Registry make their operations transparent so that if anyone wants to get involved, either investment or purchase of property, and you are looking at, okay, you want to go through a real estate developer, you can quickly just go and search the lot allocation and find out if it's assigned to these individuals that are coming around and packaging this stuff to you, or if it's truly available in the land registry, and probably like what we have been discussing, partitions of the land showing the demarcations and where they should not build and where they should build. To open the operations and make it more transparent, and then again uh, ensure they should regulate that space. Real estate developers should properly be licensed, regulated, and if they are, and have their proper permits, and if they are not doing the right thing, kick them out, and publish it all over. Like, you can bear witness to me, in developed countries, to get a permit to build houses, you must go through the right channel, as well as it is rigorous, especially with real estate developers. You have to. There's a case that consumed one in Ontario province. One of the executive member there, he resigned, and they are investigating on it because an allocation called Greenland, the guy started selling it, allocating it to real estate developers, and that place is a conservative area. He's not supposed to do that. And when the stuff was leaked, people came out and started protesting. Now he resigned. It's a major scandal. It's a very big major scandal. The guy, they're investigating him for bribe now and fraud. So these things we need to, Lagos should not act like it's Kaduna. No, Lagos is not Kaduna. Lagos is not Kano. Lagos should be competing with Tokyo, with London, with Paris, with Hong Kong. Lagos is a city. If you are talking about with Johannesburg, with Cape Town, so that's what Lagos should be compete. Those cities are world-class cities that Lagos should be competing and want to be like. It
And
should not, we Lagos. I think Lagos is. I'm
and land
almost done.
location.
I think Lagos is almost getting up his ass that, oh, we are bigger than every state or city in the country, but you are
Emeka,
not. You
In
can't compare
land
yourself to Ibadan.
allocation. Emeka, you are talking of Lagos of 60s and 70s. Lagos of now in land allocation is a cartel operation as
It's a cartel. You can hardly
They kick
blame
at
them.
them now. They're not the kick at them.
you go to Alausa, they will tell you everything. And
They will show you. They will convince you. Just
Babaji,
pray. That's all I can say. It's ridiculous. Need 10
bad.
days to say just pray. It shouldn't be that way. But it's plenty money chasing very few space. If you remember, since God created earth, he has not created one more kilometer to it. Rather, we have encroachment of the sea, we have encroachment of the desert. The land is getting smaller and smaller. So it's what you get that is yours for your children and your or family at large. So particularly in Lagos, the space is becoming tight. So you can't, everybody has been beaten before. Nobody has not been, some people has paid for one land 3 times.
Wow.
Babati, I think one of the major problem with Lagos is that you can hardly find the real landowners. That's one. It has had is either an agent, real estate developer, whatever is the one in charge. And if you check, they did not even get it from the source again. Went like that.
It's
So
hand to hand.
what?
And Omonile will still come. Like the question I always ask Omonile, you've sold the land, you have done decking, you are coming again to collect another money for decking. Okay, you want to sell someone, you want to sell the sky. It's ridiculous.
See what happened, Baba, see what happened close to my house. See what happened. This one is not inside bush, close to my house. Somebody bought a house. Just all these bungalows, family house. Somebody bought it. It's about is it 24
In
million
Ojo
naira?
there?
You know, close to my compound here, just the next house there, the bungalow there.
Ojo
The guy said
Wahala.
for 24 million naira. So only after they have given the guy all the documents, all that and all that, just for the guy to, they have given the tenant their quick notice for him to be packing his block and all that. Other people came and said, okay, you didn't pay the rights also. Don't do anything there. That place is still like that also now. For the past 6 months now. The guy don't even know what to do again. So even if you have that group that came and told him that you didn't pay to the right source, and he was calling the person that collected the money, that person is nowhere to be found. And
Before you talk now, they will begin draw juju and fight too.
So the document is there. Everything is there. So the guy now, that place is still there, nothing to do. Even the people at Packard and the outside people that is pushing Bello has occupied that space. So I don't know. The thing is very confusing.
Even we who say we belong to the state, it is nobody cannot be beaten. Nobody cannot be beaten. I'm telling you, that's how bad it is. Just pray. It's ridiculous what I'm saying, but it's the reality. It's the reality. They say government owns the land, but you and me, we know definitely that you must pay to Omonile. Omonile is the one that will give you a backdated receipt to 1972 or 73, which you will use in processing your paper for approval before you go for C of O. It's a mess. But I hear they are computerizing everything now. I've forgotten the name of the decent guy in charge of it now. I think he came from the US. He's computerizing it, and let's see what happens in maybe the next 2 years.
All right. Apologies. I lost connection for a moment. I guess you already assumed that. So let's go on to the. I'm not sure where you are in the conversation, but are you happy for us to go on to the P&ID narrative, which is a moment in time, because this could have led to the bankrupting of the Nigerian state, but it looks as though by some legal dexterity, we've just managed to save ourselves. We managed to save ourselves 11 point something billion dollars. So that's quite a situation. Maybe Enigmatic wants to kick us off on that. I know Emeka has interest in that space as well. But just to bring Enigmatic into the conversation, Enigmatic, do you want to kick that off? Enigmatic Honde. Enigmatic Honde. Oh, all right, Emeka, I know this is your area of interest, so kick it off whilst we wait for Enigmatic to join us. Emeka.
You see, this
this was the original graduate, wasn't it? The original graduate.
My goodness. This can, if they enact or reenact this in a movie, you would open your mouth and you won't be able to sit down. And this is real life. It's not a movie. It's real life.
Do you know the backdrop to it?
Yes.
Give us a very brief synopsis of the backdrop, and then land us on this. So bring us up to speed. Yes.
So when Yar'Adua came in 2010, right, during his tenure, wanted to expand, improve on our electricity, and so in order to generate gas, said, okay, reached out to like the Ministry of Petroleum, who was Lukman then, said, okay, let's create a gas processing plant so that we can generate gas to improve our electricity. Sure, to develop that space. Then that was when we discovered we had a sufficient natural gas supply, and we wanted to develop that space and see what we can do. Likewise, improve our power generation as well as sell, export, and make money. Now, what now happened was, in the process of doing that, the Minister of Petroleum then probably sound the message, and there's this process, and what is their name, came in. They don't have a website, never had an experience in gas processing and production, linked to an offshore company that is also linked to a UK company. So they came in through subsidiary promoters, local subsidiary promoters, drafted the contract with the legal director of legal services, Ministry of Petroleum Resources, a division or a commission in Ministry of Petrol. She's currently in jail. So she was now bribed through the front of, they used other companies that were being controlled in the UK to bribe her. They paid the money into her child's account in HSBC. So she drafted the contract. And in that contract and agreement, it was said, or I think the verbal discussion was that Nigeria will provide land for the company to build the gas processing plant. Now, but that was not in the contract, or possibly it was not agreed, or let's say Grace intentionally, because it looked like a deliberate act, because the people involved intentionally removed that clause. So that is when they now said, so when you are drafting contracts, you put your obligation and the obligation of other parties that will be involved. So part of the obligation that was removed was not involved, and then. Because of no land, the company said they could not fulfill their obligation. But it appears, a company that does not have experience in gas production or gas processing. So how will you do that? You don't have the experience. You have never done it before. So why would you say you can't fulfill your own obligation? So it was a deliberate attempt. Now Grace is currently in prison by the EFCC. So what now happened? They now took Nigeria, that's Ministry of Petroleum, to court. And in the court, he went through arbitration. And it was through arbitration, the negotiation, this and that, this was going through. That negotiation was people's interests, including those in the government, including Grace Tagia, who drafted that contract. Each and every one of them were given a percentage of what the charges from the arbitration. See how people are wicked to our country. How Nigerians are wicked.
So they signed the country up to a dubious contract.
Exactly.
That contract could not be honored. Then they went to arbitration. Hold on. They went to arbitration in London, and then in that arbitration, they were slicing up the payout of the arbitration amongst themselves.
Arbitration,
yes. So double whammy.
Exactly. So they were giving themselves court. The local subsidiary promoters were already saying they would take 3%, this percent, and the whole percentage they wanted to. So the company itself, now the promoters in the UK now said for 20 years they were suing Nigeria for 20 years loss of income and profit. So the arbitration now agreed that we will pay 8.8 billion.
The 6.6.
6.6 billion, starting from the period when the contract elapsed to current, and each day interest of $1 billion. That was how it amounted to $11. Luckily for us, we have to say thank you to Osibanjo, because we were like, what are we going to do with this big mess? Osibanjo now drafted, I think it was when Buhari was sick that the matter got to Osinbajo's ear. Osinbajo now drafted a how to approach this matter to the president, that we should not succumb, we should go to court, that apparently it appears that this contract was dubious and obtained of that false pretense, and as well there was fraudulent accomplices involved. Not only that, Osinbajo now told the foreign intelligence unit, Nigeria Foreign Intelligence Unit, that's our own CIA in the UK, to investigate the matter, as well as EFCC here to also investigate the matter. And God so kind, we investigated. God's grace, the Director of Legal Service, to own up to accepting bribe, as well as a bribe from the guys in the UK to own up, as well as the guys in Nigeria here, the promoters, to own up, who were also friends with the minister, Lukman, the former minister of Petroleum.
Is
With
that real
that
one,
conviction,
real one, Lukman?
exactly. With that conviction, right?
That guy did a lot of harm to that country anyway.
Yeah, you can imagine.
It was our
it's
OPEC
painful.
rep for so is my God.
It's painful. This is painful. With that conviction, which EFCC got, they were now able. That was part of the draft from Osinbajo, able to take it to court, because already the decision there was they were going to sanction Nigeria for no payment, because the arbitration court has ruled. The arbitration process has been concluded. They were going to sanction Nigeria and as well as seize any assets that we have abroad. Now, if we do not pay, it will now also tell our foreign creditors that we are illiquid and we are going bankrupt. So it's a huge mess, and we are now in a state of unavailability of fund. So luckily, Osinbajo was like, we should not back down. So we said, okay, we are going to court. Now, when they heard we were going to court on the premise that we were going to establish that this was obtained under false pretense and fraud, the PID guys came back to say, let us settle out of court. You understand? And let us settle out of court in Buhari's administration. Who was the Attorney General of the Federation?
No, that's what I said in my opening monologue. That was part of the Abubakar Malami deal that was what.
They were doing the let us settle out of court, and luckily, God so kind, we had a president who came in and said, which is that, so we will go to court. So what the UK now did was, then we appealed for a period of time for them to listen to us and remove any restriction. And luckily, the High Court agreed, gave us some time to listen to the matter. We were able to prove our case that it was obtained under false pretense and fraud. And Grace also testified in that process. And God so kind. God is so. In short, we all need to thank God. We need to thank God.
We could have been bankrupt off the back of this thing,
Exactly. Not only that, the future ramification, especially with our economy, Fitch would rate us. In short, we are done. Nobody will want to deal with us anymore. Banks, the IMF, then we might now rush back again to the IMF to see what we can do. We'll just be fair. Sure, we'll be worse off than Ghana. And the beautiful thing about this is that this is whole state capture. This is sad. That a few rogue elements.
Do we know? Have they been able to uncover who is behind P and ID?
The names are there.
Yeah.
No, Emeka, the name of the main person is not there.
I bet.
No, one of them is there. The promoter from the UK, he's there.
I know the Nigerians, of course. The names of the Nigerians people.
They gave their
Danjuma.
Oh, okay. The Danjuma is, but the other people,
is that
the promoters.
Theophilus
Danjuma. Yeah.
The promoters, I think one of the name, I will put it on the chat once I open up the publication again. This is when you call state capture or hostage, holding Nigerian to hostage, this is it. And it is that painful.
Do you mean that old man?
You said who?
That old man that is still in this kind of business.
If you hear that they pontificate here, you go take saint and saint of saints.
So they're using two guys from Europe. There's an Irish guy called Michael King, and then there's a US guy called Brendan Cahill. But there's a scam that normally happens in Abuja where federal government workers create all sorts of unenforceable contracts so that the vendors will get a judgment against Nigeria. P&ID is not the only one. we've been dodging.
You know
I mean,
what
I'm
it's called,
glad.
Kulata? It's called
What's it called?
create, loot, and share.
Yeah,
Create, loot, and share.
Hold on,
That's what it's
Emeka.
called.
Let Kulata pick it up a little bit from
So
there. Kulata.
it's a very elaborate thing whereby they create all sorts of legal contracts that they know are not enforceable. There are different clauses behind it that they know they're not enforceable, and then they kind of like game Nigerian government to approve those contracts, and then because of the way those contracts are written, they are not enforceable. The portfolio company, let's just call them briefcase fraudulent companies, they will now sue Nigeria. So Nigeria will have to settle out of court. And that has been going on for Abuja for a while. A lot of it happened in PDP government, especially under Yaradua and Jonathan. So we've been getting judgment upon judgment upon judgment. One of it, we're still in one of it. That one with the dam. What's the name of that dam that they're still fighting over? Is it Gungeru or something? I can't even remember the name of the dam. That they awarded the dam contract to some company that can't do anything. Is it Sunrise or something? And they're now taking is this Ungeru or whatever? They will now take Nigeria to court, and then Nigeria will use the small money we have to pay. And then when you pay, you'll settle all sorts of people. The Nigerian lawyers in charge of this P&ID contract, they only gave her $20K dollars. She signed your country away.
Yeah,
20K.
20K.
So for 20K, your country will have paid $10 billion. So Nigerians, we don't like ourselves at all. We don't like.
There was, I think I was
we're terrible
when I
people.
cried out.
Should we be celebrating or should we be actually going after the people behind this?
Both.
The civil servants. We first of all we dodged the bullet because look, this judgment was awarded back in is it 2019 or whatever. 2015. It was awarded 6 point something billion. I've not really had time to read today. It's just headlines I've been reading. So it's been awarded.
It was awarded 2015. It was 2019 that they gave us opened it up to give us leverage for us to come in and prove our case.
And every day we fail to pay, we are paying interest $1 million.
$1 million a day. If not for the fact that I think it's under Buhari's government. They decided to act. And that act concept was because Buhari kind of like had attention on it. Because the thing is either, of course, if they give you the judgment, we can't afford it. So it will have settled out of court. And when you settle out of court, most likely you will settle the Attorney General too. You settle everybody. So we're just I'm going to swear, we're just a goddamn corrupt country. It's ridiculous because I'm sure Malami will have wanted to settle. So even the lawyer that we got to defend our case, there was a case against the lawyer that the lawyer was not working in Nigeria's interest, even though it was paid $1 million. It was working to make sure that settlement was gotten because it too will get his cut. But somehow, someday, the judge said he wasn't guilty. But not lie. Even our own lawyers. So that country now briefcase, all these Abuja briefcase people.
We're wicked to our country. We're wicked to our country. There was a time, I think, at the early stage when I joined this platform, I cried out that we are not patriotic to our country. We are not nice to Nigerians, to Nigeria as a country. We are wicked to Nigeria. Even though Nigeria has done nothing to us, it is sad. It is painful. It is painful. Let's be honest. Because of how much money, it is painful. Why are we treating our country this bad? The country is at a certain point, I said, we have also offended our ancestors. Why are we doing this to ourselves? It's like we would want to sell this is exactly selling Nigeria for a piece of pie. This is selling Nigeria for a piece of pie.
Maybe today,
let's watch this clip for a micro moment. It speaks to that space. Because somebody sent this in. I was watching it earlier, but guys, listen to this.
Attuned to borrowing, but now it looks to me that borrowing might be the way. We'll be getting to know what exactly the issue is. But before we get into that, everyone, when the president has promised and said, like, look, there will be some injections, $1 trillion US. That's what the president expected. While he had on the Ministry of Finance said, in the coming weeks, we will be seeing up to 10 billion US dollars injected. The president has also said there will be a calm in terms of the FX troubles. How would that also pan out? Those are the issues that we'll be looking at. But then let's go into what happened today in London. So there is a case where there was a deal with the federal government of Nigeria that accompanied P&ID to construct a gas processing. I'm summarizing this for you so you get a sense. It's a long story, upon so several years, since 2019 or so. In all of this, the deal went sour. In fact, it was found out that the deal was fraudulent, and there are some accomplices within on the Nigerian side that aided a company that can only be found in some tax haven. I mean, if you find them, you may not be able to physically locate them. That is what the findings have taught us, and we are understanding that some of the deals and the contracts engaged with the Nigerian government and this company were obtained fraudulently. Now, some people have been arrested, some people have been jailed. This case went on in Nigeria. It went over in the United States, in the United Kingdom. There was a $6 billion US, there was $1 million that was supposed to be paid as an award. But the federal government said no. Under the Buhari government, where he was pursued, and today there was a judgment. So Justice Robin Knowles of the Commercial Court of England and Wales ruled in favor of Nigeria in the enforcement of a 11 billion process and industrial development P&ID limited arbitration award, which means that Nigeria has narrowly escaped paying that sum of money, 11 billion US dollars. Where can we get that money from? And it's not a joke. When this kind of judgment comes, you will pay. So let's get a sense, because this is all legal matters. And did we get into this trouble in the first place? How can the Nigerian government get into a contract with a fraudulent company in a fraudulent way, in a fraudulent award? Mr. Biodun Owonikoko, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, joins us live here to discuss these issues and what has become a major legal event in Nigeria's legal stories. Thank you so much indeed for coming tonight.
It's my pleasure, Sheon.
It's a long
relief.
How would you describe it?
Well, I think UK has given us a lifeline to let us breathe, like Mr. President will say. The first time this news broke, I was shocked. It was my 18-year-old daughter from London that called me and said, Daddy, how did this happen? Who are the lawyers of Nigeria that this? So we are going to all be, he said, we are going to have to pay debt the rest of our life. My daughter was saying that. She could see that this debt was not going to be paid by us. It's by them. So thank goodness that rule of law rescued Nigeria. In the sense that I read a bit of the judgments of the UK Commercial Court. And we need to be realistic. A number of things that happened that culminated in this liability essentially were blamable on our own Nigerian system. Because I could see, regardless of what you could say about the profile of that company, I could see consistently they have been doing business in Nigerian government institutions for almost 20 years. Critical contracts with Nigerian police, Nigerian army, all of them were detailed in that judgment, dating back to 1992, 90, whatever, in millions and millions of dollars. So that they were able eventually to also get this contract and railroad government to signing up and commit Nigerian government when even all the parameters to ensure that the public project was implementable were not yet in place. What was this about? About gas supply for the project, which was the critical element in the entire process. If it did not exist, there was no basis to go into any contract. There were 3 or 4 failed attempts to access on private oil operators to access gas. Folawiyo was there, petroleum company, Chevron. There was a time Ajib. I saw all of them, ExxonMobil. It was when they could not find their way through this company that they decided to exploit the government option as the overall owner of gas resources in Nigeria. But then there was pressure for government to deliver on this policy on gas, and people were exploiting that. A lot of internal government officials seem to have compromised the interests of the sovereign nation to put us in this bind. So it's really sad.
So I like us to, because there's a lot of lessons that we need to learn as a people and as individuals, of course. And what would have been a disaster if that judgment was against Nigeria, if it came against Nigeria, what do you think would have happened?
Well, Nigeria will probably cease to be a going concern economically. Human beings will be here, land will be there, but it will not be a going concern. Already, without that liability, we can see how we are struggling to get sufficient forex to even do the normal international trade that our companies in Nigeria engage in, because the forex challenge is there. If we were to confront this amount of money, which would then be enforceable because they had gone to enforce in England. Don't forget that I read in the judgment that in fact, they did something. They were going to put the law applicable to be foreign law and also the venue to be foreign. There was a negotiation to now make it Nigerian law, but London as seat of arbitration. That actually probably saved if the
all right.
But why are we surprised, one man? Have we forgotten OPL 245, Malibu, Danetet, Jonathan, all of them? That's 6 billion down the drain. Hello, woman.
Sorry, I want to reintroduce this.
They are in this depth and it's all over the place.
In fact, some of them are rider claims, derivative claim from people who claim to have played a role to facilitate those debts being incurred. And they are even suing on it. The
federal government has come out to say there are a lot of judgment debts that the federal government has incurred that they need to start clearing. And you look at it, how did we get here? The Office of the Attorney General over the years and the Office of the Minister of Justice, what are they doing to ensure that the nation is insulated? Because what these companies had done was to ensure that if these award...
the corruption is deep and deep-seated within the Nigerian state. Who wants to pick it up from there?
No, that's the money I call wealth without enterprise. It's common. This is just like it came into the fore. There are dozens others that we don't even know of. It is called in Abuja, create, loot, and share. Just come up with something once you have it in your head and present the papers. That's what they do. And we shouldn't be surprised. It goes up to this presidency. But if you look at OPL 245, the Malibu case with Danetet, Jonathan, and the other man now who has been left scot-free who fought with Malami to get something out of it. It's terrible, actually. These are the things we want Tinubu to really go after. We have these monies everywhere.
It can't recover. It can only block.
This is the money that is destabilizing our country at the moment. And this is the kind of money that could cause a regime change because they have the money. It could cause a security problem.
Yes, I agree with you.
You know what struck me in what that lawyer said was that this is a company that has been interacting with the Nigerian space for several decades. So and they are saying it's a portfolio company that really has no public face.
Yeah, that's wealth without enterprise. Nothing.
My God, man.
I think for us being broke,
we're dead in that country. We're dead.
I think we being broke is actually a blessing. If we were cash flush, or we would have paid this, we would have gone to arbitration and settled it, and everybody would be singing and dancing.
You know, they were actually in the process of that. That was the Abubakar Malami strategy. So they were going to settle for round about $2 billion out of court, and he would have gone around the media spaces telling us that he has saved the country 11 billion, cut down to 2 billion. He would have gone to London to take his slice, and then they go to the next deal.
Being broke is a blessing for us, right? We don't have the foreign reserve, and that's the reason why we're like, okay, no, we will not pay. Let's go to court and let's finalize this.
It's poverty that made us wise in this one. If we had the money, it would have gone.
Baba and Emeka, assuming they gave this judgment in 2011 when our reserves were still $45 million, $1 billion, the one
They would
that
have paid.
Yar'Adua handed, we will have paid.
Would
We'll
have
have paid every single cent of that money.
Oh,
And
God.
people will
Kia,
have
we will
walked
have
away.
paid and be thanking God that we just escaped with a slap of the wrist.
Can I say something? Do you guys think that it's time to review the civil service? Because I've said, like, the governors, they are one of the major problems of Nigeria. So I think it's time that we look into the civil service itself. They need a complete overhaul. How that place works.
It is them that shows these politicians where to steal, because they are always in the barracks. Politicians go and come. They are always in the barracks.
I think there should be rotational movement. At every point in time, if you get to a certain like 5 years, you should rotate and go to some other department or move up.
Because the laws. Sorry, excuse me to cut it short. Sorry, because the civil system itself, they have laws that insulate them from.
The laws can be changed.
I know. I'm with you. So how do you go about that? Because of course your labor unions will raise their ugly heads to defend their own people against them.
Sorry to say this. I just want to say this. I know it's outlandish. When I was researching about this stuff, I just said, can we just fire these civil service people and replace them with young Nigerians? Can we that crazy thought just entered my mind. Can we just fire these people? I know the labor leaders will come.
I'm saying maybe half of them we have no use for half of them, to be honest with you. I mean, you come late to work at 1 p.m. and you're telling a minister that he should have informed you that it was wrong for you to come late. The audacity, that tells you how powerful they think they are, or how powerful they actually are in those ministries.
Babati, as far as we place wealth in front of everything in our country, it will be like that. Was it not yesterday the panelists were discussing about was it Accountant General who stole so much billion that he was turbaned over the weekend? Is people turbaned him as an emir or what? I don't know what they said it turbaned him for. It becomes untouchable. That money is gone.
So if you must downsize, like by how many? Are we talking about half of the civil service or 40?
Is it Babati? Is it a matter of downsizing the civil service, or is it a matter of tightening the processes so that these opportunities don't present? If you change them around,
give me a second.
If the portal, if the window is still there, it will continue to carry on.
One man, hold on. Can you guys give me a second?
It's the process.
I am with you. I am with you with the recruitment, but let me tell you the honest truth. Let me use the state level for instance. Do you know how people get into civil service back in the days? They would just say, KBC, because maybe in a village you are the first person to attend the polytechnic and graduate. So you are the Ogo Adubo of their village. KBC will now say, go and meet that person and they will give you a job in civil. How do you then fire the KBC's cousin, even though he's incompetent? So there's also a cultural element to this thing where you allocate to a region, this locality, give us 10 there. That is governor's aunties, Aburo, Kabaleni. So you have
all down. Yeah, that's the problem.
There's a cultural component to this thing. So how do you go after all these things without, you're going to ruffle feathers?
We have to fix ourselves first before we can fix Nigeria.
We're the point in our country at this time that it's either we change or die. We would have. This is we having 9 lives. We just listened to the senior advocate of Nigeria explaining in clear terms that there would be people, there will be land, but there's no country. We are just there wallowing at ourselves. So this is a much more reason why the president must step in and revise that contract or employment conditions for civil service and introduce performance-related pay and bonuses for
It is the
civil
quota
service.
system that is the problem here.
I don't have a problem with quota system. But as you step into, I don't have a problem with it, but as you step into the civil service, you must know that it's now service oriented, performance based, service oriented. That
I agree
your
with you, but
KPIs
do you
will
know?
be
Do you know? Do you
clarified.
know how you can avoid all that? Just automate the civil service.
Yeah,
Less human to human interaction. That will save you the headache of even trying to find people. Just automate
Enthrone
the
competence
yeah.
and degrade
introduce competence.
mediocrity.
They should be doing now.
Baba, let me
Now you want to get promoted.
let me
You want
say
to get
something.
promoted in the civil service.
Hold on a minute.
All you do is write exam.
All right, land
Right?
that point. Yeah,
You want to get promoted in the civil service, you just write exam and then you are promoted. What sort of nonsense is that? Your promotion should be tied to the service or the job that you're doing, and then you will be rated for promotion. So that space needs to be changed. Their mindset should be changed. And if the labor union want to go to court, want to hold us on ransom, please. This is the time I will say I'm an obedient. Let's go after them.
All right, thank you, Emeka. Let Enigmatic come in, but before Enigmatic comes in, I have to say I align myself with that automation thing. And I think Tinubu is going to have to address that, and I hope this Bosun guy will immediately start to develop the architecture for it. Automation is the panacea to at least a good 40%, if not 60%, of all of the malaise that is built into the system. If you remove as much as possible human interaction with processes in Nigeria, and I think we'll be on a pathway to a better place. But Enigmatic, let's hear from you. I called you earlier. Yeah, you were not there.
Yeah, I was in the frolic of another shenanigan, so sorry for that.
All right, the imagination goes wild just off the back of that statement, but let's not go there. Carry on.
Yeah. So thank you for the opportunity, and my kudos to all the panelists. So first of all, look, regardless of what Ashiraju will do, or anyone on earth will do, right? You can give all the things that you want to give to civil servants or public servants. It won't actually stem the tide of corruption in that space. The only thing is, the use of technology, as Babati says it, but I think he was trying to talk about automation. Automation is just another statement. Stemming the tide successfully to stem the tide of corruption in public service or civil service generally as it is in Nigeria, right, will involve technology and then implementing various certain kind of strategies and practices. In Lagos State, when they needed to weed out the ghost workers to streamline the civil service, they introduced the civil service reform. And then Ashwaju has actually stated earlier that he will be implementing the Oronsanye report. Previous leaders, presidents, so to say, they've been trying to shy away from that. Particularly, it was Jonathan that had the rare privilege to make that reform, but because of his indecisive, leadership style, and because he was pandering too much to the Northerners, because they have probably the largest number, in the percentage in the civil service. And Buhari, of course, wouldn't do that because it would have been a disservice to his people from the north. But we can't continue like that, having to think about such inanities or irrelevancies when we actually need to reform our civil service. So Tinubu has actually said he's going to reform the civil service by adopting the Orosanye report.
Enigmatic, let me quickly interject. I think Tinubu is being dishonest when he says he's going to implement the Orosanye report. And I mean, it should be the last person, based on the way he started, with all sorts of ministries that is created, because the Orosari report is supposed to reduce the number of parastatals we have. It's supposed to streamline our regulatory agencies. The main thing is to aim for efficiency and cost reduction, and Tinubu is doing the exact opposite of that. So, in as much as people may want to support Tinubu, I think he's being dishonest. Except he has plans to cut all the ministries, the ministers, or cut the size of those ministries. If it's going to explode the number of ministries, at least cut the bloat from those ministries. I've not seen a single sign that he's committed to implementing our sorry report. So he should.
Sorry, can you clarify what you mean streamline?
Okay.
Can you
So
clarify?
there are many regulatory agencies. I mean, okay, let's even just look at, you have EFCC reporting to the president. Then you have, what's the other one we have? We have
ICPC.
ICPC. Why do we need to duplicate
And
those
then
kind of
code
things?
of conduct bureau.
You have code of conduct bureau.
Sorry. I mean, in terms of, do you reduce the workforce, make them work more, or
No, you harmonize the agencies.
Yes.
You harmonize
Let me explain this to you, Babati.
Okay, just clarify what you. Yeah.
The high level understanding of, look, Kulata, I take your point, right? And I understand that what you are saying is, from what we see now, seems to be the actual contrast, to the reality of what we expected, But these are political appointments. Then we are talking about the civil service the civil service as a unit now, and then there were political appointments when he was in Lagos, right? But he was able to balance that while he introduced, the SAP technology and the Oracle in Lagos, and that actually evened out the hope, the whatever it was supposed to be the overbloated system then. So because when you introduce this, by the time if they actually want to do it, when they harmonize the system, technologically, what will happen is there will be transparent financial management in the system, right? If, for instance, let's focus on the SAP technology, for instance, or the Oracle now. This we are for the purposes of the transparent financial system now, which means you are basically automating the processes such as the budgeting processes, the procurement processes, and the expenses management, basically, right? So this will cut or probably reduce, the opportunities of certain sharp practices like embezzlement and misappropriation of funds, because when you align when you align and harmonize the system together now, they will be embedded in it. There will be, these check and balances technologically that will actually cut this in half. And then when you see that will lead to what Babati said, automation, which is electronic procurement.
But enigmatic, enigmatic, hold on. That only addresses efficiency, because what you're talking about is implementing an enterprise resources and resource planning software that you can do your record to report, you do your budgeting, you do your expense reporting, and so on and so forth. You also have payroll.
That will lead to certain for instance now, right? It will lead to a realistic audit trails and monitoring, and then by virtue of that, there will be whistleblower mechanism that we have in the US over here. In each of the departments they have an office of OIG, or office of Inspector General, that actually supervises and enforces that whistleblower.
Yeah, but enigmatic, it needs to go beyond a system implementation. We're talking about, this is not just a digital transformation. This is a full transformation, because you have to overhaul the parastatal. You have to look at their business processes. You have to harmonize it. You have to cut duplication of functions.
But you have to start from somewhere. When I'm trying to start from where they started in Lagos, then, right? When they started, what they started with, when they even had to extend it to the courts, right, to the judiciary, when he brought in Oshibanjo, right? You remember even Wale when during his training, he mentioned this, that it was like a pyramid to them, and they started from the technological harmonization of the civil service, and the public service in Lagos. So by the time you focus on that, then you will weed out, because in Abuja now, I can say it for a fact, there are so many civil servants, calculator, that probably comes to the office maybe once in a week. They stay maybe somewhere in Kafanshan, and they're supposed to be in Abuja, right? So
Yeah,
when
for those ones, you can just put simple time reporting, like, well, depending on their
yeah,
level, you can put simple time reporting and know who's
let
doing
me
what.
ask you a quick question. Have you experienced that of Lagos State? Because I had the privilege briefly.
I know when they were doing it now,
Okay.
Oracle, they started with Oracle payroll first.
Yes, and
I mean, sorry,
apart
Oracle
from that
HR.
Oracle payroll too, right?
Oracle
The
HR, yeah.
civil service itself, civil servants in Lagos State, as against the civil servants in Ondo State, in Ekiti State, and in Osun State. When you are in Lagos State, you will see, you will see the difference. So as it is now in ABJ, look at what Wike is trying to do now. Wike is trying his best. All these ministers, they will try their best, but until you introduce, make a departure from, when you are the vulnerabilities in technology generally, right, is people, technology, and the process. So when you take off when there's a clear departure from that people impact, the people factor of it, right, you're almost halfway done. So these evil servants, they are not robots. It doesn't take rocket science. If they can cut them in, if they can actually streamline the process in Lagos with this, we are starting like this, and these are the same people that actually, affected that processes in Lagos. The same Wale Edun, who was in the cabinet then, the same Cardoso, who is in the cabinet now, right? And they were able to find a way to rejig the system and even triple and probably quadruple their IGR. So when they do this, there will be even efficient document management with this, right? And then it will bring training and awareness. You know that when you do certain things, right, you get fired. You can't you can't actually say you come to the office like Babati said when what happened the other time with Umai. A minister was already in the office at maybe 8 o'clock or 8:30, and then he was supposed to have meetings with his directors around 9:30. None was in the office. And then he started calling them he started calling them, and most of them, they will switch up their number. There are probably 3 different lines. They will switch up the real number probably they gave to him, and he couldn't reach any one of them. So long story short, all these inefficiencies and lackadaisical attitude, because for instance, in the US over here, when your job starts at 9 o'clock, you don't get to work at 9. You get almost an hour or 30 minutes getting ready. But now the moral orientation and the ethical balancing of the civil service, until they see these technological advancements in the process, right, and the clear departure of that people factor of it, that is when they will get serious. Because
Any man,
you see that you are getting paid by what you are able to put in. If you don't work
any
on your
man.
40 hours in a week, then by the time you get paid, then you'll be that will be a departure from what they used to
Can
have.
we also introduce
Any
hourly
man.
pay as well?
Yeah,
Can we do that as well in Nigeria? Pay per hour instead of monthly pay. So you clock
no,
in and you are
that's not
paid based on that.
that would be a radical shift. But now,
No, no, no. That needs to be done, please. Honestly, you pay by the
Enigmatic.
hour.
it's not. I mean, things like
Babati, that kind of that's
it's,
not applicable
it's not applicable for now.
for every kind of employee.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
most likely for shift workers and hourly
yes.
workers.
And casual workers mainly.
Because of this
Yeah.
annoying people, no, what go no, they are.
Okay. Let me give you a brain something to juggle your brain here to tell you that this
But
woman.
just a second before, so that I will clear this with Kulata real quick. There is a
Okay.
certain agency, Kulata, that there are some few mind-boggling stuff that came out, and by the time one of the resolution was having to, employ some of these technological resources into it. And one of the factors that they actually paid attention to was the ethical AI and machine learning, process of that. What that actually did to that company, and it is actually paying for the last 6 months. It's this. How would I explain it? It's the ethical AI and the machine learning process focused on integrating the ethical AI and the learning algorithm within that SAP system. This was able and is still able to identify unethical patterns or behavior that indicates corruption, right? So which has actually
is Gen AI, Gen AI. That's the
okay,
buzz. That's the new buzz now.
Yeah, go. So they introduced that. Look, if Nigeria is serious, if they are able to even embed this into the civil service, two things will happen. It's either Tinubu will sleep and never wake up, because with Otumapo, the way they will go after him, or whoever they want to have or they will have to sit up, because this is actually working and it can work in Nigeria. It's just that do we have the willingness to do this? And I wish and I pray that we have such willingness, because I've seen it happen and I see the result.
Okay, enigmatic. Jide Drono, enigmatic. Let me juggle you guys, all your brain, to tell you that it is the human institution we are, the human being operating the human institution we are dealing with. Take, for instance, Ministry of Agriculture warehouse, where they have tires loaded fully. Then on a weekend, already they've put in a quotation for supply of tires. They came in with 6 trailers empty, loaded all these tires, bribed the gate men. Up to the gate men, the trailers will drive out. Then on Monday morning, the trailers will return with LPO. They are supplying the tires, and they collect the money within 5 working days. The auditors too will not come maybe until 9 months later, if they ever will come. That is actually, that could be about some 10, 20 million just gone like that. That is where our problem lies in Nigeria. Those small stuff we are not thinking of, which technology may not be able to solve. That's what is happening mostly.
So Baba and enigmatic. So here's what I do.
Later, hold on, before you come. Waiting they happen. Which one be sure later? And I today.
If you want to know,
do you want to throw your hat in the ring?
People are calm down now for young guys like us now.
Look at that.
Okay, so
the farmer needs a wife.
Boys now.
Serious, enigmatic. You see, here's the problem I have. The focus can't be system implementation, like bringing in enterprise planning resource and human resource software, or some EPM that brings all sorts of dashboards and reporting. The unnecessary report goes beyond that. If you're saying Tinubu is committed to doing real reforms, one of it is creating a Bureau of Public Service Reforms that kind of like sees to the overall implementation of reducing parastatals. Because if you implement a system, it still doesn't remove the duplication of functionality. Maybe things will work more efficiently, or will have more transparency, but it still doesn't eliminate the waste, right? There's still all sorts of things that you just need to collapse together. Look at even the ministries, like we have information, we have communication, I mean, it doesn't make sense. Like
big about the overlapping.
There's overlapping functionality. There's bloat. There's
I've been thinking about what
there are regulatory bodies that you don't even have a clue what they're doing. Yeah, there are all sorts of mushroom bodies that are not properly funded that could do with consolidation, and then you can improve what they do. So there's so many things that's not just a simple implementation. Yeah, you can catch ghost workers and all that stuff. That's fine. That's a significant dent. But Tinubu, in my opinion, is not committed to this unnecessary report.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed for that. But I think he has mentioned it, and that if he's able to at least, look, I'm not expecting any I'm not expecting any kind of a miracle from any politicians in Nigeria, because even where we live in this sinner climb, as we like to call it, right? They have their own embedded corruption in the system.
They're up there, Paul, in
But
farming.
there are ways to actually mitigate these the processes of these corrupt and malfeasance practices over here. If we can do half of that in Nigeria, especially in the civil service, right? Things we get a little bit better. And I was just giving you the example now. Compare the civil service in Lagos State, right? Or compare and contrast civil service in Lagos State side by side with any of the civil service in other states in Nigeria. You will see
Enigmatic.
functionality, a little bit
Enigmatic.
Enigmatic.
Corruption in
Eh?
Lagos State as well.
Sorry?
Don't let paint Lagos State as in Lagos. There's a huge.
No, Baba, you are not. I'm not saying it's all rosy like that, but at least
it's heavy there.
Where?
In Lagos as well.
Let me give you one example that I see. But let me give you an example.
Yeah.
In Lagos, look at their permanent secretaries, right? The permanent secretaries and most of the directors, especially those career directors or disparate secretaries. Look at them and go to other states and look at the parent secretaries and those directors. You will see there has been a seamless fine-tuning of the Lagos civil service process that basically gives people in their 40s the opportunity to rise to the peak of their career as against other states. Like this, the head of service now, the previous head of service in Lagos, the guy who's the confidential secretary to Tinubu now. What's that guy? Muri Okonla. Muri Okonla became head of service maybe 4 or 5 years ago. Go and look at his age, and go to other states and look at the head of service in those states and how old they are, and even the permanent secretaries.
Enigmatic.
So we are not saying these are perfect in Lagos, but either we like it or not, right? We can agree that Lagos seems to be like let me say, like the example that every other state, even if half of that they could copy, then we can take it to the top. It would have been different. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying Lagos is probably. I mean, ideally, we should have been expecting better than that in Nigeria now. But
all right.
we can't do better than what we can afford ourselves for now.
All right, let Jide come in. Maurice, you are late for class. So did you bring a note to explain why you are late for class, Maurice? Maurice. And NEPA don't strike. Look at that. Immediately NEPA don't strike you. Unmute.
Oh, just talking of late. Oh, they brought the light again. The NEPA just took like.
Is that how it is now? Is it still epileptic, on and off?
No. Like it stays like 4 hours, sometimes 5 hours. Then they will take it for like 1 hour, and then they bring it for like they bring it back for like another 3-4 hours. Then they take it for like 30 minutes, and then they bring it. Like they brought it since about 7:45. It's been on. They just took it now and they brought it back within like 10 seconds.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. I think Jide wanted to put a question to Enigmatic. So Jide put that question, and then after that, I want to play this clip. Somebody sent this clip in, and when I was watching it earlier, I immediately thought about Kulata. It's an argument that Tinubu is having with Kulata. So, but Jide, you first.
Okay. Enigmatic. You see what
sorry,
you
Jide, are you using a Bluetooth? Because this.
Okay, am I better now?
Yeah, carry on. We can hear you, but it seems somewhat echoey. But carry on.
Okay, Enigmatic. You see, the problem of our country is not the technology. I'm sorry. You are giving us a very good example in terms of Lagos. But do you know there's one factor that has helped Lagos that we might not be able to get in Nigeria? I wish we can get it. And that's the factor of continuity of purpose and continuity of ideology. I want us to all assume that the Supreme Court just says tomorrow that okay, Atiku is the winner of the election. What do you think will happen to everything that we know that Tinubu has been putting in place to make things go right? And this is the major source of corruption, and this is the major source of what these civil servants are doing in the civil service, because they know you won't be there for them, and they have who they are loyal to. And once another party comes in and it is their party, they are in jamboree again. So this is the major problem. We can put up the technology in this world. If all presidents, all political whatever that come in one after the other don't have the same ideology, don't have the same purpose to make Nigeria better, we will continue to find, because the system might be there, they might decide not to use it.
Excuse me.
This is one major issue. And I wanted to bring one man to one point. You know, Kolata made one statement sometimes ago. And today, when I was watching something on the TV, maybe that's the clip you wanted to play now. Tinubu said something in that direction. I'm beginning to see that there are brains in this chat or
What do you mean? What do you mean? You are beginning to see that they are
no,
brains.
because
Enigmatic is multiple master's degree. Ogbeni is a PhD teaching in Edinburgh, which is a Oxford Standard School. Rotimi is a Harvard graduate. Kulata is educated more than Wole Soyinka, and Babati, he knows how to make. He knows how to mop the.
one man. Why are you saying that? Is that
Abati is Babalawo.
It is Babalawo.
Babati man, Oman Daku ni Babati.
Why I use that word is it means that most of them on this platform can actually serve under the president directly if they are given the opportunity. It means that they have the brains. That's what I'm trying to say. Because
You know what it actually means. It actually means that there's a constance in good idea and good practices, and a functioning brain will find that pathway to it. So the good idea and a good practice they remain a constant, and anybody with a functioning brain. The examples of like Kulata, Enigmatic, or just yourself, all of the people that gather here, they know the pathway to good practice and functionality, as do the people in government. So when you see that synergy, it's only because they are functioning in the brain in the same way that we are.
Yes, one man. So what I was trying to say was, Kolata said something about not pursuing those corrupt people. Don't pursue them. Don't say you want to get the money back. Rather, try to just speak with them. See how you can get those dollars back into the economy. And I think that's what the president is trying to do.
Yeah, but that's not an original idea, though. That's an Atiku idea, by the way. That's not a Tinubu idea.
No, but one man, Atiku can say it. I don't believe them until they get there. Those people, they can say something and do something else. And not even with what he has displayed. I cannot trust him from here to the next junction. That man is not something to be trusted. So what I'm saying is that with what we have seen here, the problem with our country is just that, okay, Tinubu is 4 years. There's this sinusoidal effect that happens when one government is going, another one comes in. Once they don't share the same ideology, we have situations whereby one will take us 10 steps forward, another one will come in and take us 15 years backwards. And that is the problem. How do we overcome this problem? That's my question.
Okay, one man.
Can I say something to say a little bit to this?
Yeah, come in, Ajalik. Okay.
You see, the fundamental problem with the civil service in Nigeria is that our civil service has been politicized.
They are partisan.
They
Yeah,
have been
hold on. Let's Ajalik go. Yeah.
politicized. And as such, the disregard to the ethics of civil service is compromised. One man, if you may remember, the Auditor General, no, not the Auditor, yes, the Auditor General of the Federation, in his report, we treated it here last year, he reported the endemic of corruption in our civil service. Corruption. And because you see a situation when auditors, internal auditors, carried out their job of auditing, when it gets to a point where they should effect, the civil service rule and compliance, they will be stopped by politicians. Politicians will not let it. They will not let them, effect their responsibility. So you see a situation where the politician, holding the Auditor General of the Federation in carrying out his official assignment effectively. If the federal government has given that resources to the Auditor General, resources that is needed to prevent all these corrupt practices that you see going on in the civil service in Nigeria, you see, a lot of changes will have been carried out. But you see a situation, number one, the Auditor General is not giving enough staff to cover all the ministry and the parastatals. How would you prevent fraud? Because the job of the auditors is to ensure that is to prevent, is to implement compliance. But where you see that they don't have enough staff to effect what they should be doing, then it gives room for corruption to free flow everywhere. And at any time that they caught somebody and they want to make sure that they effect the law on that person, the politician will stop them, particularly when the politicians were caught in that process. So most of these things that we are blaming civil servants, politicians are the one behind all these things, because politicians are at the head of every ministry and parastatals. There is nothing that they will do in most of the time that politicians are not aware of it. So if when they are carrying out, if they want to carry out whatsoever, like Enigmatic was saying the other time that on also report, Tinubu is trying to effect it. Yeah, good. But the prevention team, fraud prevention team, which is the auditors, if they are not empowered,
if you don't have them, enough of them on the ground, then you cannot prevent fraud, because they are the ones that understand how the civil service work. They understand when at any time when they are, politician or in any ministry, they are trying to effect corruption. They can know from the beginning, and they know how to stop it. They know how to prevent it, and they know how to catch them. But when you don't have them on the ground, you cannot. There's no way you can effect. Technology cannot do everything. Yes, deployment of technology can work, but when you don't have people that can even monitor the technology well, then the use of technology will be useless. So auditors in every ministry to be part to do their monitoring, to check on how the finances how finances of each ministry is carried out. For them to monitor it is very, very essential. So that is my point. If they don't get the auditors on the ground, enough auditors on the ground in each ministry and parasata, they cannot stop this corruption. Because when they have it, they are responsible to, what do you call it, the auditor general. And the auditor general to be empowered
Babaja, can I interject? Because I seem to agree with Enigmatic. See, Enigmatic seems to, I don't know, but the way Enigmatic presented the situation, it seems to really have an answer on what is happening, whether by the virtue of his work environment. You see, one thing we misrepresent about technology is technology is to replicate human processes, but at a better rate, and it be able to help you keep the log of what human being normally will not be able to keep. Now, those days, if the auditors were to audit you, they start looking for your profile, cabinet, everything, maybe what technology we achieve just in 5 minutes, they may even spend like 2 months still searching for everything. And some people can even destroy evidences.
No, Allah, I'm not saying that. They can use technology, but auditors must be on the ground.
I'm coming. Ajali Koko.
To monitor the compliance.
Now,
yes.
you know the first thing Asiwaju did when he got to Lagos was when he brought that thing. He didn't just bring that technology. He made sure that he presented the financial.
Corruption is going on in Lagos. We know we don't have to be saying all those things. We have people going on working there. It's still flowing heavily.
Ajali Koko, we are missing the point. Technology is not to eliminate corruption 100%. Technology is to reduce corruption. Yes. As you are reducing the corruption, people will come with another method, another tactics again. You improve your technology to counter them. So, till the end of the world, there will always be corruption. And human being must always be countering those corruption. So what I'm saying is this. Asiwaju didn't just deploy that technology only, but you printed the financial document. What will that financial document tell you that, okay, so amount come into our treasury, and this particular amount is going out. Okay, Lagbaja, you are the one using this. Okay, can you explain to us how you are using all those? So that is what technology will help you do. But
Ola, this conversation is about implementation of Oronsoye report. So what I don't like whenever we have all this argument, especially here, is we don't have a broad view. We take a microscopic lens on one area, and then you talk about that small area. Yes, what you talk about is true, but then you have to also look at the bigger picture of what is Oronsoye report trying to achieve. There's a place for technology in it, and of course, Alajuluku is spot on. There's a place for audits in it, especially if you implement technology without good SOD, without good segregation of duties and security. So you still need an auditor. But look at the broader picture, because the goals of that Oronsoye report is is restructuring federal government, Technology alone will not restructure federal government.
Kulata, it's like you are getting
technology will expose all those things, because this is what we are saying.
You're listen to what I said. You're only taking one menu. You're only taking one part.
Kulata, hold on.
Kulata,
Let me say this.
I
Ola, hold on a
understand you
second, Ola.
properly. No, enigmatic. Just give me a minute. I
Okay.
understand you properly. See, where you don't have a monetary system, people hide. When you have technology, even if you want to reduce the workforce,
I don't think you understand my argument here. What is the goal of our report is rationalization of government agencies, right? One of those things is cost reduction and efficiency gains, right? That's just one. Other ones is hold on. Other ones is reduction in the number of parastatals. Other one is streamlining regulatory agencies. And then there are others like improve oversight, privatization is there. But we can't be myopic about just the technology aspect is my point. Let's look at it from the broad view of our report.
Kulata,
let me say this. Ola, just a second, please. Let me say
I don't
this.
think we can implement that stuff now. We're in a recession, right? Where people need to keep their jobs. If we're implementing the reports and streamlining services for efficiency, it means we are cutting costs and we are telling people to go home. Yes, you are right. Technology cannot solve corruption. It's not every government parastatals, ministries, or commission that are revenue collecting agencies.
Okay, that's the maker talking, right?
Yes, we have.
Okay,
but we still have corruption.
You know the role of technology very well. See, you can't just say because someone carry paper and go to you and say, "Oh, we are not doing anything." Just by the word of mouth of someone, you just fire people and say, "Go." What we are saying is this: you must have something that it will even give you the metrics that you know that this your metrics is reliable and you can always follow through, not just by assumption and start this thing. So that technology will help you. Okay, Kulata.
You are boxed into efficiency and cost reduction. That's all what technology does. Look, I don't want to explain. When you are doing an organization transformation, technology is just one of the components you're going to do.
Of course, but let me expand this to you. I understand what you are saying. You say
Kulata, anybody, let me make this point, please.
Okay.
You see, what I'm saying is, look, civil service is governed by law. And the civil service rule, to effect it, you must have auditor and compliance team to effect that rule. The problem with us is that rule that guide the civil service, the running of civil service, is not followed by the politician and the civil servant. So, but if you have that team of people that are auditors or the compliance team that can monitor and make sure that that rule is followed to the letter, corruption will be killed or minimized to the barest minimum. Because before you even do procurement, there are rules that to be fulfilled. Before doing anything, there are rules that to be fulfilled. But you see people in position, not following that rules in order to perpetrate corruption. That is the problem.
Okay,
they don't
Babaja.
follow the rules.
The point I was trying to make.
For those people need tools. That's what we are saying.
Speaking from the point of view of Kulata, I understand what he's saying, but when I started, like Ola said, technology is not implemented to 100%, right? Mitigate the processes of corruption or whatever. It's just one of those stopgap measures you have to make. For instance, technology will complement whatever the Oronsanye report is preaching, so to say now. Of course, we can argue the fact that probably if what is happening now, the reality on ground, or probably what Tinubu is doing is a clear contrast from the from the intendment of that Orosanye report. That's another conversation for another day. But the efficacy of technology with Orosanye report, if it is meant to be robustly implemented, first of all, when you look at even the workflow automation of the civil service itself, I said about the people factor of it, right? That even the minimization of that manual intervention, the people intervention, that reducing the risk of that, corrupt practices around and within that space alone, which we create more viability within the business processes. That will be a germane point that will actually even ingratiate the possibility, right, and the efficacy of what that Orosanye report will bring on board. Because you cannot actually effectively implement Orosanye report as it is now within the Nigeria's federal civil service, right? With a clear departure from technology, it's going to be a failure. Because
Enigmatic, I agree with you. If we say that there's going to be a partial implementation of Orosanye report, because even the line of thought you're in, let's look at procurement, right? If you put procurement in Oracle or SAP or whatever, and of course, you're going to have workflow approval rules and say, okay, anything over 10,000 naira or whatever needs to be approved by this person. Anything 1 million, go to the next level. You can do supervisor hierarchy. You can do the
clear access control and authorization process in place.
Access control and authorization will be there, and then you can say three-way matching. That you can require three-way matching, meaning you actually receive the goods before anybody cuts a payment. Otherwise, you won't be able to pay. You can do all those nice stuff. And in the area of payroll, you can verify the ID of the person. There are many things you can do in modern software like Workday and so on and so forth. Fine. But if we say Tinubu is committed to a Orosanye report, I think we need to be just clear about it and say, okay, maybe cost efficiency, cost reduction and efficiency improvement in the Orosanye report. Maybe it's political suicide, like Emeka alluded to, and also Diwali, because of course, if you're implementing an Orosanye report, you are going to be sacking people. Let's be honest with ourselves. You're going to sack people in a period where we have an economic downturn. That will actually be a negative impact on the GDP of the country. So if we say, okay, it doesn't have the balls to fully implement it, and it's just technology, which will cut corruption, it's not going to remove duplicate agencies, it's not going to cut waste, in the broader scale, but at least it will make things more efficient, cut corruption and co. Then I don't have any argument.
Okay. But, when Baba Aja was speaking, right, he was talking about the compliance and the laws. And this is how this can play into this Orosanye report. Because I'm trying to tie everything now to the technology effect of it and how they can actually synergize that, right, and get a very robust report. Result out of that. Even there is even the possibility of the configuration of this system now, right? That we have a strict adherence to anti-corruption compliance laws and the regulations that will be embedded in it, because this will easily generate reports for you, that is required for regulatory compliance. So, for instance, in the Ministry of Finance, right, when this if it is effectively implemented, when there's this integration of these anti-corruption laws into that, and you have the correct, as you just highlighted, a correct workflow that even has all the implementation of the IAM, right, and the access control, the SOG, and everything. At least there will be, like I said, I'm not expecting 100% actualization of that, but at least 50%. Then the civil servant, they will understand that this consciousness.
The monitoring tools.
God bless. There will be consciousness within the system that because you cannot compare the federal civil service with Lagos State. Those people, they are hardcore. Kulata, if you know directors, peers, if you know what they have in that ABJ, you'll be surprised. Most of them are richer than their ministers, all those civil servants you are looking at, right? So
the data analytics and the predictive modeling of the technology, when it is well predicted and well composed, well implemented, it will identify even potential areas of corruption, and it will basically enable a proactive measure to even prevent it before it even occurs. So there will be mitigation processes even before. You'll be having to focus on preventative measures now, right? Even before going to the mitigation or the segregation of it at all. So this is my own way of saying if it can happen in the US here, in Canada, in the UK, within their civil service, within their public service, right? Who tells you they cannot do what they do in Nigeria, the shenanigans they do in the civil service over here? But because there's a regulated system and it is well implemented and embedded in the civil service processes here, if they see it as a means of their livelihood, when you get into the service, then things will change. It just depends on the implementation and the willingness, the political willingness of that political class.
All right, let's pivot the conversation to this clip. There is something that Tinubu said in this clip that runs contrary to a stance that Kulata has said repeatedly on this platform.
Sorry to cut you short. I have things to take care of real quick. But before I go, I wanted to talk about the Alaba stuff. Maybe I can say it and just have my own.
All right. Have your input on that space. Let me shuffle. Let me shuffle Ekene back on because that's his space. Okay. But carry on. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not gonna sound condescending to those Alaba folks, but look, there is this growing political, let me say, apathy now to every conversation that comes to Alaba, Ladipo, and especially the conglomerates of those people from the southeast. Do you know that Agege was logged, where you have the plethora of the northern people? Almost 10 different areas, Balogun, and almost, I can tell maybe 10 of them have been logged and they believe there must have been a communication and correspondences, right, before they even logged this place. So when they actually want to reduce everything to the pedestal nature of politics and probably let me say the pedestrian, to actually make everything so irrelevant, you are not the government. They have a state to run. You either do what you're supposed to do by what we just say now. It's either you comply strictly by the laws of the land, right? Or you find a way to adjust yourself. There should be flexibility in their thinking, and there should be flexibility in the way they carry out their businesses. They've seen now that Lagos State is not playing with their environment. The new commissioner of environment, Wahab, people should go and check Wahab Dosumu. He cares less a huge about it's just like Wike. You can cry and whine as much as you want. If you violate the processes and the laws of engagement of the land, you are going for it. So there's no way that in Agege, where they sell cows, where you have the northerners, right? All they did was they came together and they did what they were supposed to do. In all the places where you have other people, they did everything. But when it came to this place, they are trying to protest. Protest for what? Protest for what? Is it possible that we just sit here and believe that all of a sudden Lagos State woke up under the purview of a commissioner and they went to lock up Alaba Market overnight without correspondences? No, they should show us whatever they have. We can't continue like this. When you live in the UK, one man, even within the landlord association of your neighborhood, if you violate one of their rules, there are certain rules and guidelines. So why do we always have to resort, right, to this pedestrian level almost every time? They should do the right thing, but Wahab, those more people should check in. He's not the one to tell
enigmatic
stuff like that.
Enigmatic. I want to correct you.
Hold on, but I will advise them. What I'm just saying is now, admonish them. If they want to continue like this, it's up to them, and let's see how it pans out. Let's see the result, because it can't always be only one
area
Let
that
me
we will
say,
always be giving the
let
problem
me
to
say
the state.
something enigmatic. Let me say something. When I came here, nobody said I talk anything about politics. I came here, I presented the situation as it is, how we do it in Alaba market. You came to lock a space without any information, or even after you have locked it, you couldn't give a clear definition on the reason why you did so. I told you in Alaba market, if you watch the clip very well, not from my message, but from the chairman of the market, that even the lawman which they claim that did that stuff denied that knowledge,
The lawman.
denied they knew anything about it. Yeah,
The lawman. Okay.
yeah.
Let me ask. Let
The
me.
the the,
One
the
man. I will
people
send
they
this
pay
to you.
the woman that used to collect that money. The chairman
Oh,
called him this
hold
morning.
on, Ekene.
I thought,
Hold on, Ekene.
yeah,
One thing first. I'm not saying this right in response to what you. I wasn't even here when you said anything. I didn't even know you've come to the floor to say anything. I'm basically saying what Lagos State government is saying now by the SSA to the government on media. Jag, he posted something on there, one man, and the
those
commissioner of
things we know it. Just
hold
even
on,
before that man came to say,
hold on, Ekene, hold on,
even before
Ekene,
this administration.
hold on, Ekene, just a second. The commissioner himself, look, we can pretend and people can actually advocate, right, their cause now, but it is audible, right, to the deaf. It is clear to the blind that for the past 2 weeks or 3 weeks, there has been a campaign of cleanliness in Lagos State. They've been locking shops, they've been locking stores, they've been locking from every different angle. Then it should be a sound, a signal, right? At least, let's for instance now to Alaba now that they will come to them at a point. So when they come to say they want to protect, the chairman can say anything he wants to say to his comrades, right? To his lieutenants.
Enigmatic.
Then the
You
government
see,
has the
All
right.
right, all
the
right,
point I'm
gentlemen.
trying to make is this.
All right, have that final word. I want to move away from that space because I think
Yeah,
we've already.
the point I'm
I'm
trying to
keen
make
to
is,
play this video. So yeah.
yeah, the
Okay,
point
move
I'm
on.
trying to make to you, Enigmatic, the point I'm trying to make to you is this. Alaba, I told you here that Alaba has won even the award of the most cleanest market in Lagos State. Alaba has won that award. And when you come to Alaba has the rules. They have a section, which is sanitary section, that take care of that rules and regulation. That even if you drop a pure water in the space of Alaba market, you are being fined 500 naira.
All right.
So
Okay.
it's there. It's
All
not that
right.
the market is ignorant of what is
I
happening
will
in
leave
there.
it at that.
But
Okay, let me.
they coming to
I've said what I have to say.
they coming to the space of, yeah. I want to still put this position before he goes. I want to just one thing, one man.
All right.
And they coming to the space of Loma. Alaba is not owing Loma any money. The last bill they brought to Alaba was on the September 3rd. Alaba paid on the 26th of September. So even in terms of monetary aspect, Alaba is not owing. So we are still asking question, what's the reason? And the whole number we call denied that knowledge of what happened. And that's the problem. So if they were sincere, they would have said to us, this is what we do, or this is the law we violated. Then we know how to follow it. But they later call them for a meeting. Maybe when they come back on that meeting, maybe when they come back on that meeting, we'll know what happened.
But look, I think what I would say they've made their laws, and then whoever wants to do otherwise, then they have the state to face. And I wish Alaba people the best.
Subsidy. These factors distorted the money supply and created an unfair playing field for an elite crop of unpatriotic forces. But that is no more. It's gone. We have tackled these changes headlong. That is the hallmark of the leadership that I believe in and that you believe in. The question you asked me that day, will you have the courage to do the following? I answer all of you, yes. My government has introduced ZEFRA, measures to resuscitate the economy, including 500 billion naira intervention to support small-scale businesses and the agricultural sector. By January 2024, the new student loan program must commence. To the future of our children and students, we are saying no more strikes. There must be consumer credit. The scheme we have to come to effect as soon as possible. I thank my team and my colleagues to build this program. Develop it now. We cannot talk about anti-corruption when you have to look for cash to buy a car, when there's no mortgages for homeownership. Where do you expect a civil servant to have 3 billion, 3 million, 5 million for houses without corruption? If you don't change and plan the welfare of your judiciary, and you ask them to be fair, render justice with mercy, with an hungry stomach, new and affordable home will also be built at a record space, I assure you. We have all felt the pain of these reforms. Soon, we shall begin to reap the rewards. It is my hope that this summit will deliberate and provide yet more solutions to complement the programs mentioned above, to mobilize finance for sustainable development. We have simultaneously commenced an aggressive domestic and external mobilization of financial resources and capital from a wide range of partners. Among several initiatives, we are progressing forward with the development of wide-range reforms to our fiscal and tax policies to ensure an efficient and fair growth-friendly fiscal environment. You've heard this Central Bank of Nigeria about 43 items. I've read all the comments, nearly. But there must be a clear line between monetary policy and fiscal policy. Are these items on trade embargo? No. So you only push them to the parallel market. Yeah, let's compete for whatever is available, where the government will struggle and work hard to bring more investment into the economy in order to manage the exchange rate. That is my resolve. To harness our human capital, we must protect the socio-economically vulnerable and vanquished forever the crippling multidimensional poverty affecting our land. As we move aggressively to end hunger and protect all Nigerian children, consistent with our commitment to enshrine fairness and the rule of law in our country. This government will uphold the sanctity of every legitimate contract. Specifically as it relates to foreign exchange obligations of the government, all the forward contracts that the government has entered into will be honored. I believe in the definition of our profession that I inherit the asset and liability of my predecessor. The framework has been put in place to ensure that these obligations are met in due course. My government is not blind to the challenges several of you are facing in the financial markets. I can only allay these concerns by revealing that we have a good line of sight for the additional foreign exchange liquidity that is required to restore market confidence. And we are going to do that. Further details elaborating on the specific of this far-ranging initiative to deepen foreign exchange liquidity and improve confidence across all stakeholders will be shared by the coordinating Minister of Economy and the Governor, Central Bank of Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a $1 trillion economy is possible. By year 2026.
So that is exactly where I wanted him to land on.
Okay.
By the year 2026, he said.
Okay. Let me calculate it. What is our GDP right now?
430 something.
About 400.
430 something.
About 400 billion.
Let me tell you.
We are
Let's
like
use back of okay.
something.
No, we are not up to 500.
It's 300 plus. We are not 400.
I think we're 450. I think we're 450.
No.
We've devalued. We've devalued now.
We are
about 370 or 367.
Okay, let's use for the purpose of back of the napkin calculation.
Let's use 400.
Let's say 400.
Sorry, Kulata. Morris, I see you there. I'll come to you just after Kulata gives us the submission, but I carry on, Kulata.
Okay, so we're saying 400 billion, right?
Correct.
400 billion to 1 trillion, right? In 2026, is that what you called it?
Yeah.
Yes, 2026, yes.
Okay, let me quickly do the math. It's not going to take me time. So we need to look at what will be the annual GDP growth rate. Okay, annual GDP growth rate. From this year, we're almost at the end of 20. Tinubu said rubbish, but hold on. So that's from 2024.
Yeah,
so that's the annual GDP growth rate from 2024 to 2026, right? To grow the GDP. What the
it's
fuck
impossible.
is Tinubu talking about?
It's not possible.
You know what I think? I think he's looking at a quantum leap move, or is
one man.
It's not
one man.
Let's be honest, right? Let's be honest, right?
One man.
I love this man. I do. You understand? You see, what he just said is ambitious. I don't know if it's going. I don't know.
Emeka. Let's use the right language. What he said is ridiculous.
Why is it ridiculous?
Okay, let me tell you why it's ridiculous. I've done the math. If you want to grow GDP I mean, this is back of the napkin maths, right? I mean, with real calculations. If you want to grow GDP from the year 2024 to 2026,
2
your
years,
GDP, yeah,
26, 30 months.
3
So
years. So you guess
I think
what
he made
your
a statement.
GDP? Hold on, let me just throw a question here.
He made
Let
a
me throw a
mistake.
question.
What I
Please
read
let
before he
Kulata
made
land
the
now.
mistake.
Hold on. Let me throw a question here. What do you think your annualized growth rate will be if you go on to grow 400 billion to 1 trillion from 2024 to 2026? What we have to hit at the minimum annually? The growth
350,
rate.
400.
400,
Percentage,
400,
in percentage, sorry.
400.
Percentage.
That will be in the 20% to the 30%.
Hold on
Double
now,
digit.
Fail. Make a fail.
Kolata, you're looking at it on the steady trajectory of what is known. But Tinubu said this post the election, and is now saying this 4-5 months into his administration that this is
Fine.
a So
Let's average it out, say. Let's
but
average it out.
he's not looking at it as a trajectory growth. He's looking at it as a quantum leap.
Hey, so everything you boils down to numbers, right? Emeka said 20%. 20%, Emeka, sorry. 20% a year is not going to get us there.
Okay. Let me respond to you, Kulata.
We need to grow short. Even at 100%,
I want to respond just the same way one man is responding. You see,
audacious.
But Ola throw percentage there. This is not verbal. This is math.
It's 130%.
I'm not throwing percentage, but wait, let me just present my own situation. You are looking at it based on what we have now. But you are not looking at it that what we have in the past under Buhari, you are not looking at it whether we perform aggressively. Wait now. Wait.
It's compounding. Ola story. Compound. This is compound interest. Let's not talk story.
Now, wait now. You only talk about the information you have, right?
The information is simple now. Ola, we have beginning, we have end. What is the percentage? Compound interest. Why are you talking? You did engineering like I did engineering.
Forget about the engineering. Let's just
so what is the compound interest that will get us from 400 billion to 1 trillion in 3 years?
Wait, Kulata now. The thing is this: if you are looking at it based on the current aggressive order performance, you'll be correct. Wait,
Kulata,
we are somewhere.
Kulata, you're saying 3 years.
No, don't do that now. One voice now. Did you not see the comment I was showing you? People saying go on.
No, so Kulata, you are correct based on what you can see now because we are underperforming aggressively. But this is an experienced guy.
I'm not asking you. Hold on. You have to hold on. I'm not asking you what we're doing or what we're not doing. The man said he's going to get us to 1 trillion in 3 years, and I said, "What's the math?" Don't go into all those storytelling. We don't need storytelling.
It's a mistake. Let's correct his statement. It was actually projected at 8 years, not 3 years. He made a
so if he made a mistake, let's say he made a mistake.
He made a mistake. It's a mistake. It's a mistake.
How do you know, Emeka? Tell me.
I have read it. I have read it last week. Wait, hold on, guys. I have read it last week.
Hold on, Emeka.
Hold on, I am correcting the impression.
I'm going to mute you. Emeka, you have to let people speak. Ola has been trying to just, whether you disagree, let him land it. Ola, go on.
Yeah, say Kulata, when this guy is speaking, you don't know, maybe because it's not coming out with his full policy, with what he wants to do. Now, if this guy decides to open various sectors of the economy that we've not even explored for a very long time, assuming he has information to open up maybe about 20 sectors.
Okay, Ola. Let's assume Tinubu employs Aladdin. And he says, what does Aladdin? One man, what does Aladdin say? They make a wish. Let's just say he employs Aladdin. They open up whatever open up. Tell me the annual abacadabra. Tell me the growth rate, because all this is grammar. Just tell me the math.
Kulata, it's not possible. Let's correct the impression first now. We're arguing on a mistake here. Let's get the facts right. It is 8 years. He made a mistake. It's a mistake. It's on Vanguard. Go to Vanguard and
Emeka,
you see
I will not just necessarily go against this man. I want to hold him to his
Okay, let me just answer the question. Let me tell you the math. So we just cut this BS.
You don't have enough
Let me
information
just
for your
because
mathematics.
I've done the maths now, it's compound interest. Ola, to get to 1 trillion from 400 billion starting from 2024, we have to grow annualized rate of 35.77% year in, year out. 35.7%. How many countries can sustain that level of growth in such a short time? If you're going to get 35.9% in 2024, we should have seen the signs. We're in November. We're effectively in November right now. The country shuts down. Hold on, please. The country effectively shuts down after I think I'm in America. I was saying after Thanksgiving. What the hell am I talking about? Nigeria shuts down. Large part of 2 weeks in December gone. So we have November and 3 weeks. And then starting from 2024, we have to grow at the minimum 35.77%. Tell me how that is possible.
Okay, Kulata, like
He made a mistake.
Okay, you say I should
he
tell
made
you
a
something,
mistake.
right? And I
Let
want
me
to,
pose
and
the
I
link.
want to
It's
give
a
my opinion.
mistake.
My
It's a
opinion is
mistake.
this: you don't have enough information. As currently as we have now, Nigeria is performing like almost 200% below what should be our GDP. Now, you don't know if this guy can see where we cannot see. And
can we grow 35%?
Wait now. Do you know why I will not argue with this guy? This guy made some kind of bold statement in the past about the revenue of Lagos, about what he's going to do, and he did it. So the question is this: he has information. Rather than saying it's not possible, I would like for us to interrogate what are those things he's going to do to get there.
Even in the best of time, it's not possible.
Wait, if he managed to even get 50% of it, then that is some kind of a measurable achievement. It doesn't mean he has to get it to 100%. But as he's saying it, we are already giving some kind of a pessimistic and doom prediction that it's impossible. He doesn't have to do it 100%.
No, don't calm down. Look, go check the history of the world, of humanity, and show me where there's consistent growth, compounded 35.7%.
Okay, Kulata, let me ask you a question.
He doesn't need to get to 1 trillion. We don't need to, but we know his direction.
Kulata, let me ask.
We're going on the premise that he said 1 trillion, and I think there might be some merit in what Ola is saying. That because the country,
there's zero merit.
No,
there's wishful thinking.
No, the country went into hibernation under Buhari, and Ola is suggesting that might well be even a negative of 200%.
You see what is really, I'm not even talked about our structural problems that we're still yet to figure out. We're talking about we're losing, our currency is still losing value day in, day out. We've not talked about that. Our liquidity problems is not disappeared. All this stuff, and then you're telling me next year we're going to hit 35.77%. When the current IMF projection is 2.9% of growth for us. 2.9.
Kulata, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so in 2026, where do you think that if we perform well, where do you think we can be in 2026?
I can give, if we perform well, if Tinubu is knocking it out of the park, I will say Tinubu will be reaching between 6 to 7% starter. If he's starting to knock it out of the park, 6 to 7% annually. If he's kind of tearing, if the thing is kind of like on fire, we'll be reaching between 8 to maybe 10% when we're on fire. We can't get on fire till this guy has sat down with his policies, implemented it, maybe year 5, if he's given a second term.
Okay, Kulata, let me counter you. In year 2000, when Obasanjo arrived, Nigeria GDP was at 69%. When Okonjo-Iweala and Co. rebased our GDP, we were going to about 0.5 trillion. Now, when you look at it, when you look between that 2000 and after 2012, if my memory is not failing me, when Okonjo-Iweala rebased that thing, that is super aggressive jump, radical jump in that GDP. It simply means that as at the time we based our GDP at 69 billion, it simply means that we were seriously underperforming. Now, this guy that is coming, I'm telling you that maybe you don't even know the information he has. Maybe our GDP is not even what we are even talking about now. And
okay, so your reference, hold on. Let's stick to that area. What year did we rebase our GDP?
I think around 2012 or thereabouts. I can't remember.
No, it was during Obasanjo's time.
Okay,
No,
so can someone answer me? Can someone find out?
No, Jonathan's time. Sorry. Ola is correct.
But can someone find out the year? There's a reason I'm asking.
Let me find out.
Thank you.
So when you look at something like that, and then don't forget that there are a lot of projects going on, and there are some infrastructural projects even done by this Buhari that is still not fully utilized. So now we are still talking of the mineral resources now that I was trying to analyze yesterday. You don't even know the policy around that. You don't even know what Ajaputa will turn to in the next 3 years. Then you wait now. You don't know what the power supply of the grid. You don't even know what it's going to turn into. So the thing is this: we have the possibility of many or several sectors going simultaneously,
firing in all directions. Yes.
So we don't know. I just want to say that okay, Tinubu is not a dead brain because he has been there. Don't forget that he's a professional in this aspect. Whether you and I like it, this guy.
I got you.
2013.
2013. We rebased in 2013, Abi.
Yeah.
So
our GDP in 2013, the growth rate is 6.67. In 2014, 6.31. But so that's the growth rate. Rebase means like we recalculated it and then whatever growth. So assuming we rebase it, right? We rebase. What's our new base? Let's just say 500. I don't know. We call it 500 billion. Abi, we've not even talked about that we devalued though. What that impact is into our GDP. We're just still using that old number, 400 and something. You guys know that's the old number, right? So we've not even factored that. Okay, Naira has been officially devalued. Nobody has talked about that. I'm even giving you the best case scenario. And then you now say you rebase. So when you rebase, are you going to rebase 1 time, 2 times, 3 times to get you a compounded rate of 35.77%? In the history of mankind. In the history of mankind. Someone, hold on. Let me make this point. In the history of mankind, show me a country that has grown that rate year after year for 3 years. China did not do it. Please, someone tell me who has done it before.
Allah, we cannot achieve what that Baba is saying. In the next 3 years, I think we're gonna be struggling on recovery.
No, when you look at 2013, you will see that it has happened before. So saying this, Baba cannot.
It hasn't happened before. I'm looking at the numbers right now. I want you to tell me when it happened. The best GDP growth rate we have. The best GDP growth. I mean, outside of the rebasing is just rebasing. But in terms of GDP growth, the only year we had double digits since 1999. Let me give you the numbers now. Don't try and what's it called? In year 2002, we got 15.33%. But the 2 years before that, when Obasanjo started, we started with 5.02. And 2001 we went to 5.92. 2002 went to 15.33. And then we had 7.35, 9.25, 6.446. And it's kind of like stayed around that time. And then you're telling me we're going to jump to 35, 35, and 35.
In your calculation, that's the problem. See, you are being linear.
So it's compound interest, Ola.
The first mistake here was the president misspoke here. The CBN governor, right, Cardoso has said in 8 years, and they were looking at a projection of 10% for 8 years. So even at 10%, it is still very aggressive.
Very aggressive.
very aggressive, you're firing. So he misspoke. But what I like about his statement here is the direction that they are going to. For him to come out openly and publicly to say this, yes, it means that his administration wants to grow the economy, but it's not possible in 2 years, it's not possible in 3 years. In 10 years, it's possible. So, but
The
they are
question I see
targeting
also
8
the
years.
like of filmmaker is this: how do you know it's not possible? What are your metrics?
It's not
Because
possible. They have never achieved it, Ola. It's not.
Can I
China
say
has
something?
not even achieved it.
Can
China
I say
has
no,
not
something?
achieved it.
forget about whether they have achieved something.
China is the only economy that is growing at the fastest pace,
Ola, we are
and they've not
recording
achieved it.
losses. How do we recover? That is number
They've
one.
not achieved it.
TNT recover.
All right. Hold on, everyone. Ola is insisting that it's possible. So let him then explain how he sees it. So Ola, yeah. Ola.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When you don't have information, you don't just make bold statements. Now, we should be looking at how this one to. Okay, now I challenge everyone now. Can everybody quantify the impact of insecurity to our GDP? Insecurity.
There is now that number. Let me find the number. Hold on. I have that number. Hold on.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. I have it.
I
mean, I used to have it. Continue.
Okay. Another thing now is that if we have about 60% of our economy in the informal sector, please, can you put figure into that? Now, the informal sector, if this guy implements a system and bring the informal sector to the formal sector, can you get that impact? And what percentage of informal sector do you think represent our GDP? So this thing is that when I say this guy, don't think he's a fool. You know what to say. If our informal sector is not part of our GDP now, if this guy goes by the way of calculation and put the informal sector and harmonize everything, and all of a sudden the thing jump up, and we are saying you cannot do it. See,
by pulling the informal sector,
that we don't have, we should not just
it is the how.
Can I say something? Because I don't see coordination in all this, because all this thing happened today. Even the finance minister came out to say that in the next 3 weeks, they are pumping about 10 billion naira into the forex market and all that. And according to the interview that was held today by China, this interview that one man showed here.
10 billion naira or 10 billion.
$10 billion. $10 billion in the next 3 weeks. Okay, where are you getting the money from? They are borrowing. The man confirmed media they are borrowing. But not necessarily from IMF and the World Bank. Maybe they have other targets, how they will get that money.
They
so
said they
it's
are
not that the money is
borrowing
down.
they said they are borrowing from sovereign wealth, which is to tell you that Saudi sort of people.
Yes.
So I have some number. Let me give you the.
Hold on. Let Ekene land. Ekene, yeah.
So I don't see the coordination in their speech today. When you're still going the way of borrowing and all that, where are you injecting it? How are you going to? Because even as Shehu was Shehu confirmed, what Shehu asked that guy was, why do we have blameless leaders? What happens to the years that we used to use cocoa? That many of the industries we have today, or many of the development we have today, were built by cocoa and some agricultural sector. There were times that our agricultural sector was the main source of our revenue. What happened to those days? Our leaders are not going towards that direction again. Even if you borrow this money, how are you going to utilize it to generate this fund you are talking about? Is it not about the sharing again?
Let me nullify Kulata once and for all. I will post my link in the chat forum. You see
so
one thing Kulata is this. No,
I have the number. Can I read the number?
I want to nullify you and I post the link. You see one thing, as it's calculated by the work economists, that Nigeria informal sector, which is not part of that calculation of our GDP, stand at 57.7%. That is 1.168 billion. That is 1.16 trillion. Now, see, these guys, they want to go after taxation. Now you find a system now to now bring the informal sector into our formal sector. Now, if he's able to capture just 5%, 50% of the informal sector and bring it into the formal sector, already he has grown. He will claim that he has grown the GDP to already 1 trillion GDP. This is why I'm saying that information sometimes when we have
What
information
what will we
asymmetry.
capture in the informal sector that will
this thing?
See, the thing is, you can't do is that, like I said, we can only argue based on our limited knowledge. You can't argue with
Ola, one thing I'm going to say is I'm going to place a bet of $10,000. Ajanle Koku can take the money that will wait. We're going to put it in an interest bearing. We're going to put it in an interest bearing account, and I'm going to come back in year 2026, inshallah, all of us being alive, and I'm going to collect your money.
Who is going to bet with you? I'm too.
No, I want you to bet with me that we're not going to get to 1 trillion. And I want you to bet with me. I'm also going to make the bet. I'm also going to make the hold on. I'm also going to make the bet easy for you and tell you that by end of 2026, we will not go beyond 7% annually.
I'm not only an American engineer like you, but I'm a businessman like you.
No, this is not because I want to put my money where my mouth is. To tell you 35.77% is impossible.
The first rule when you talk to a businessman is this: when you ask the businessman a question, they will tell you it depends. So
7% is China level, India level. That's like India level.
Yes, by today's economic standard, I think 7% is okay.
Awesome, very good.
One man, I put a link. Look at that link. You can paste the link for those people that want to.
Me, I'm putting my money on it just to show I'm cocksure that that's never going to happen.
I don't bet.
That arithmetic doesn't really fit. It's not. It can't work. Honestly,
Baba,
unless you want us to rebase the economy again.
No, I'm not.
How many times are we going to rebase it?
Those people that know more than us are the ones speaking, not me. Whatever I'm telling you now.
Tinubu made a mistake. This is not the first time.
Look at it as a political statement.
I posted
it's not a political statement because
Woman, please, can you pull it up?
It's not a political statement. These are consultants.
Ola, I don't know the argument now. Cardoso, his CBN governor, said it's 8 years at 10%. He made a mistake. It's a gaffe. 10%. He made a mistake. Pull up the link.
All right. Let's go. Let's go through this thing that Ola sent in to back up what he's saying. Because I'm not far from Ola somewhat. Look, Princess Rosie wants to take your bet, Kolata. It says
the bet is open. I'm dead serious.
This is from worldeconomics.com. It says Nigeria's informal economy size. It says an informal economy is part of any economy. So it goes on to, it says the size of Nigeria's informal economy is estimated at 57.7%, which represents approximately 1.2 approximately $billion GDP PPP level. Nigeria's data is highlighted in the table below. So it goes on to give us a table. So is it your argument that if they are able to formalize a good portion of that will leapfrog the economy, and we already know that they have a tax system that they're working on, which will even harvest even more. And then if they open up other sectors of the economy, like solid minerals, etc., then that ambition, it doesn't look as lofty as it first sounds.
This is in the realm of projection. So it's not cast in stone.
Baba, wait. That's my argument exactly. You know, when this guy made 500 million as the revenue in Lagos, this man made some kind of ridiculous statement that he was going to grow it, right? Within 3 years, what did we see? Because all of a sudden, they started making billions monthly in Lagos. Now, the same man is telling you that this is what I want to do. Now, when I look at this and I realize that this guy, what he wants to do, I first of all look at the informal sector. That all he just needs to do is just to capture 50% of it. Bam, it'll be where we are talking about. Because it is what we recorded that you see now. If you bring what has not been recorded, if you bring that, if you bring that to record, then it's going to meet it. So why are we saying that it cannot when we don't have information like him? That is exactly what I'm saying. Because
I wish I share your optimism, but Lagos not be Nigeria.
See, actually, Lagos is Nigeria because Lagos is Nigeria condensed.
Only thing I'm going to say is anybody that's so sure about it, let's put money on it. I'm so sure that we're not going to get to $1 trillion. We're still, you don't even know where we are right now. But anyway, I am so sure that I'm willing to bet on it.
Kulata, if you really threaten me too much, I can come back here again and we put that bet. Normally, I don't.
Please come back, Ola. Please come back. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
Sorry. My 18 minutes. No. How much are we talking at? How much are we talking here?
10K. Because I want to chop money.
Say you can bully me with $10,000. So I will go and borrow 20,000. I put it
go borrow because you should be able to make it.
Hold on. Don't borrow money to bet. Don't borrow money to bet. I will recommend.
I'm so sure. I mean, I'm so because it's a ridiculous look. It's a ridiculous bet. Of course, not like anybody has 10,000 lying around. It is a ridiculous
can you allow
bet.
others to chime in too now? You've been muting my mic now. Can you allow others to chime in?
So it's a ridiculous.
Anybody can chime in, but I don't want voices cascading. I say it all the time, cascading over each other.
I agree now, but we've been going back on the bet. Kolata has expressed his opinion. Ola has expressed his opinion, his optimism. Can other people also speak on this matter? That was why I said when I came in, I was telling Ola at the point that Ola, he misspoke. I know why he misspoke because I have followed the trend since last 2 weeks. The CBN, not only the CBN governor, the finance minister has actually said the same thing. Both of them are the ones responsible for the economy. If the president has gone ahead to go and meet the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and said this for 2 years, it's a mistake. He misspoke. It's not possible. Kolata has done the math. It's not possible in 2 years. Whatever Ola is saying is just huge optimism. The only thing I can agree with Ola is that I am happy the president has made his ambition known, but it's not achievable. That even if we get half, they will call him a World Bank and come and congratulate him. That, Oga, what are you doing? Show us the magic. This is abracadabra. He misspoke. And right there in the screen, you can see the CBN governor saying it. That is 8 years. Same thing with the Minister of Finance. It's not possible. It can't be done. China has never done. Nobody has ever done it in the world.
Yeah, if it's 8 years, it's realistic. No doubt about that.
Nobody has done it in the world. If he can do it in the world, even they will call him. The West will call him. Come and do what you have done for us. You should sack their president and come here and be our president. It's not possible. They said it. The CBN governor has said it. 10 years prediction. Even the 10 years is not even possible. That's why I said with 7 years is awesome. In short, IMF has predicted 2% for us for next year. They've said it. There is 2% growth will grow. Then if we do 7, we have beat IMF prediction, and we are doing much better than every other country in the world. How many growth is America is expected to grow at? How many growth rates are they expected to grow at next year? It's not possible. It can't be done. It can't be done. No way.
Yeah. Hold on, gentlemen. Let's bring Maurice into the conversation, who has been sitting there all the way through. So Maurice, come in. So Maurice, a lot going on today. Tinubu speech, which we have been discussing back and forth. And by the way, in that little cameo, I certainly am not taking your 10K, Kulata, because don't lodge. But I think I'm with Ola on his submission. I think that 1 trillion might even be under ambitious, but that's me. I'm just so dumb. But Maurice, good to see you again. How come you're not sleeping this time of the morning?
Because I've been having by the way, good morning from Owerri.
Good morning.
Yes. I've been having a back and forth with my interior architect. We just couldn't agree on a particular design. So that's why I stayed up so late. And then I joined late. That's why I'm late to class.
There it is. So catch us up. In between speaking to your interior designer, have you been keeping an eye on the goings on in the Supreme Court? Is that generating any conversation where you are?
Actually, to be honest, I can't comment on that because where I live in the GRA, so it's mostly like private homes, you understand? So, and you don't get to see people, and I didn't have friends come over today, and I didn't go anywhere today. I was home throughout because I needed to get things sorted out with engineers and whatever. So, but it's likely that people will be talking about it. I followed it a little bit on channels and Rise and also some other platforms like News Central. And Supreme Court is not a court of evidence where you have to come and start calling witnesses. They just adopted this thing and then had a few back and forth with each other. This one is qualified. This one said no, throw out the evidence, and then APM. I know that APM withdrew their suit because the Supreme Court, the judges scolded them for bringing back the same thing that the Supreme Court already ruled on. So APM pulled out, and what's his name, Atiku. So he made a plea that this new evidence should be admitted. And then Onanek Kipo, is it Onanek Kipa, the guy for
yeah, Ola Nikwekun, yes.
Yeah, Onanek Kipo. So with another APC lawyer, also pleaded with the court that they should discard the new evidence. They just try to sneak in technicality. But one thing I didn't like about the whole thing is that the judges, the judicial system here is already on the lowest of the low, So, and they have no regard, no respect. So they're seen as one hell of a bunch of corrupt people, compromised. And they're not helping matters. That lead counsel, what's his name? One thing he said met people already. That's what people are talking about. That they just started today and is already showing the article and LP that he's going to be against them. You understand? So, but besides that, nothing much happened. I've followed in the background. I've listened quietly to all the arguments, starting from Lagos and the civil service and economy growing at this thing. I would like to start with the economy because I agree with Kulata on this one. I would say I agree with him because even China couldn't keep up 15% straight 3 years. Even China couldn't keep that up. So, and I don't know where we are going to grow the economy to 1 trillion because we are a consuming country. We're not productive. And now they're saying informal sector, informal economy. What kind of informal economy? Where is he going to put the money from? And I don't agree with you when you say that Lagos is Nigeria. No, Lagos is not Nigeria. Nigeria is 100 times bigger than Lagos. But Lagos compromises, it's like a small country comprising all the tribes and everybody living there. But one thing we should know every time, maybe I'm wrong, but I believe that I may be right. Because if you see Lagos, every time we keep saying, oh, Tinubu built Lagos, Tinubu built Lagos. The person that I felt that actually did something, built Lagos, is that Jakonde. That's the one I felt. Do you understand? That laid that foundation. But let's not forget that Lagos was once the Nigerian capital. And the federal presence was there. And all most of the infrastructure you see in Lagos, Third Mainland Bridge, this and that, we are built by the military and the federal government. Even I felt that Fashola did more, brought more development and modernity and more organization into Lagos than Tinubu himself. So this concept of Tinubu built Lagos, I don't know where it's coming from. Lagos was once the federal capital of the country. And every infrastructure a federal capital has to have was built by the government, most of them. Yeah, but one thing that Tinubu brought to Lagos, that is why Lagos is going so good when it comes to, and I give it to him, he brought continuity. Do you understand? So it was more like a monarchy system in Lagos, but that monarchy system helped Lagos to progress. He brought continuity. He came up, he started with what Jakonde did, took Jakonde's plan, added his own to it, and then passed it on to Fashola. Fashola then passed it on to subsequent governor. I think it's the present one, right? So that is like a monarchy system. But that monarchy system, because of the continuity, Lagos is able to progress. That is where I'm looking at it. So this notion of Tinubu built Lagos. When did he become Lagos governor? It's 1999, right? But Lagos has been existing since it's been federal capital. And all those, I cannot remember any road in Lagos Island or wherever that was not tarred. All those skyscrapers in Racecourse, Marina, all those places. It wasn't Tinubu that built all those things. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is my own point. Now, we talk about civil service. We can talk about all the civil service all we want. As long as we do not have a strong institution, I don't think we will ever succeed. We can speak all the grammar we want because there's a massive difference between being smart and being wise. Do you understand? You can be very, very smart, but you are not wise. And you can be wise, you are not being smart. If you check in history, Lincoln and this guy, Churchill, they were not the brightest of all people, but they were one of the greatest ones because the IQ is high and they were able to make smart decisions. That was rule of law. In Nigeria, there is no rule of law. You can have all the great ideas you have, but the same person that created that law, let's say a governor will say that you must not trade by the roadside, or you must not build here. And one of his political associates now will go and build that, break that law, and then he will be forgiven. So, and we don't have it like now in UK. Let's say you are in Kent or you are in wherever you are, or the brothers in US. If you stand, even if at night, you're just coming out from a nightclub and you are pressed, you wanted to pee, even when you are peeing in a shadow, you'll be looking back and forth to make sure that you're not caught by the police because you know there is law. If they catch you, you will not be forgiven.
You know something funny, Maurice. This is going back years ago. That actually happened to me. We were coming back from a pub or a club or whatever, and then of course, quiet. You know that middle of the night when you're looking for the kebab shop and whatnot. And then we just went to the corner to do whatever it is we needed to do, and the policeman just came behind us. He says, watering the flowers, are we, sir? So he was asking us, are you watering the flowers? Which is to tell you that so we just had to joke it out, but he didn't go too heavy. But I know, yes, you can't even pee
it happened to me also. It happened to me also in Leicester. I didn't know that they were behind me. That's like 3 a.m. in the morning. We were coming from one club called Blah Blah, and I didn't know that there were two of them behind me. Even when I saw them, when they catch you committing offense, it's like you start stammering. I'm like, they say no, carry on, so that when you're paying the fine, you know that you're paying the fine for something. You understand? So that is it. So there is no rule of law, my brother. Here, we don't have a system. We have a system where we have strong individuals, not strong institutions. For the civil service to be effective, you have to have a law, a system that punishes and rewards. But here, you're not rewarded. You can work so hard. But when it comes to promotion, you will not get promoted. But somebody who is maybe friend to the director, his or her child will be promoted and go ahead of you. So hard work, that's why there's so much crime here. I will tell you, my brother, in this time, I thought that the situation was so bad, but now it's even worse than ever. You understand me? It shows now hard work does not pay here. Faithfulness does not pay. It's so heartbreaking, and I'm telling you the truth. Faithfulness and hard work. Do you know the Federal Secretariat here in Owerri? Federal Secretariat. Do you know that I went into the Federal Secretariat a few days ago because I wanted to extend my visa? You understand me? So I went into Federal Secretariat there. Do you know that they have market? Even they are roasting fish in one part of inside the Secretariat. Their wives and their families set up market inside that place, selling akara, frying akara, selling this thing in Federal Secretariat. So it's then you look at everything, it's like a bunch of animals. It's not good. We can stay on this platform. I heard what when you say that on this platform we have people who can actually, work with the government. You said something like that, right?
Well, Jide said it, but it was said,
Okay,
yes.
okay, yeah. That is actually the truth. But the problem is that the same guy who is saying this thing, he comes in now into the country to work with good intention. The system will corrupt him, not that he's corrupt.
Yeah,
But the
it will
system will
frustrate you
corrupt him.
immediately. Yeah.
Even maximum 1 month, the system will corrupt him. Do you understand me? The system will corrupt him. I have a friend, the former commissioner of health here in Imo State. He used to live in my house in Netherlands, in Rotterdam. He lived in my house. He's married to the daughter of former governor of Plateau State, Solomon La. At that time, his mother-in-law, the wife of Solomon Law, was Nigerian ambassador in The Hague. You understand? He lived in my apartment. Even the day he was appointed a commissioner, made a commissioner. They called him. He was in my office. He was under Okorocha for 8 years. This guy, every time we sit in the office, he's talking about how corrupt Nigeria is. But they made him commissioner for health. He became even worse than all of them. Do you understand what I'm saying? So even right now, he went in for House of Rep. He contested for House of Rep. He called me if I can sponsor him. I told him I will not sponsor you because you are a thief. I told him, I can't sponsor you. I have other things I have to do with my money than sponsor you. He said, no, homeboy, please. I said, listen, I can't do that because I know you very well. So at the end of the day, I'm in bed with Kulata's opinion. I don't see how to get to that 1 trillion. We'll be looking at what
Is it just his opinion or the actual person himself?
I don't know him. I haven't met him, so I cannot rule on that. But based on what he said, if I'm in harmony with what he said, I will tell you. I think it makes more sense. That means we have to grow at between 35, 37 to come up to that. But look at what we are running. We are running in deficit. Our budget is, I think, 22 trillion or 23 trillion. And then we have only 10 trillion. We need to borrow almost 12 or 13. Where are we going to? We can't even pay salary. And then they are borrowing money. They borrow money like 10 billion now. They are borrowing to consume.
Can I interject you if allowed?
Go ahead, my brother.
If allowed. See, now, me, I just laugh as soon as they talk because this is like this topic just eats everyone unexpectedly. I posted something to challenge a favor. I said, whatever I'm saying is not my knowledge. It's either I get it from the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics or World Bank or somewhere else. In 1999, our GDP was 59. In 2003, OBJ grew to 105 billion. That's almost double. Now, look between 2003 and 2007, our GDP jumped from 105 billion to 279. That is more than 100%. Now, in 2013, when Nigeria recorded over 500, that's another over 100% jump. So there is a historical data to back this up. The fact that Buhari brought us down does not mean that Tinubu cannot do it. So all the fact I'm talking about, they're in the public space. Go to Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, go to the World Economic Forum, go to World Bank. I'm not the one, Ola is not the one saying it.
My brother,
institutions.
My brother, I followed you. My brother, I followed you. My brother, I followed you. But what I'm trying to tell you,
you don't have to.
Yes, I followed you. Yeah, I followed you. What you say now, but what I'm trying to tell you is that there's a massive difference between practicality and theory. It's like somebody now that says that he read music science, but if you give him one guitar, he cannot play it. The only thing he read was when Mozart was born and when he died. They can say everything they say. It's not going to be possible. Where
No,
are
did
we?
it happen
Because
before?
you have to
Did it
have
happen
something.
before?
Okay, let me ask you.
It happened 3 times before. No, Maurice, it happened 3 times before in our
Can I ask
lifetime.
you something? Can I ask you something? Where? Ola, may I ask you something?
Ola, you are not putting into consideration insecurity in Nigeria. During the time of Obasanjo that you are talking, we weren't having this insecurity problem. Everybody can travel around the country. People were very ambitious, and people were transacting business. People were investing in this and that, and we in abroad were taking plenty of Tokumbo car to Nigeria, and many things were flowing into Nigeria. And you know, it's a different situation now.
Ola and those that are interested, my wager, Ola, hold on. My wager is still on. Anybody that's interested in this bet, let's give. Hold on. Let me rephrase the bet.
I still hold the floor, don't I?
I get Morris. Hold on.
Can we cap it below $500?
I just like
I still hold the floor.
Then it's not fun.
I like
it's not fun anymore.
Tonight. I like Vavulence with Kulata.
It's not fun anymore, Papa T.
I still the floor is still mine, right?
You want him to feel the pain, Abi? Is that what
I want him to feel the pain. That's why I'm willing to wager 10,000 because I know I'm not going to lose my money.
Look, let me tell Ola something. Ola is posturing because I think he's one of those people who tell me that Modric passing to Raheem Sterling was not.
No, let's not go to football. Let's go back to Morris instead. Morris.
Another thing I would like to suggest, you know, here we have a proverb who say that we know the kind of nama we go fit wakari chuma here. You understand? Not this Nigeria today that you're saying that is going to make 37% every year. It's not possible because we are borrowing even to pay salary. All this money they borrow now, from that money now, they used to buy their SUVs, 160 billion. Share the money. You see the money will vanish. All this story now, we will still be here speaking long English even in the next 10 years. You understand me? So what I would love to suggest to one man is that you know how to run your platform, but I think if it's better that you do timing. When somebody has the floor, he has like first 5 or 6 minutes to speak without interruption. Then interjection from 2 persons can come, but that interjection will come as a question, a short and direct question, so that he can answer. Not like somebody say, "May I interject?" and then they take over the floor and start speaking. Do you understand me? Then another person jump in, so that it will be more organized. You know. So let's say I have the floor, I have 5, 6 minutes. And then Kulata interjects, or Ajele Kuku interjects, short direct question. Then I answer. Then I have like extra 5 minutes to answer both questions, 2.5 minutes. Then someone else takes the floor. Like that, we will understand and follow each other much better. What do you think? This is what I suggest. We do.
No, I agree with you, and we've tried that, but sometimes it just spirals and you can't hold it back.
If it spirals, then
you hear me telling them that one voice at a time, but sometimes the voices just wave in.
If it's me, I tell you one time you didn't listen, then I just off your mic. You understand? It's very, very simple, because like that we can follow the conversation. It will flow better. Ola has the first 5, 6 minutes, then he has a total of like 11 minutes, 5, 6 minutes speech. Somebody interjects, but not interjection like you have to start making a long speech. Short and direct question. What is your name? How do you think this will work? Finish. Then he can answer that. Another person will interject. Double interjection is also not a bad idea. Then he has 5 minutes to answer, or 6 minutes extra. Another 6 minutes to answer both questions. 3 minutes each for each question. Like that, total of 12 minutes. Then someone else can have the floor. I think it's better like that, because when everybody is speaking, then nobody is speaking. You understand?
Yes, I agree in totality with what you just said. I
agree with that too.
Yes, well, we all agree, but very quickly it will cascade, and I'll be saying one voice.
Off the mic, then off the mic, finish.
because all of us here, we are adult and we are civilized. So when they off your mic, then you know that you are interrupting. You are no more interjecting. You are not interrupting. You understand? So the person will stop.
Okay, so I think everybody actually agrees with what you. Even Enigmatic is saying, I second his motion. You know you know what usually happens, Maurice. When we start the session, it may well just be there about 4 of us here, and then by the time the place piles up, then it's difficult. Then, but like you said, I'll probably adopt that format, which
Yeah,
makes it.
but do you know what I realized? I think also why people are interjecting like that, because you allow one person to speak for so long that the other ones get bored of waiting. They got tired of waiting. So, but if it's timed, like 6 minutes straight pitch, no interruption, we all will listen. And then there will be 2 interjections, not speeches, but interjection will be just a short and direct question that relates to what. It's not like we're talking about politics and somebody will come with about women. You understand? It has to be, the question has to be about what the person is on. You understand? Then any second interjection, you can ask any second interjection. Yes, I want to interject. Then 2 interjections. Then he has extra 6 minutes to answer the 2 interjections. Then someone else will take the floor. Like that, it becomes more interesting. Nobody's going to feel tired. Like I almost logged that now since I've been here. So I never had time. And if you watch, I don't have light now. I'm using this what they call after NEPA, because I use prepare meter, and my this thing just finished. My credit, there's still light, but my credit just finished. Now I didn't even know, and my wife is not home, so I can buy only in the morning. I can buy.
All right. There's nothing you said that I disagree with, so I think we'll adopt that in its totality.
Now I yield the floor. I've said my piece. I'll yield the floor to someone else, and then I'll listen.
One man, you did not let me round up though. Mine comes with basketballs. So, but I'm just kidding. Move on. I'm just playing.
All right. We'll adopt what you said, because that had always been the plan, and by the other thing that you said, which I also, because people have been waiting for so long, they feel the need to interject just to say, oh, I've been waiting for so long. Let me just say something to the space, and then it turns into so. I understand all that, but trying to manage it sometimes is something that I have to equip myself for. But now let's adopt that system immediately and give Prince Daddy, who has been in and out and back now. He's
6 minutes. We can start now. 6 minutes straight speech, no interruption, no interjection. After 6 minutes, then 2 interjections, straight, short, and direct question. Then he has another 6 minutes to answer both questions. Yield the floor to someone else. Very nice and easy.
All right, let's adopt that now. So Prince Daddy, the floor is yours.
Hello, one man. Hello, everyone.
The first question to Babati. Do you follow baseball? You didn't even answer his question. He was asking you, Babati.
Yeah, he did answer the question, I think.
Yeah, I no, it was the Nicholas collector asking me what is a pitcher. I think it's a jog. That was something like I don't even know what he's talking about. But because we have a new format now, I can't interject. I've been censored on the platform, so please, that is your turn. You will look on, so go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm probably going to have to be the first person to be on the 6-minute mark on time, because I didn't really watch the court proceedings, the Supreme Court stuff. So, let's talk about Chappelle. Yeah.
Yes. Did you hear the readout?
Yeah, I heard the readout earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. Go on, because I wanted conversation around it. Yeah. So yeah.
Chappelle. This is probably his second main run with let's just say the Jewish community, right? About a couple of years ago, he had made a joke about in one of his stand-up shows. He made some remarks about the Jewish community that they didn't find so fun. Some of them didn't. Actually, some did actually find it quite hilarious. So, but on this one, I think that area of I think it was in Boston, right? So that area is got a high, Jewish population, and they came to your show. So, Mr. Chappelle, what about if you are a little bit more sensitive to your audience? What about that? And they came to pay to watch your show. But anyways, I'm not
Yeah,
really sure.
it's always been cutting edge, though. His jokes have always been spiky and thought provoking, and he's always spoken to topical issues. So I mean, the Jewish community, they can take the hits too. Everybody gets it
No,
on.
sorry, one more. Sorry to interject. I apologize. We have in America, maybe unknown to you, in America we have the untouchables. There are groups that you cannot say anything about them. So they are one of those groups. So that's just the way it is. Just the reality.
The gays and the Jews, have we?
Exactly. The two untouchable, yes.
Yeah, it's not like they are untouchable. It's just that they don't tolerate, comments or things that can easily spiral down to anti-Semitism. So that's a concern, quite frankly, and I share that concern. And because some people don't know the history, they don't know a lot about it, but they just associate the Jewish people with certain things that go on the trope in a lot of ways. But I mean, most of our great comedians, from Letterman to my main guy Jerry Seinfeld, they are Jewish people. So
You
can't
like
say.
Jerry Seinfeld? Do you like Frasier? I used to watch it on loop a
Yeah,
few years ago.
yeah, I like Jerry. I mean, I was a big time Seinfeld fan. The show itself, the comedy show itself. So I like it a lot. So, but if you look at the history of American, cinema, television, comics, the Jewish people, they certainly have a high degree of sense of, when it comes to comedy, they understand they understand a lot. I mean, they write a lot of shows. They are behind a lot of these funny shows on television. Even some of the black shows, actually, a lot of great Jewish writers are behind it. So so it's not about they don't have a sense of humor. It's an issue of don't take the joke too far, and I don't blame them. Some people, unlike the black community, I mean, Babati can
Do
speak on
no,
that.
do you think it was a joke taken too far?
It's a really sensitive joke right now, but see, that's the thing. So this is the thing. The question is, who did the damage first? Who attacked first? We all saw what happened here, and I think a couple of weeks ago or so. And my response to the when the incident happened with the massive attack in Israel, like, there we go again. What do you think is going to happen? Of course, the retaliation was not going to be in equal amount or equal force. It's going to be overwhelming, and that's exactly what's happening right now. So who do we blame? If they hadn't attacked Israel, then none of this shenanigans, so to speak, would be happening. Of course, we know it's going to be such an unequal response to the whole thing, and that's exactly what's happening right now. But the question is, do we not feel some sympathy towards or compassion towards the Palestinians? Of course, we should, But let's face the reality. If they didn't attack, none of this thing would be happening. But right now, with all the protests around the world, from the United States to all the cities to France and all these other places, even today, I heard on Rise News that there were some people of if you want to call them, of the Islamic State extraction protesting in Lagos, was it Abuja, and for Hamas or Palestine. But we're not talking about the entire story. What happened? What brought about it? So that's the problem. So when the Jewish community are pushing back, that's the reason why. They kidnap their children, they kill their children.
There's historical antecedents for that, by the way. Often instances when those skirmishes break out, Palestine, Israel, especially in the north, they burn flags. Northern part of Nigeria, they burn flags.
Yeah, of course, in support of there's so much hypocrisy that goes on in the Arab world, quite frankly, and that, to me, I don't want to be desensitized to the whole thing. Same people suffer, but it's very predictable what's going to happen with this region and these people. It's quite predictable. There's nothing new about it. And I've always looked at it. If the Arab nations of people so much care about the Palestinians, they can make provision for them. They have big lands from Saudi Arabia. They have money. I mean, let them accommodate them. But it is quite clear that if you look at the two sides, the Jewish side is more prosperous, it's more progressive. They have the technology. They contribute to the development of not just their country but also the world. The Jewish people are a big plus to the world in terms of technology, science, and name it, art, music, entertainment. I mean, for such a small group of people, they have contributed immensely to the development of mankind. But on the other side, what do we say? I mean, if you want to go that route, so let the Arabs, take care of the Palestinians if they choose to. But nobody wants to go to Palestine. Nobody's going to Palestine to establish or live. But all the best technology when it comes to agro-industrial development are coming from Israel. So I mean, but now we're talking about human lives. So we don't want to quantify because we can't really quantify human life. But at the same time, if the Arabs so care about the Palestinians again, they should do right by them, give them money, let them invest in their space, right? So their children.
Are you talking about depopulating Palestine?
Yeah, the Palestinians. Yeah, I'm talking about the Arabs, that their friends and brothers and sisters around the region. If they so much care about the Palestinians, they should invest in them, build schools and I don't know, factories, whatever, to help them concentrate and be more productive people of that region and the rest of the world. That's what I'm talking about. But we're not doing that. I mean, they want to grapple to.
Going back to Dave Chappelle, do you think it's going to get the Kanye West treatment?
Oh, sorry. Repeat that question again. My earpiece dropped.
No, sorry. I said, do you think Chappelle or however it's pronounced, do you think it's going to get the Kanye West treatment where he was ostracized, his finances were caught, his sponsors were withdrawn, and they just hung him out to dry? Do you think it's going to get that sort of treatment?
If it did, it's going to have, non-Chappelle is going to have very minimum impact on him because of what he does. At one point in time, when they're trying to get him to wear a dress, he went to South Africa and he came back. No, Chappelle actually lives in the rural part of America. I think he has a huge acre of lands, and so he can be very secluded as a person. He doesn't care much, Chappelle. As much money as he makes, Chappelle doesn't really care much about all this flashy stuff. He's shown it. He doesn't mind being, out of the old scene for the next 2-3 years. And I think he's actually done it before, and he came back. But unlike Kanye West, it's a different ball game. Kanye, it's in the fashion industry, business, and entertainment, and all these other things. So, I mean, you cannot be talking bad or afoul of the people that you're going to be working with. So with Chappelle, Chappelle goes to, like, I don't know what you call them, dive bars, they call them here, or small places, and go, do his comedy show with I don't know, 10, 50 people there. That is Chappelle for you. So he's not crazy about money or wealth. So if any backlash on Chappelle is not going to be that of a big impact on his lifestyle. Trust me, I think this guy has enough cash stacked up somewhere on his big old farm in the rural place he lives. He probably has a bunch of food and whatnot stacked up. So Chappelle doesn't care, I think.
Can we ask the speaker, since we have been
all right, let me take you to this. Yes, any interjections on that space?
No, just to ask him a question. So, do you feel like the reaction from the Jewish community, Prince, that is coming from this this belief, or like people like Mark Lamont, this idea that Black people always have to support like people latch onto their causes, black causes, right? You have to support like Israel, but if you oppose Israel and you support Palestine, then you are seen as not only anti-American but also anti-Israel. Like if you just from the humanity perspective about kids being killed on both sides. So if I say kids are being killed on both sides, it does not mean that I support any side, right? I'm just talking about the kids. But if I mention anything about Palestinian kids, as a black person, I'm still seen as betraying the country or not supporting Israel. So I am forced in that space. So why do you think black people in this country are forced into that precarious situation where they have to take? Sorry, man, I have a phone call. Sorry, but you get my point. Let me take this phone call. Sorry, please, Daddy.
Yeah. The person you mentioned, Mark Lamont Hill, is an idiot. I'm not the one to be calling people's names. So someone that he claims, I mean, from the horse's mouth, that men can have babies. So I don't pay too much attention to Mark Lamont Hill. He's an idiot, if you ask me. It is convoluted. And no is on the one side of the whole thing. I think it's being too. It's not an anti-Semite. I won't call him that, but he's put up his position as in support of the suffering of the Palestinians, which is fine. But so sometimes we don't see the whole picture. It's beyond that. The suffering of the Palestinians, not to blame them, but of course they have the blame in it. They were the people that supported Hamas to come into power in the region, and Hamas is a terrorist organization or group, and they're up to no good. So, but it's easy to see the suffering of little kids, of babies, and women, and point finger at Israel as being the bad guy, but that's not the case. Not the case at all. Go ahead, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant. I was going to take you to another talking point, but on my way to that talking point, let me do a little bit of.
Can I ask him a question?
Yes, let me just do this quickly, Ajan Lekoko. It's only really to signal people to Doopsy's show, Sunday 3:30 p.m. UK time. So Doopsy did so excellently Sunday gone that everybody is clamoring that she must return, and she does agree to return. So Doopsy returns with another banger. So 50-something-year-old new mother responds to criticism about having kids in her 50s. So that is going to be what she's going to come in with a few other juicy storylines as well. So that's the link to it right there. So click on it and bookmark it with your notification on first Sunday to come and see Doopsy do that magical thing that she does do. Ajale Koko, to you.
So, Prince Daddy, so who do you think that have the right for self-defense between the occupied and occupier?
Well, I guess we have to delineate who is the occupier and the occupied, because the land from over 3,000 years ago was given to the Jewish people, so it belongs to them. The fact that they were displaced over time throughout the years doesn't mean that the land doesn't belong to them. And if you look at it, actually, the land was actually, when it came back in 1948, was developed by the Jewish people from around the world, the diasporans. And so when it comes to impact, the land belongs to the Jewish people, given to them again over 3,000 years ago, and they've actually made a real development.
No. Let's not do this. Who gave it to them?
Who gave it to them?
No. We're having a conversation. You said it was given to them. Who gave it to them?
That was a promised land. You know that.
No. Please be specific. There's a reason why I'm asking this question.
God gave it to them. God.
Okay, but people that were there before they took it from them the first time don't believe in the same God that they believe in. So you stole it from somebody else.
They didn't steal it from them.
No. Excuse me. You can't tell me your God gave me my land, but I don't believe in that God of yours. So you literally stole it from somebody. You kill people to get it initially.
But the Palestinians are not the Philistines or the people that occupied that area many years ago. Those people have been long gone. That if you want to say the Palestinians are actually squatters there in that place.
Hey, President, they left too, and they came back and they had to do the same thing over and over again to somebody else. So you cannot make this religious argument over a land. Just say you stole it.
No, I'll just no, they didn't steal it. I just point to the origin of it, how they came about, because people think the Jewish people don't have a place in Israel, which is not true. They have a place, they have a foundation.
So why is it that when they were planning to leave, remember if you study German when they were leaving there, they actually had a place in Africa they were planning to actually move to.
But that is not their homeland.
Was never their first choice, by the way, unknown to many people. That was never their first choice.
That was the choice of the superpowers.
No, that was not their first choice. They were actually contemplating on going back on African soil. So
yeah, Uganda. They were originally going to move them to
exactly.
Uganda.
So this argument of God gave you something. No, you stole it. Just you stole it. Don't give me argument of some God.
No, they didn't. Barty, they didn't steal it. They were trying to give them the option to use. I think Uganda or so as a settlement for the Jewish people.
So their own God told them to go rob somebody of their own property because your own God told you. So don't worry. Very soon, I will come. I will come to your city, and my God will tell him to come and take your car. Very soon. I'm coming.
But the country, Babati, no. Forward. The country you are in, it belongs to the American Indians, the Native Americans.
Do you know what? Right now, God just told me that your car is mine, and I'm coming for it because my God told me so. Okay.
Not that, Babati. No. See, the person that owns the land, if it really is the one that develops the land and makes good of the land, that's more productive. But we don't go. We don't want to go that far.
So why were the whites kicked out of South Africa then? If that is the argument,
they were kicked out of South Africa.
No, why was South Africa taken away from the white people? They developed it. So if that your argument holds through, then South Africa should still be in white hands.
Well, no, I don't. I mean, they didn't really kick out the South African, the white South African. They still own the land. But guess what? They are now, what they're trying to do in order to pacify this militants like Shoah in South Africa, they are moving to a different part. Now they are going to, the white South Africans I'm talking about, going to start from scratch and build that place up and make it so nice and beautiful like other parts. Other beautiful parts of South Africa. The point here is that it's not about owning the land. When it comes to land, we have plenty of land in Africa. I mean, are we kidding ourselves? What are we doing with the land is the question. We have plenty of land. Trust me, this white South Africans are going to be displaced, and they have already been displaced. But guess what? I think I listened or watched a documentary on that. They said, no, we're going to take this new place, like a fallow land, and we are going to invest in it, develop it, make it modernized, and do everything we want to do. And the other side that the black people want to take, let them go have it. Guess what? And that's where the poverty and all these other things are going to be. Just like our natural resources and things that we have in Africa is the value added operations that we put in things that make them valuable, not just the land. So yeah, that's not the case. So, but when it comes to the economy, yes, the black people, or rather the white people, are still strong in the economy of South Africa. It's not a land. This land belonged to American Indians too, until the Europeans came and developed America in no time and made it the greatest nation in the world. So, having the land is what you do, what you have is the point here. It's that parable or that saying. It's in the Bible. It's what you're given and what you do with it, not just having it and claiming that you have it and don't do nothing with it.
All right. Let me pivot to this storyline. So you open up this space.
Sorry, one man. I have to go to sleep. Yeah.
All right.
I'll join you guys tomorrow. Okay, then.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you for that suggestion. By the way, we'll try and abide by that. Now that Maurice has set the template, we'll try and abide by that. So thank you, Maurice. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you and good night.
Okay. Good night, gentlemen.
All right. Thank you, Maurice. So thank you, Maurice. So let's go. Prince Daddy, let me take you on to this. And by the way, just what Maurice said is the original idea for the thing. And I think because it has some form of an adaptation, maybe we should follow through with that. It's just for the ease of listening, and I think he has a point. Let me take you to this Prince Daddy. So you open up this space, and then I'll use it to bring Kulata in after your submission. Javier Millet wants Argentina to swap the peso for the US dollars, and here is what that could mean. So now the Mexicans are going through. Let me actually just give you 3 paragraphs. A chainsaw wielding, self-professed anarcho-capitalist is now one step closer to overhauling Argentina's beleaguered economy by throwing out the country's peso currency and adopting the US dollar as legal tender. Javier Millet, a far-right libertarian presidential candidate, has made dollarizing Argentina a signature proposal in his campaign, hailing it as a cure to the country's hyperinflation problem. So he's up against a left-winger. Millet, a former financial analyst, came second in the first round of elections on Sunday, behind Sergio Massa, Argentina's incumbent left-wing economy minister. So really, it's not so much their politics, but the idea of abandoning their peso and tethering their economy to the American dollar. So what do you make of that to kick off with?
Yeah, well, this is not going to be the first time the Argentine economy is in a terrible shape. So obviously, this person speaking on it, I'm not sure if he has a strong background in economics or global economy to that level. Obviously, he sees the benefit to it, but the question becomes how, if they can get readily access to the dollar, the inflow of dollar, either dollarize the economy, what happens? Well, it obviously helps curb inflation. I think that's what they're trying to get to, and to maybe redominate their currency. But if they do away with it, everything is going to be dollar equivalent. So obviously, there's a benefit. It sees a benefit to doing so. The question would be, what other economies or countries have done so before? In Nigeria, I guess, we also, it's not formal, but was it like a couple of days ago, last week, we were talking about people, even in high school, whatever, private schools, people are paying dollars for tuition and in other transactions across the country. So is our economy dollarized? What is the benefit of that?
Prince Daddy, what this guy is proposing is actually a lot more radical than that. He's proposing a total abandonment of the country's currency, which is called the peso, and then adopting the American dollar as the legal tender.
Yeah, I know. I heard the reading. I'm just saying that, but did the article say anything about the benefits? What is trying to achieve?
No, I only read 3 paragraphs, so I didn't go that deep.
Yeah, just like I said, I mean, what is the benefit? They have to obviously, the country, the government would pay people in dollars, and everything, of course, would be in dollars. So the question is, does that help them curb that inflation? I guess that will be the goal here, because, and maybe not actually, maybe not. The fact that you can buy a loaf of bread in the U.S. for $1 doesn't necessarily mean that you can buy the same loaf of bread for $1 in Argentina, right? But when it comes to maybe import and export, that would help them a lot. I'm not sure how strong the Argentine economy is when it comes to export, but one thing I know they do very well is the export of, I think, corned beef or cow products, meat products, right? They do a lot of that. Apart from that, and of course there are soccer players, but apart from that, I'm not really sure how strong in what other areas or sectors the economy is really strong in. But it doesn't, it sounds like it doesn't really guarantee uh, inflation being stopped. Okay, because at the end of the day, it's going to come down to supply and demand. It's going to come down to how readily certain goods are available in the country. Okay, because because you have a dollar economy doesn't mean that you're not going to be paying 2-3 times for the same products as they do in America. So so it can be shallow. It can be quite shallow in a lot of ways. Um, you know, uh, see, quite frankly, a strong economy can dollarize, but if a weak economy trying to do so, like Argentina, that means they're trying to cover up a lot of things that are wrong with their structure, their system, and trying to use the dollar to shroud it, which is not going to work. It's I mean from my point of view, it may not be a solution for a long term. It's something that will work in a short term, but in the long term, is again is going to go down to basic economic factors, uh, factors of production, economic principles of supply and demand. That's why sometimes, even here in the United States, goods and services are not equal across the country. They're not. There are factors that determine the value of products and services across the country. That's why gas, even fuel prices are not the same across the country. Certain products are more expensive in certain parts of America than other parts. So all these things are going to play a big role in the economy. So it's not a safe proof, not a safe proof way into maybe 30 years ago or more, sure. But the dollar now is not a safe currency in that regard, though still very strong around the world. But given the spending, the level of spending that's going on in the United States now, it's the people, the economists, I mean the detailed one, they know that the dollar by itself, it's really not a really strong currency, quite frankly, especially with the emergence of China. Quite frankly, what America is enjoying as a country when it comes to the dollar is the intangible value of the dollar. Because gone are the days when the dollar used to be pegged to the gold standard. Not anymore. Eventually, in the 70s, right, it was Nixon that fractionalized the dollar to the gold standard, to gold. But now there's no account, because if America has it, that would be something to be proud of and made public to the rest of the world. But nobody talks about the dollar being backed by gold or anything nowadays. No, nobody's talking about that because it's not. We don't have enough gold to back the dollar. We don't have it. So the dollar is weaker and weaker every day, even though in countries like Argentina, Nigeria, it's strong, it's gaining value. But the true value of the dollar is eroding gradually. It is eroding gradually. There's a lot of debt in the books, and we're paying a lot of interest on borrowed money, paying a lot of interest to China. China has, I think the last time I heard was like I think it's over 2 trillion by now that debt to China that the United States has. We have a whole lot of debt also in the U.S. U.S. has a lot of problems, as do Nigeria also. But when it comes to what you call it, social benefits, right? Pension, especially government workers, it's way ballooned right now. There's always talk every election cycle about Social Security being slashed or being stopped or raising the age of the recipients. So the politicians and economists are trying to juggle and find equilibrium to the economy, and we're not really getting it. America is quite a unique place. It's unique in a lot of ways because, let me tell you, for those that know, we don't. It's a country that we don't balance our books, and you know that a company or an organization that cannot balance its books is likely to go into bankruptcy or be bought out or crumble in no time, aka Enron, someone like Bernard Madoff, and some other companies. And in fact, many companies in 2017-18 that went bankrupt. They went bankrupt on the Wall Street companies. But they were, guess what? They were all built out with all these TARP loans and all this grants and free money. Corporate welfare. These people enjoyed it. There's a lot of financial malfeasance in America. A lot. There's plenty. But somehow, some way, we make it. Because guess what? I tell people now, we print money. Nigeria can't print money. They go borrow money. American can print and print all day. And that's why we survive. Every time they're trying to pass a budget, it's never balanced. It's always borrowed money that right now, in the past few years, the revenue of the federal government is not enough to administer its expenses. No, we've been in the negative for a very long time. So when someone like Trump came about and trying to rejig the trade balance with the rest of the world, especially China, there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that, to improve our export and try to reduce our trade deficit with the rest of the world. But the corporate America, they don't care as long as Walmart can continue to import all those trashy goods from China and sell it, and also, sham the employees, not giving them healthcare benefits. They will continue to enjoy this largesse, and they do. See, the other reason why, American companies or individuals would do as they do in Nigeria or the African countries if there are no checks and balances. Because at the end of the day, and it's even worse in many times in America, because why? The Wall Streeters, they care about quarterly profits. That's all they care about. They don't really think long term. So they try to do all kind of manipulations and stifle the American people just to show profit on the books. And many times it's a lie, because we've had companies over the years that reported gains on their books, but it was all lies. Sometimes it's like one-time gain on their books, divestiture that happened of purchasing one company that was profitable just to show, I know you probably heard about it. On Wall Street, you have like nuclear physicists, neurosurgeons that work there. You like wonder why. How come they don't go to work for NASA or go to work in a hospital or do research? No, well, they're smart to know that they can make a lot of money on Wall Street. It's all people being creative with all these financial instruments. They create so much. They're so imaginative that they create so much of these financial instruments to bamboozle the public and siphon the money from the people.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Stay with us. So, still going with the format that is there anything else, especially in the course of the conversation, that you especially wanted to speak to?
I think I run my 6 minutes is up. That's okay. I'll jump in later. Thanks for that.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Prince. So that's Prince Daddy. So we go to Ajanle Koko and then we go to Fatai. Ajanle Koko, you're up next. So do you want to free flow at it, Ajanle Koko, or do you want me to line them up? Okay, I'm not sure if Ajanle Koko is available at the moment. Fatai? The Ikemba of Nicosia. The Ikemba.
One man. Ikemba one.
Ikemba one, the one and only. After you now you again. After you again.
After you now Ikemba.
I suspect that you've come to speak to this ambitious Tinubu plan to turn the Nigerian economy into a $1 trillion economy, either the 4 years or the 8 years. Still, people argue it's overly ambitious, but I somewhat think that is under ambitious. I've always thought that, by the way, and when Ola fleshed out the possibilities of it, I'm even more convinced that even that 1 trillion, it can probably double that if it really perfects his plans. But is that the space you wanted to speak to, Fatai?
Yeah, one man. But can I just say two things before I go on? First thing I want to say, the first thing I want to say, I want to rewind to election period to before the election started, during the campaign, and the one of the key things out of the campaign was Jagaban. Everybody vote for Jagaban. Tinubu ló léṣe, Adékúnlé ló léṣe, òun ló kọ. Ẹni orúkọ tó bá ti ń pera ẹ̀, òun náà ló kọ.
Hold on 1 second. Do you mean this? Hold on, I think.
Jagaban.
So
one man. You just tickle me with this one, though. Not in a tickle. Okay, you don't tickle me. Now the man tickle me. Anyway,
yes, remember market together. I got the song, and then I got a clip of Buhari dancing, and I just put them together.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Over 50, Papa. Well, you always have these things at the ready. I noticed, one man.
Yeah, so tricks of the
your
trade.
Your violence, you don't get mad.
Especially I want to buy from Koboko there. All the Koboko
I know. The second thing I wanted to say, one man, I was very heartwarming to see Dupsie's show, Dupsie Baby.
It was excellent, wasn't it? Are you joining her now on Sunday? She's back on Sunday.
I will try to. I will always try to join Dupsie. I always try to join Dupsie. Then the other thing I want to say is when I hear about Ajani, because actually I don't really want to be something like they are kind of like they get into area of like consultancy talk and don't like to get into it. But but okay, and then the other thing is that because so you can't talk about things without mentioning some things, because if you want to talk, you have to clear the way, and I wouldn't like to mention some things maybe I heard or something. Well, there's no way you can avoid it. So just in case, I'm just talking. So I think what Tinubu is, I think the thing that's amazing to me is that so there's probably a lot of debate going on, but the issue is not actually what is the issue. What is the debate? What the man is talking about is not what the debate is about. Roma, you see, like, in natural sciences or physical sciences, let's say like physics, like if you heard that gravitational force is 9.8 meter per second square, you can basically put it anywhere you want to calculate any acceleration involving gravity, and you're fine. But science is like economic sciences. Everything, even if one thing shifts in the one parameter shifts, the argument is no longer the same. So it's always very distorting to always apply something in economics anywhere. Like, a lot of people talk about GDP, but GDP is even one man to even tell you, when you say technical people, they don't even use GDP to calculate what's going on in the economy. It's not actually like the most efficient way to measure what's going on in the economy. It's one of the easiest way to report the economy. That's why it's very popular. But it's not like you're not gonna get a very, very technical person, like not technocrat the way in politics, like real actual technocrat. It's not gonna be who's gonna care about GDP. It's just a measurement, right? So that's where to really start with. Even if you talk about GDP, because I was hearing like interest rate, except you are calculating deflator, price deflator. What is interest rate doing in GDP, in the formula of GDP calculation or GDP rate calculation? It's not a bank loan, it's not debt that is factored in individual individual items in the or in the GDP, in the transactions used in the GDP, arriving at the GDP. So that to say that. So I was going to, but I think I was going to share something, but I think Ola already addressed it. The 500 billion, the Nigerian economy right now. It's that is actually a chart that displays all of the. Just for 2 seconds, I'll just say. So right here is where if you look closely, that's where the Nigeria. Can you see?
Sorry.
Oh.
Let me bring. Sorry.
Here. Can you see down below there? It's the where the.
Let me put it on the screen.
Yeah, it's where the Nigeria 500 billion. So you see of each country the GDP. China, everybody, the size of their GDP, the size of their economy. Brazil 2 trillion. Saudi Arabia is actually around 1 trillion right now, and Saudi Arabia achieved its 1 trillion GDP by growing at about 5.3%. Growing its GDP at about 5.3%. So, and since around over a couple of decades, Saudi Arabia has been growing at a rate of maybe 3.5, 4.5, thereabout. The average rate of around right about approximately around 4% GDP growth rate, right? Over by a couple of decades. So GDP growth rate is different from GDP itself, right? So they are moving things, right, that you have to have the right context to really understand what it's about. So just not to lose what I want to say, what Tinubu is speaking to, right, is so he said the reforms that have happened, right, have given us a road, right, to be able to now be enjoying it. And one of those key reforms, the key of them is the subsidy removal. So when you're no longer losing your money to some dark magic, corrupt, whatever they call it, subsidy, right? So you have money, right? So you have money to resize your economy. What Tinubu is speaking to is the resizing of the economy. The resizing of the economy itself is different from the GDP rate. You understand? So that's what is the argument? That's where my question is talking about. So, and he already made some of the points there. So it's going to grow a massive infrastructure campaign or whatever. It's going to inject or whatever. I don't know. I think he mentioned it in the speech about what amount of money is going to be pumped into the infrastructure area, right? So the other thing that he said, actually, Babajani Koko, I was thinking Babajani will be very happy because it essentially is going towards what Babajani Koko. I was even expecting that it's going to a lot of housing estates or whatever, some housing projects that is going to. So these things are going to end up in the resizing of the economy. So it's essentially like you're going to have an economy base that is worth its value. It's 1 trillion, right? It's different from its GDP growth rate, right? So that's what it's talking about. So it's not a debate about how the GDP is growing. And of course, when you have an economy, if the size of your economy is around 500 billion or maybe a little less, right? But then you now have so much money because you are going to have so much money. They are going to excess money because we are not giving away the money to subsidy or whatever, wherever the money is going. And it's going to make sure that the money is not wasted or whatever it's going to do. But the point is going to come up with so much money. Also, with all of these investment he's talking about. So you really have to know what is he talking about. The only specific thing he mentioned is that it's going to be some massive infrastructure. It's not just, in other words, it's not just the building of the roads, right? It's going to be a real industry, a real project, housing project or whatever, infrastructure industry that is going to worth so much, right? This much. I think he mentioned a specific value, right? It's going to be worth this much. And maybe he mentioned another area, but I heard he mentioned the infrastructure. I did hear that. So that is what he's talking about. That all of this money that is lost, whatever, we can't find them. We're gonna put them. All of the money they are going to be in the economy. They are going to make the economy big, right? At what rate? GDP itself is just calculating what transactions are going on within the economy, right? What is the value of the transaction that's going on? If you remember, there was a day. Okay, although it's not really the way the conversation goes on. I don't, there was a day on Kaiser's show and they were talking about debating South Africa and whatever. And one guy was saying the wealth, and he was confusing wealth and GDP. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if you miss the right context, the national wealth of South Africa with the South Africa's GDP, they are what do you mean the wealth, right? Right. The GDP does not mean the wealth of the country, right? So two different spaces. So I think the debate should be what are the parameters Tinubu is talking about that we are going to have, and it's not whether it's achievable. The achievability of it is not in the GDP growth rate, whatever angle. It's in where is this money going to come to? Which industries are you putting on ground? Are these industries going to have a value this size? What are the so he said he's going to have an infrastructure industry, which is going to involve. It's not just Julius Berger built this road, so maybe it's going to be like I don't know, a lot of people involved or whatever. I don't know what formula is laid down, but the point is that it's going to be a resizing of the economy, right? That and the economy base is good. There's going to be so much value within the economy that's going to be, and when you have 1 trillion of money supply in the economy, let's just put it in quotes, right? Right? There is no way it will touch down every people. There will be money handing going on. Certainly there will be transaction going on. So they overlap the explanation. In the end, it will bleed into the GDP growth, right? But when you really want to be technical, that's not what he's talking about, right? And if you look at what when Tinubu was saying, it didn't really say GDP growth rate. He said you're going to have an economy of the size of 1 trillion. So he knows what he's talking about. Where Cardoso, I think also heard Cardoso said in 8 years, we're going to have, essentially like saying that you're going to have a sustainable economy of 1 trillion by 8 years. Even if we have in 2 years, if tomorrow you can decide to have an economy that have a size of 1 trillion. Saudi Arabia also achieved 1 trillion mark in 2022, right? In 2022, and it was that they diversified the economy, so they have more industries open up, right? And that's where they reached the mark. When they were doing their oil and everything, whatever, they were always hovering around 600 billion, 700, 800, whatever. But Saudi Arabia had a vision, whatever they call it, in 2020.
Fatai, why is Saudi Arabia 1 trillion GDP when Aramco worth over $2 trillion?
Baba mi ese nkan tí mò ń sọ nìyẹn.
Should they not be more than? I mean, it's it's confusing to me. Maybe you can explain why there when one of their I mean the main the oil company worth over 2 trillion. Why is their economic size they describe as not more than 1 trillion? I want to get what is
Yeah,
responsible
yeah,
for.
yeah. One man, sorry, no, no. So just to be sure, Saudi Arabia in that same thing, or not near 1.1 trillion. One man, can you say, Baba Micheli? So Saudi Arabia is 1.1 trillion economy. So again, then that's why I'm saying, Baba Dalibuko, that is the wealth of Aramco, right? It does not mean there is a transaction going up, there is a 1 trillion transaction running around Saudi Arabia every year. But that is the wealth. The wealth of the Aramco or of Saudi Arabia is different from its GDP. It's different from its year-on-year GDP. What is going on there? GDP is just a measurement. So it's not the context in economic analysis is very important, right? That's why in one of the most important things in economy, even the basic thing you first learn in economic analysis, they always say ceteris paribus, all things being equal, whatever you are talking about, it's like that. But once there's a one variable shift, whether there's a shift in one variable, the explanation, you can run. It's how people like. I don't like to always refer to him like Emefiele. So India is doing something. You just copy it and bring it to Nigeria. Well, there is few things have changed. It's not all conditions are not equal. You're going to crash the economy. You say weights and means you copy from India. That's dangerous. You don't know the parameters that India utilized. It's very different from the parameters of Nigeria. You say India changed their money in short amount of time. It's different dynamics. When you do that to the economy, you're going to crash the economy. Except they are both equal in every respect, it's going to be a problem. Economic analysis, economic conditions, situations. It's the change. It's the following of the changing of the variables. That is why one of the biggest part of economic analysis is data analysis. Is data science is a big part. You have to put as everything is moving, the correlation as is moving. And when they say econometrics, they are talking like regression analysis. How up and down of this is affecting up and down of that, and up and down of this. If this is out and that is affecting that out. And so that's why economic analysis is very dynamic. That's the point I make. So exactly, that's the point I was trying to make. Aramco, right, a Saudi Arabian company. The wealth of Aramco is bigger than the GDP of Saudi Arabia. When they say Saudi Arabia is a 1 trillion. So that's essentially, I will almost say, Baba, may I rest my case. That's exactly the point I'm making. So the question really is to ask Tinubu, which sectors are you going to pump up that we're going to have an economy of 1 trillion size? That's really the question to ask him. That's where there can be a debate whether it's achievable or it's not achievable. And that's the point I wanted to make, Baba.
Yeah, it's clear now. For Thai because it was confusing to me, but now that you explain it better, yeah, I can see the difference between the wealth of Aramco and the GDP of the country itself. So okay, it's clear.
Sorry if you don't mind, Fatai. Ajalikoko, are you sure you got it? Fatai, I beg, get me explain to them very well. Maybe at least. I didn't hear you.
No, I almost didn't want to come in again when you were saying something, but I was already logging in. I was trying to come in and it was like full, but I already pumped up to come in. So I just come in.
No, it's even good that you came because I understand that it's very difficult for people to understand, and And the reason that I won't even label myself that I would prefer to throw data, to, as you know, macroeconomy is a very difficult concept to explain to people. So the only thing is that I don't know why the people are doubting what Tinubu is saying, because to me, it's just like when I see Soludo or those really one, is it really one? If I still remember the name of that data man, that Yoruba man that used to, that economist, and all those economists speaking sometimes, you see, people really believe that they are speaking jargons. They are not speaking jargons. But the point is, the fact that you don't understand what they are saying does not mean they are not talking. That's what I'm saying. So, Tinubu, people may think that he doesn't know what he's saying. He absolutely what he's saying, and I'm just saying that we should just give this man chance. And it's not everything we should just
Are
criticize
you
him, even
sure?
if he
It sounded like Bulaba to me. Bulabalo.
No, one man. I've always respected Tinubu. I know he knows what he's saying, no matter how rubbish that is sound to people. When people sit down and analyze, he knows exactly what he's talking about.
Tinubu has a genius brain. He has a genius brain.
Not that he has a genius, he's a genius.
And it's very difficult for people to comprehend often instances. If it turns out to be what we anticipate that it possibly can be, Nigeria may well have.
Nigeria is already at that potential. Right? Like GDP is just a potential, right? But Nigeria is already at that point. The thing is, how are we presenting ourselves? Merely, even if Tinubu doesn't do anything based on the fact on ground, he can just retrieve the data and present it to you. That's why I just made an example from out of informal sector. You can just cut half of that and just try to rebase and try to remanipulate it and present it to you. I will still be at the same level of the economy. Now, like the factor I was showing the other time, that when people are saying it's not possible, then the question I asked is, this thing has been consistent since the day of Obasanjo, that like almost every five years, that our GDP seems to double until it got to Buhari. So the question is this: what did the Buhari do wrong? If Tinubu should go back to what Buhari did wrong and correct that one alone.
Oh Moko, you know what? Okay, just the rebasing itself, it's another. The rebasing itself basically talking about actually is the global community that was asking Nigeria that you have to rebase your GDP calculation. That was essentially speaking to how they were evaluating the prices, right? They were it was a lot of mago there, and they were using old prices to be calculating, and so the GDP was unreliable. So but you see, when Obasanjo came in, the incoming of the telecommunication sector is an expansion.
Yes, and the banking industry.
Sorry, Fatai. What you just said there is where my thought is that there's going to be a seismic opening up of a sector.
Different industries.
Or industry or resource that will totally recalibrate. That was why I was trying to say like a quantum leap.
One man. And year in, year out, if it's sustainable, if it's a sustainable expansion, that's where we are with the argument about the rate year in, year out will be valuable, right? But the expansion of the economy itself, the only question you have to ask him, Tinubu, tell us exactly what where are you looking at? Tell us that you have the resources to expand, right? So it doesn't mean that it's sustainable year in, year out, but it doesn't mean we're not expandable, right? Obasanjo, we expanded, right? That's why what Ola was speaking to there, right? So we were having expansion, something. The problem with Buhari was that all the money was stolen out of Nigeria. All the money were taken away. All the money were taken away. All the money were taken away. The ones that were not taken away, the Nigerian populace was impoverished. Is it impoverished or impoverished, whatever is in English? No, they make people poorer. They destroy the whole economy with your genius, governor, or whatever it's called. And so that's really what happened there. I mean, I'm not a Buhari basher, right? I don't bash people that it is not their expert area. Not even, it doesn't even have to be expert area. Buhari didn't go to university, so whatever they tell him, if it sounds too technical to him, he say yawa. And so
chicken now. The only thing is, can we shoot it? We can't shoot it. Okay, that is where my expertise ends. Can we shoot it?
But if they bash Buhari on security, okay, I think it's a legitimate debate. You're a soldier, well, you should do something. But I love that he brought to Kanoje, he brought area dominance to area power to the Nigerian military arsenal, or whatever, however I would say it. So that area. But with the economy, what can you do to a man who doesn't understand what you're talking about? What can you do? And there are a lot of all these sharks. They saw opportunity, they just they just ran the whole thing down, right? So that's where. So I'm lost. I don't know where I want to land it, but yeah, I think the question we need to ask Tinubu is, can you? Yeah, this is what we want to say.
No. Fatai, I've been suggesting since yesterday that we are expecting expansion in the energy sector. Electricity combined to all those reform in the petroleum sector. What impact with the Dangote Cement have? Then on our mineral resources, the initiative now that, okay, you are no longer going to take the raw materials away.
Yeah. Let me even add to it. It's not just dry expansion. It's expansion backed by flushing of money, because we have money. We are no longer paying the corrupt dark whatever subsidy, whatever they call subsidy, whatever. So there's money. The only problem is the money going to be stolen, or the money is going to pump into the economy. So it's not like if he say he wants to expand, it's not something unbelievable, because he can have the money to do the expand. He can have backed it up with money. He just said the last time he talked, he said in 2 months we saved 1 trillion, or did he say we made 1 trillion naira per month, or we saved it, or whatever it is. It's just for them to go and reformulate how all this money is moving. So when they reformulate how all this money is moving, we should be able to kickstart, we should be able to have a resized economy that will trickle down to people, or maybe not quickly, who know, I don't know. I mean, I'm not in the inside of their government to know exactly what dot and dot they are putting together. I don't know what they're doing. So, but it's not like it's down to capacity. If they have the capacity to be able to reformulate things and do this and this, right? So the money is coming in and we're not throwing it away. We are blocking, hopefully, we are blocking oil theft more and more and more. And all these things are happening. It seems from what I'm hearing today, they are trying to find a way around fixing the liquidity with the with the FX situation. So there's a lot of moving parts that it's not, if you are told, it's not unbelievable. It just, maybe we can ask more questions. And that's also one of the problems with Tinubu's government. One of the biggest disadvantage to Nigerians was during that economic summit, that Tinubu could not speak. And because he said, look, I am the first person going, I can't speak too much. There are people coming behind me, they are going to copy me, they're going to copy paste me. And I think because there it was supposedly with business people, maybe they could have asked him to explain more and more and more and more how he intended to govern. Maybe we will have had better understanding of how he would move, before he got into government. But because that day, I think it was the only public forum he had the time to really be able to speak about his economic agenda to the whole of Nigeria. I'm not so sure, but I think so. We could have taken a lot out of, but still, he still said a lot of things that even Cardoso is doing. He already said them in that summit. In the little thing he said about the reform, about the calendarized days, about this culture of compliance, whatever. Things he said, they were in line. They were things that he already said at that time in that summary hinted a lot of things he said there. But anyway, I just wanted to contribute.
I think Babati wanted to come in. Babati, did you want to chip something in? I saw your mute just a moment ago. BT.
No, not at the moment. Let me just hold off for a minute. I'll come back in a second.
All right, brilliant. So BT is making his way through some pepper soup there, not even bothering to offer to share. But thank you, Fatai.
Thank you, Woman.
I'm sure the people at your level of function understood everything you just said, but I just pretended to. Let me go to Ajale Koko.
Woman, why are you always downplaying yourself now, Woman?
No, don't worry now. You know.
All your Sakara Maje, all your Sakara Maje, we know.
Sakara Maje,
One man is trying to use Badue for you, Fatai.
Badue for us.
Obi style, Badue.
You know what you just said there, Ajanle Koko. There are times when you just hear a word or a phrase that cuts through the myriad of lengthy debates and conversations. When Choyika just made that less than 2 minute speech and landed it on Badue, it just made sense of everything. So that Badue, it just captured the essence of everything that Peter Obi was and Atiku are doing. It's just Badue.
Àwọn ògbólógbò àbí wọ́n fẹ́ lò fún wa ni.
Wọ́n fẹ́ lò fún wa. Wọ́n fẹ́ gbẹ̀yìn gbẹ́bọ wọlé. Irọ́ ni àjẹsára.
Wọ́n fẹ́ gbẹ̀yìn gbẹ́bọ jẹ́.
Yes,
ó sì bá wọn ògbólógbò gbájú ẹ̀ gbé wí.
You know.
Wọ́n fẹ́ fi búrẹ́dì kó wa lọ́bẹ̀ jẹ.
Wọ́n fẹ́ fi búrẹ́dì kó wa lọ́bẹ̀ jẹ.
But woman, on the most situation, I'm glad that the Supreme Court, those justices, they're aware of what's going on online, but they're not disturbed, they're not bothered by it. But at least they're very dismissive of that. So I'm glad they're very firm, and the way they should be as the Supreme Court of the land. They should not be bullied, into.
But they were bullied though, because they. Woman. They stepped.
No, but like that would not affect their judgment. Or whatever they put in there. So that I'm glad that
shows that social media is cutting through into the highest echelons of jurisprudence.
Is it really? Is it?
Well, if social media can force a Supreme Court judge to recuse herself.
Well, not to the point where it makes any. Maybe a dent or two, but not something major where I would say it's concerning for now. That's why earlier I was asking Diwali about the morning drive about how do you go about regulating social media. Like if you bother people that much, do you gouge? Do you censor? Twitter? How do you go about that? With that at the same time.
Anyway, thank you, Omar.
All right. Thank you, Fatai. Thanks for stopping by. Do you think it's an
ineffective?
Well, Fatai, the Ikemba one of Nicosia. Babati, do you think it's an inevitability that social media will ultimately have to be regulated in some form?
Yeah.
And how deep do you anticipate that regulation will cut?
I think what it boils down to is this: you have freedom to say whatever you say, but unlike before, where you hide behind, like I'm hiding right now, behind this BT over it, then I think you'll be forced to actually put your name to it, and people know who you are, as opposed to just having this anonymity online where you can say anything behind closed doors. Because I think that would be the next step, where you can say whatever you want to say online, but you also have to defend it if there's anything that has to, if it comes to litigation, anything like that. Can you defend what you're saying online when we know who you are? So I think that would be the next step. But
they call that the Idi Amin model. Do you remember what Idi Amin said?
Freedom of speech before speech, but after speech we can't guarantee.
You can't guarantee it.
I think that would be the next step to it's a form. I would say it's a form of intimidation, really, because half of the crowd will disappear automatically if you put that into place. Like before you go on to anything, you must have your BVN, whatever. We know who you are. You can put whatever you want to put us online. But if you have any questions for you, we'll call upon you. I think that most people will be much careful about what they post online. So that
Do,
would
do, do, do you think that space needs a bit of scapegoating? Do you think a scapegoat is required for that Nigerian social media?
But you need a big fish like a Charlie boy. And you need something like a big fish, not just any regular Joe where who nobody knows. It has to be a known name that steps out of bounds. I would say a Charlie boy, is in that line. So make it,
no Shady boy legba.
No, I'm
71-year-old man call on no legba.
Once people see that, if this can happen to Charlie boy, who am I? That is the kind of things you need to do if you're going to go that route. But just picking up some, you know how governors would just pick some regular Joe on Facebook and lock them up and nobody knows who they are because they wrote something on Facebook. That would not make anybody, teach anybody. But pick up those major, people like Rufai and when you just you deal with them and everybody else will be quiet.
I think somebody will be made an example of maybe some from next week going forward. All this wildness is not going to be tolerated.
So you're buying into this because I've heard. I think Ogbenia has even said it too, and I've also heard from some influential people in Nigeria to that all they're just waiting for is just for that Supreme Court case to be over. Then you see the true colors of the Yoruba, the powerful might of the Yoruba. You will see it in full force once the Supreme Court case is over. All they're just waiting for is that one to clear out. Then you will then see them start responding to all these attacks online and on TV. They'll be more active, more proactive, and dealing with this some of these miscreants. So, but because I know the law mentioned that as well on your platform that they already have plans, and it took me a while to stick around and confirm, and I can confirm to that they're also working on some things for some people. Let me give you an hint. One man, some of these celebrities don't pay taxes. Yeah, so suddenly we started calling that you've not paid taxes for 10 years in Lagos. I mean, they're going to go after them. I'm being honest with you.
Yes, they use that against that Yoruba movie actress. Funke something or the other. Yeah.
So you're gonna just to give you a hint or what I've heard. You start seeing that a lot. So just to calm them down, to keep them short, Yes. Yeah. So that's just once this is over, then they will sweep into action. But they have plans for that already. So let me just keep it like that for now.
All right, brilliant. I can't wait till next week. Next week should be either exciting or boring, but certainly, I cannot wait till the obedience hear this result, and then we'll see where they go after that.
But are you looking forward to any of the? But you've not even discussed the Kogi's elections coming up. Our boy Dino like is running now.
I have a little snippet of Kogi election, which I played earlier. It's a bit of a ridiculousness. Yes, let me. Am I still here? Oh, have I dropped again?
No, we can hear you.
All right, brilliant. So let me show you this. So this is one of the front runners in the Kogi election. It says, if I'm elected governor, I will make sure that when you visit, I will put you in the best hotels for you to enjoy yourself. So that is how to win. He gets my vote just off the back of that. All right, Ajale Koko, you're up next.
Okay. What did you say the guy said?
Oh no, he was saying, I think I was giving you that, but then you had to go.
Yeah.
It says, if I am elected governor, I will make sure that when you visit, I will put you in the best hotels for you to enjoy yourselves. So put you in the best hotel for you to enjoy yourself. Is it going to supply the Our lesson plus this is his campaign. This is on his campaign.
Our more summer. Our more.
Let's say, you know.
This guy is
Miss you. Our money.
Our come on, as Mr. Macaroni will say.
This guy is not serious. I mean, how can a candidate of a party that representing the people be saying this in the public? It's just unbelievable. It just shows that we are not having the right people in the position of power. You think if this one get there, you think he will represent people well? I don't think so. I mean, even if you have in mind that if some of your people, whenever they visit you over there, and that you're going to treat them right, this is not the way to say it in the public. You can't say anytime you visit me. I mean,
Hey, Joe, sorry, what party is the guy that spoke? Party will my belong to? Is he?
Oh, I think it's SDP.
Okay.
Look, whether SDP or PDP or this thing, it's just so. It just show high level of immorality and this. Should I say moral decadence that we are. I mean, it's a bad statement as far as I'm concerned. You shouldn't say that to the people. That is not the campaign. He should be able to tell them what he is going to do, what he's going to fight. I mean, how he's going to make life better. By a way of pushing a kind of law or proposing a law that can make life of the people better. I'm not saying if you come, I will put you in the best hotel and this. I mean, it just shows that he have nothing to offer the people, but just want to say something sweet that the people that he knows, poor people that doesn't know even the right thing. They don't even know their right. They don't know what is so important to them. This is not the right people to represent us. Maybe you said some other better things. Maybe the media just catch up on this. Maybe there are some other meaningful things that he said that is not published. We don't know. But for this particular statement, I think it's so ridiculous, and it has nothing to do to better the lives of the people and to represent the people well. That's the way I see it, woman.
Oh, all right. Let me take you to this space. So we reflected on this quite a lot a few sessions ago, but it looks as though they are distancing from him now. Sheikh Gumi's attack on Tinubu became malicious, inciting, says Northern Elders. Let me just give you 3 paragraphs reminder. A group of Northern Elders under the auspices of Northeast Consolidated People's Forum on Monday, October the 23rd, described the attack on President Bola Tinubu and FCT Minister Yemsin Wike by controversial Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmed Gumi as malicious, inciting, and a deliberate misrepresentation of history of the North. Speaking through their spokesman, Mohammed Abba Liman, in Abuja, the Northern Elders distanced themselves from the recent religious attack, saying he was only expressing his personal opinion and not on behalf of the North. The group expressed their determination to continue to support President Tinubu and the FCT Minister Wike whilst describing Gumi as a divisive element, they said it was easy for him to make an unhealthy and inciting statement because he has not experienced conflict, the pains and horrors of war before. The Northern elders also condemned the religious and ethnic incitement by those they described as misguided elements and their sponsors in order to cause disaffection and disunity in the country, saying such does not represent the collective view and interest of the North, and certainly not Nigeria's interest. So very quickly, even within his own stock, they consider him a divisive element. Sheikh Gumi Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, you see, it's like those people. It's like they were listening to us. Everything we said here the very first day, and this guy came out with this ridiculous attack on the administration and Wike. Everything we said here is what these people are saying against Gumi. And it is good that they came out quickly to attack him, to describe him as divisive, and with a statement that is capable of inciting people and cause, confusion and set people against the government. So now, these people, I think they have done something very good for the administration. This did not come out from the administration itself. It is not the administration that go after him. Unlike the time of Buhari, they won't waste time. You see, what's the name of that Yoruba guy in the media of presidential spokesperson?
Femi Adesina.
Femi Adesina. He will come out immediately, or Garuba Shehu. But Tinubu's team, media team, did not go after him, but rather an organization from the north, went after him, to show to the people of the north that don't listen to this guy.
But how should they deal with this guy? How, if you were, let's say you were Tinubu right now, how do you handle these religious fanatics? How would you deal? Because he makes this statement, and not only does he say it, but it acts like he can get away with whatever he says. Like, but how, if you were Tinubu, how would you deal with this kind of individual, including your Murik as well, all those clowns that go around inciting religious stuff? How do you deal with these people?
Maybe make him a cup of tea, Abiola style.
Because
because
Tinubu is a Muslim too. I know,
yeah.
But they can't say, oh, he's a but how can you approach this? Because this guy is the damage you want to import you at some point. This is getting out of hand. We are very sensitive society when it comes to those kind of religious sentiments. So how will you deal with people like Gumi and Murik, that clown too?
You see, the Murik, that one in the west here, that one is simple. But person like Gumi, the administration, while I would like the administration to invite him for questioning and to engage with him and let him know the implication of the statement he's making, which is totally mischievous in the first place. The one of Wike, which he said is supporting Israel, the basis at which he mentioned is supporting Israel is totally, it's totally mischievous, because the Israeli minister visited Wike before even the war started. So, but now coming out during this wartime and saying Wike is supporting because he invited is totally mischievous. So if our Tinubu, I think I will consult with my national, with what do you call it? Ribadu, is that not national security advisor? I will national intelligence person in that say, okay, what do you guys feel about this guy's statement? So whatever advice they give, and we take a look together, and we will, But look, in the real sense of it, I think the law of the land should be effected at all time to manage the country. Whatever the law says is what we should follow. Whoever that crosses the law should take its course on that person. There must be no sacred cow. There must be no sacred cow. And what it's trying to do is common with some people in the north when when they are not in power, they want to misinform their people, and use religious sentiment to set them against the government. Remember that, what they did to Obasanjo was even worse. Immediately, Obasanjo assumes office. They started the Sharia court from Zamfara. And that thing spread to many states in the north there, in order to force him to take an action which can be termed as anti-Islamic, anti-North, and that can be used to rally around the northern support against him and possibly kick him out of power. So, but Obasanjo handled them very well. He consulted with the Sultan of Sokoto back then, and the Sultan assured Obasanjo that leave him alone, let him continue to dance in the marketplace. When it gets to a point that I know it's time for me to take action, I will take action. And Obasanjo listened to the Sultan back then. He consulted with Sultan that, do you see what these guys are trying to do? Would you I can deal with them for what they're trying to. Obasanjo said, yeah, I'm listening to one interview. But Sultan told him, no, take it easy, leave them. They just want to dance in the public. Let them continue beating the drum, and he cannot do anything. I mean, nothing is going to happen. Particularly when there was one lady then, you remember, I don't know if anybody remember that they wanted to use Sharia against
Yeah, did they not want to stone her or something?
Yeah, they were saying they were going to stone her. So, international community was begging. And during that, Obasanjo consulted with Sultan. Sultan said it's not going to happen. That Obasanjo should not worry. It's not going to happen. Then, I think at the end of the day, it didn't happen. I mean, they weren't able to do it. I can't remember what happened.
No, but that was at least organized. Remember, like, I think last year, somebody was stoned in the market for allegedly being using the name of God in vain. You remember that story? So
in the market last month?
Last year. Was it this year or last year? Omar, did you remember that story? A man that was arguing with somebody in the market in the north because he maybe swore by Muhammad's name or whatever, and they stoned him to death. Even kids were throwing, even children were throwing stones at his dead body. And that was, everybody was, one man, you remember that video? Like
Yeah, I
everybody was,
do remember. Yes.
yeah, even kids were throwing stones at him. So I'm like, we get to the point where you are discussing what, at least that was pre-planned, that we're going to do something to somebody. Now it's just very spontaneous. Before you know it, then people they've told that person they've done this because of God, on behalf of allegedly, on behalf of whatever they worship. So this kind of individuals, this is why I asked you that question, because it might lead to something else.
But I think you see those people that came after him, the northern group. I think they are pro Tinubu group. Rather, maybe Tinubu them are behind those things. So I like the tactics that Tinubu has.
Yes, I thought it was a sponsored piece myself. Yeah.
Yes. So I like this strategy by Tinubu that they are not even responding to his foolishness, but rather call on one of their supporting group to go after him and describe him as divisive, as people, someone that people should not even listen to. So I like that strategy. It's good, and I believe they have many of them that they can use to counter some of these fanatics from the north. So, but well, I think he hasn't got to a he has what he expressed, appear like it can be described as freedom of speech.
No, like play.
No, hold on. Let me that. It can be described somehow like freedom of speech, but the how do I what the
Obo. I will like
the
kind of thing. Yeah.
look the mischievousness in that statement, some of the lies that he delivered in his statement is what that is not good. He lied about Wiki. Wiki did not support this thing, and even the administration, he lied as if they did not give the North anything. The way he presented it, that look, nothing is given to the North. They have taken over everything, and we are like. We don't even know that whether they are second class, that they are second class citizens in Nigeria now. So that kind of statement is capable of. But they have done good. Yeah? I believe Tinubu's have done good to sponsor some group of Islamic scholars too to counter him. So they should give him time. I mean, it's just unbelievable that one of the leaders is one of the leaders, so whether we like it or not. And this is a very educated person. He's a medical. This is a medical doctor.
He's a highly educated man.
Highly educated person. What do you want to achieve for what? And you are the one that's been seen, negotiating and having how do I describe it? Having contact with terrorism in the names that you are trying to save some people, and people are already suspicious of you that you are backing them. But anyway, I think it is too early. The administration have to take it easy. Obasanjo went through the same thing. Immediately he assumed office. They tried to, give him some problem, but he handled it wisely.
I wonder how they are going to come after Tinubu, because of course he's blocking all of their watering holes now, and they will tolerate it for a moment, but not for too long, because they are going to come after him. But they
why
don't use the same strategy, because their only strategy is insurgency, isn't it? That's what they've always used. But Tinubu knows that is coming.
Tinubu Tinubu has really done well by having people that he trusted in the position of in the security position, you know, like the police, like the military chief, and the intelligence, all the people you see here. I think these are the people that he can trust very well, and it's as well. I, we,
Your network is terrible when you're like.
Ajale Koko, we're losing you if we have not lost you.
okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can now.
Okay, so I said Tinubu has been able to have people in the position of, the security position, the national security, the military. He's been able to put people that he can trust very well there. And those people that he put there are not looking familiar to them. And that is why this guy is mad. And the reason why you see most of them so quiet now is because when Buhari were even there, I think they are trying to be very reasonable and trying to be very fair with Tinubu, because when even Buhari was there, that he had all their own men there, the nation gets worse. It gets worse off. When they are, all of them are in, all the security apparatuses were with Fulani people. What do we have in terms of security? Were we safe? That was the time that the security got up. I mean, was off, and a lot of people in the north were killed, were ravaged, were displaced from their villages. We recorded, higher number in terms of IDP. So, if Tinubu want to have his own people and they can have peace, what's the problem? I mean, what are they losing? So I think they are trying to be reasonable. They want to see what you can do, and I hope Tinubu will be able to do well with people we have in place. So, but some elements like this Gumi that are so fanatics, that are so ethnic, they will surely do their rascal sometimes. So I'm not surprised that is acting, in such a ridiculous manner. So it's just the administration have done well, Sha, as far as I'm concerned, to just not even respond to him. They just they show maturity by telling him that we don't care about what you are saying. You can continue to say your nonsense. We don't care. We are not bothered. We continue to run the country in the best way. We know that it's good for the country and the people of the country. You're not people like you. You understand what I'm saying?
Woman, can
Maybe
I
if they have
interject on this
responded to
Gumi
him,
matter?
that will have given
Let Ajale Koko land, yeah.
Yeah.
that will have given him more leverage and more popularity. That look is shaking the government, but the government did not respond to him, but rather another group of men from the north are going after him, attacking him, describing him as not trustworthy, describing him as divisive, describing him as a person that's trying to cause trouble in the country. So Tinubu's strategy, I think, is a very good strategy. They should not, as they listen, respond to him. I think they just
totally describing as non-entity, nobody to them and nobody to Nigeria. So it's a good strategy.
All right, Mike wanted to interject, but I think he's dropped out again. But let me take you to let me take you to this space. So it looks as though help is at hand. I've always had the thought that okay, yeah. Mike, have the interjection before I move on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what I think about the Gumi thing. Okay, when the Buhari was in power, the basically kind of like North was in power. The Southwest and the Southeast, we didn't allow the Northerners to rest. We were just after them, doing all kinds of accusation, just they are marginalizing the Southwest. We want Yoruba nations, we want Biafra. We didn't let them rest. We have, I mean, on the social media, even including here, we're going after them. We did the Northerners. I mean, to the point where just going after Fulani propaganda against them. Now, I think what Gumi is doing is like, okay, now you are in power. It's our turn to get back at you. I think that's why I see what he's doing. I'm like, okay, I think this guy here is just trying to get back at us. Like, okay, now you are in power. Let's give you the same, let's give you a taste of your own medicine. So you know how it feels. When we were there, you guys were just coming after us because one of our own was in power. So now let's do it to you. I think that's what Gumi is doing.
But it was running similar type rhetorics under the Buhari administration as well. It's not as though his language and texture has not really changed. It was pretty much along the same lines with Buhari as well.
Well, I mean,
I think it's just the fundamentalist, really.
yeah, maybe that's what it is. Right? Yeah. Well, that's where I kind of saw it. Like maybe the Northerners want to start getting back at us. Like, okay, now you are in power. Let's start accusing you of marginalizing us now.
It's not in their nature. I wouldn't say that. They're more reasonable than we are, and we are more
They are.
excitable than
That's true. They will be more realistic. If there's something they want to accuse you of, it will be based on something more not like propaganda kind of thing. I don't picture Northerners doing that. But you know how we now just pack stories together, fake story, and just be on the internet lying and just. I don't think they would. It's not their own nature. The only way they will speak up is if there's something actually, that's unfair, that's clearly there. They will speak up about it. But I don't picture them starting get online, start doing propaganda like the Southerners were doing. So
Yes, the furthest extreme in Nigeria is the southeast, and then the middle ground is the southwest, and then the conservative spaces. I think that's why they say, okay, if it's going to the south, we can only give it to Yoruba people because I don't think we can bear these yellow Gary people. They just screeching and squealing like imagine the country under south. Unbelievable. I cannot imagine it ever. I cannot imagine the country under the stewardship of a southeastern person. I cannot imagine it. Knowing as we know them, I cannot imagine it.
I think the best time for a Southeasterner to rule will be when we've gone past ethnic discussion, those kind of things where there's no
Yes, that's
possible.
100
That's the only
years,
time.
isn't it? Yes, maybe
Yeah,
in
because
100
if that
years.
thing is there, I mean, I was scared when. I was like, if we be enter, this guy here would not be able to manage crisis.
You know,
Right?
what we have been going through since the election ended. It tells us all of the reasons why people recoil from the idea of look at the behavior all the way through. Imagine that sort of behavior, but with power.
With power.
Imagine it.
That's what I was telling people. Like,
Yeah.
it'd be scary because it'd be very scary. With power, they will just behave anyhow. And the thing is, if the leader of the country doesn't deal with them in that extreme behavior, then the other region will be forced to want to act. You understand? Like the way the Southeast behave, right? Like especially during Buhari, like when they were just attacking Northerners, all those things. The Northerners thought that okay, it's our guy that's in power, so let's just let our guy deal with them. But imagine if it's the Southeastern that's in power and they're behaving like that, and the leader doesn't deal with them because, of course, their own is not going to deal with them. I mean, we saw it with Ronsi now. He couldn't deal with, like someone like Obi would just ignore he will just ignore whatever they do, because usually their leaders usually ignore them when they are misbehaving. So it would have been a disaster, man, because it would have been a disaster. That was my fear.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space, Ajale Koko. It looks as though help is at hand. Nigeria expects $10 billion of forex influx in weeks. This is the finance minister, Wale Edun. So he's gone canvassing with his cap in hand. So let me just give you his quote. It says, he said, in addition, from the supply of foreign exchange through NNPC, so it looks as though NNPC has suddenly discovered how to make profits, and they're going to be remitting to the federal account. Increased production, so they've quietened the restlessness in the creeks. Reduced expenditure from transactions such as forward sales, so they are cashing in from the future, and from our discussions with sovereign wealth funds that are ready to invest and provide advance alongside investment, etc., etc. So he has been able to pull together the totality of $10 billion in order to pump it into that foreign exchange space that is spiraling out of control. So what are you then making of Wale Edun's promise to stabilize the value of the Naira within weeks?
Well, this appears to me as they are borrowing. It appears to me that they are going borrowing, and borrowing, we know that we have to pay back the money. When will the repayment commence? And how long is it going to take to repay this loan? That should be made clear to us. And what are we going to invest this borrowed fund? What are we going to invest it on? That is very important, because we cannot just borrow, put in our forest market, and we don't invest in some form of production that can generate that forest, the continuity of that forest, and that will stabilize our currency value. If we don't do that, I believe they will do something reasonable, but all this, they have to come clean and let us know as citizens, because that money they are borrowing it on our behalf, and we are going to pay it back whether we like it or not. So it should be well invested into production that we, continue to generate more forests that will stabilize the value of our currency. That is what really matters. We should be able to stabilize that value in such a way that we give confidence to investors, because with the way that the currency loses value every day, I don't think it's good for. It cannot give the signal that is given to investor is very discouraging, because you cannot plan. Imagine those that are project from the beginning of the year, the projection of various, industries are being shattered now due to the devaluation that we devaluation that we suffer since Tinubu came in. All the projection for the year for all companies and businesses is destroyed. So how is the next year going to be, or the end of this year? We don't even know. What are we going to see for next year? So they have to, I believe, when they inject this 10 billion in that forest place, I believe it's going to, we will have enough, and that will stabilize that currency for some time. But how long? What other effort are we making? Are we going to make, rather, to continue to generate that forest? You see, we need to invest. We can invest heavily on education, on healthcare, on aviation sector, on agriculture. This is not the way that what do you call this corrupt former central bank governor was doing. But if we can channel it through the bank, let people go and deal with the bank, borrow that banks some money that they can pay back to us, it's just going to be a kind of a stabilization fund that the country is going to borrow some of this bank or some of agricultural bank, and they will pay back to the government. You know, they should be able to do something and invest heavily on our education and healthcare. You know, if you invest on education, you improve our education, that is put, and you don't give people forests to go and study abroad. You can study inside. That will save us some money. The money that we are using forests to go and study abroad, that will stop. If we can improve on healthcare, if you check how much we spend on healthcare, for health tourism, it's a huge money, 1 month. So we can save that money, and we can use those infrastructure to generate more fund, you know. And we can even, with how do I describe it? With medical experts we have around the world, we can improve on this thing. We can turn Nigeria to a country where people can come from other parts of the world. We can turn Nigeria to a country where other people can come and take care of your medical needs, and thereby generate more fund. We can do it. We have all the brains. We can attract our people from diaspora to come and help us develop this thing. And the president can show the same thing too. Develop and show that you are no more taking treatment abroad. Deny all these politicians. Nobody can go and take treatment. We're going to take our treatment. Once you have put in place a good medical infrastructure, nobody can go overseas and take treatment. You can take treatment in Nigeria. We save a lot of money. I mean, remember the other day, Kano State government, that one went to, I think, is it not London or some other country, or Germany, when he was having some kind of health problem. That one went there. Matawale, that one to having maybe something related to maybe cancer or something. I can't remember the kind of treatment. That one was abroad. Ganduje. I mean, okay, all of you are entitled. I mean, what kind of country do we have when only the leaders can entitle to go and have the best healthcare overseas, but the citizen they govern doesn't have the capacity, cannot go. We can't go. You go to a hospital here, you don't have anything there. You can easily visit, death, which is your enemy. Your death is waiting for you at the hospital, a place that you save you. I mean, what kind of country do we run, for God's sake?
And we are seeing this thing, and we are seeing it, and we cannot do anything as the people. What kind of country are we, for God's sake? We are seeing these people distributing 160 million to themselves to buy car. That car maybe is a waterproof, bulletproof, but we have no protection. What kind of country? And we are just conquered people.
You're sounding like obedient now.
This is not the obedience. Forget about it. It cannot even have. They've killed us in that country. And we are just sitting down, we are saying, we just talk nonsense online. We just accommodate it. And we just move on. They are doing it openly. Countries should not be run like that. Leadership should show that they have that patriotism in them, and they want to show to their people that they are patriotic to the country. They're ready to sacrifice for the country, for the people to emulate them, for the people to believe in them, for the people to be hopeful of their country. But it's a different thing that we are seeing, one man. So I hope, Tinubu, it is not the borrowing that matter, but how well are you going to invest this country that will, that will stimulate the economy, stimulate economic growth, and, turn this country that is a consuming country to a productive country that a country that we can see, that we start to, create jobs and opportunity and look futuristic for everybody. It is because that country is not, it's not futuristic, it's not economically doesn't look good. That is why you see professionals running out of the country. The rate at which medical doctor is running out of this country is alarming. Alarming. They said it's 50 doctors a week, according to Nigeria Medical Association. 50 doctors, average of 50 doctors a week leaving that country. The one they know that they are registered members. Constantly. That is not good. If we continue like that, you will lose all the best of your brain, and then you will remain with people that are not well trained. So,
Abajale Koko, all the Ilewe almost are there.
Okay, àti gbọ́ Iléwé ọmọ. We see what Iléwé ọmọ will. Iléwé ọmọ á ṣe sójà.
Ilewe, only Wushi is right there by the corner.
Àwọn tó bá fi àwọ̀ pa sínú ògógóró tá máa pe dámúdájẹ́.
Fine, and I lay all together.
Wọ́n á ní díjú ẹ̀ dájẹ́. That's what má lọ wá rí pé gbogbo nǹkan tó lọ ẹ̀ ti parí. Má lọ.
Ògógóró yẹn gan ló ń kí ọ gbogbo ẹ̀ òkè
Ògógóró ló fẹ́ mu.
Ògógóró yẹn ló ń kí ọ gbogbo ẹ̀.
You know, in this America, Abajale Koko, they called me one day. They said, my brother called me and said I should come over somewhere. There's this agbo that they are taking. That agbo, everyone that takes it, we ended up giving birth to Ibeji. So just drag me shower. I don't go out. So I went down there, Abajale Koko. They gave me a shot to drink. I took that. Ordinarily, I don't drink ogogoro, but I took it. How I enter my house that day, I don't know. Whether I walk or I drive. I just found out. I found out I had a cup of red wine in my right hand going to my apartment there. That was a long time ago. So about never again would I take any. If they mention I go, I will run. Never again. It doesn't allow
Tí ó dẹ̀
like
bíbejì, tí ó dẹ̀
eh
bíbejì lẹ́yìn yẹn ó bíbejì.
ìbejì kọ́ ìbẹ̀rin ni.
Adewale, if you don't mind, Baba T. Baba T did there.
But it did there. But gentlemen, let me shut down here and take it to the back as it's 7 hours
So
running.
when it is now my time, you now want to shut it down. It was not even 8 hours yet. It's just barely 7 hours.
You know why it's doing?
This is the most.
You know why it's doing? It's for your own protection because you might hit this now and tomorrow you're like, it was that me. So he's trying to.
Yes. Did you not listen to the song? Go no be vodka.
No,
Mr. Money
Baba
Ginger.
G, I don't say anybody anymore. But when is see, I started this show with one man. I was with him. I left and I came back, but the studio was full, so that's why I didn't bother myself. And I was enjoying the conversation seriously when the banter between Kulata and Ola and was going back and forth. I was like, yeah, this is what we should be talking about, not just about somebody digging a hole in Chicago or in Illinois or somewhere. Only God knows how far they're going to
You
dig.
know, I was glad for that conversation as well because it looks to the future, and that's where we are wanting to be in terms of yes, Tinubu promising a 1 trillion economy, and then with all of the big brains that we have here, trying to establish just how possible. So that's the conversation, isn't
Mama,
it?
did you watch the
Not
entire
some
speech?
ridiculous with a be idiot.
Did you watch the entire speech?
You mean that he made?
Mm-hmm.
We were playing it just here. Do you want us to play it?
No. I spent my entire morning listening and watching that speech. I mean, even his appearances today looks healthier than when he came back from. When was the last time went to United States? His appearance today was more healthier. He spoke with,
With
guts,
confidence, with
with
that
confidence,
energy.
because he knew people that he's addressing. It's not just the all these political jobbers and all. He's talking to those that will make his administration a lot easier, for him. And as long as they're able
That
to.
speech, I thought the speech was for the international community. I didn't think it was for the domestic consumption.
It's for both. It's for both.
Especially when they were saying it was going to honor forward contracts. I thought he was speaking to
Yes. He was speaking to international investor there. Yeah, and
I think he used teleprompter today, right? Yes, he did.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Which is very, very strange to Buhari. I've never seen Buhari using teleprompter.
How many times did you say Buhari speak in the 8 years that he was there? How many times? Yeah. My government.
You guys are. Hey, Babajale Kokone, you remember this guy that was terminated by Obama? I think in 2011, Ala Aquari or some. Well, I can't pronounce this. Something allow Cree in him is an American citizen.
That guy.
Yeah, born to Yemeni's parents.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah,
and it became a very controversial issue.
And
because
I think he ordered his killing. They eventually
yes, he did. He did. It was. I didn't want to use the name. I just used the terminator. It was taken out by a drone, and it became very controversial because when a country decided to turn the barrel against a subject, it's never going to be easy because you have to justify the reason why you're doing so. And in the case of Gumi, it's apparently becoming more obvious that this guy knows more about the Boko Harams and other bandits more than the government itself. And it's unfortunate that the guy felt a little bit more powerful than the government itself. Ordinarily, anyone making such inflammatory speeches wouldn't have gone scot free. Even in the past, him being physically seen with or becoming the bridge between the government and the bandit shows that he knows more than anybody in the country. And I don't think the government should allow such person to be roaming about the street in Nigeria I would rather suggest that the government subject him to the same treatment that was given to what is this man's in the north, El Sakisaki, that was kept for a very long time. I would rather they keep him because him being an ex-military.
There's a difference though. El
I,
Zakzaki is a Shiite, so he doesn't have any backing. But Gumi is a Sunni, and
it's
a
funny.
Sunni one.
I
Yeah, yeah.
don't care whichever sect they belongs to. Let them keep him in the dungeon because that guy is like a open can of petroleum. And the more you try to smell it and make it seem that this is precious commodity, the more you're bringing danger to yourself. And the earlier the government act, but if care is not taken, it's gonna end up like, well, Nnamdi Kanu is even better. It's gonna that guy knows more than even Nnamdi Kanu or anyone, one more than any one of us. So for him to have the boldness to be making such crazy statement in a society like our country, it shows that he believes that he can do whatever he can do, and his people will support him. That guy that was taken out in Yemen, that was already born in America, but he identified more with Yemen to the point that Yemen has to even convict him in absentia, and eventually they took him back. Of course, it's their son, right? When he was taken out, his parents protested that his wife was taken out. His daughter, I mean, sorry, his son was also taken out. I'm talking about 16 years old boy. But all of them were, exterminated. And what is the reason for doing that is because you don't leave the sprout to grow, because that indoctrination that they've given to them will continue to grow. There's no way anybody can tell me that this man of or a thing, let me call it thing, it's not a man, it's not a cleric, it's a fake. Anybody that is speaking of in a negativity that way is not a spokesperson for God. Government shouldn't take it lightly with him. But of course, it's from the north. Like somebody said, no southerner will make such speech that would not be visited by the what does it call them? Uh, this
DSS.
DSS. They will cage you just like they did to Fanny Coyote. They will cage you and talk to you. Ordinarily, in a sane society, such persons should not. But we look at everything done in the society through the prism of politics, prism of ethnic affiliations and all that, and we judge it based on those. And there shouldn't be any partisanship when it comes to the security of the country. It shouldn't be people taking it with levity as if it's nothing. But of course, the nation itself is divided. We see ourselves tribal first before the country. So as the country is disjointed, that's why people like that would take that opportunity to continue to find the amber of discord and things that could easily destabilize the country. It's unfortunate, but I hope Tinubu administration would not go to bed with their eyes closed, thinking that they've done their homework. People like that should not be ignored at all. Ignoring him is about putting fire on the roof, and I hope that it's not going to burn everything down.
All right, brilliant. Gentlemen, let me wrap it up. It's 7 hours and a bit. I'm going to be shutting down the live stream in a moment. So anybody that wants to come into the studio, you can come now. So you can be in the back room and have conversations there. But before I do any of that, let me flash it up again. So Dewale, I want you to bookmark this for Sunday because Dupsy will be having her second outing on Sunday, and she'll be wrapping the conversation around middle-aged parenting and the travails, the pros and cons of that. So that will be Dupsy. So it's booked and marked for Sunday. So let me send the link because I'm not seeing notifications on for that. So I'll send the link in now. So people click on it, click on the bell notification. So you're there to listen to Dopsy take you through that session. So here it is. Bookmark this for Sunday. Put on the bell notification.
One
Yeah.
Let me show you something. You see my DP picture?
Well, you know, I saw it, yes.
Yeah, so that's how the obedience is going to. I think we're going to look. Was in the next week when the judgment.
Yeah, graduate, ada Igbaju. Going from graduate to Igbaju. That is it, isn't it? The graduate was still turned to an Igbaju. So that's Dopsy's session. Bookmark it. Bet sure you're there for Sunday. And then I'm going to shut down the live stream just as soon as I've acknowledged the super chatters. Anybody that wants to come in now. Otherwise, then we'll see you tomorrow. But before we see you tomorrow, we acknowledge, of course, Ayo as ever. So that's Ayo right there. That's Ayo still. You know, Ayo doesn't do it once; he does it several times. His all comes into the conversation with that. He carries on still with the conversation with that. The man with the bow tie, Aiko Geome, there he is right there. Our very own Prince Daddy always does the necessary. Ola coming in via super chat. And then we have Tima Jack. He super chats as well. Speaking to Baba via super chat. And Ola still conversing with Ola still conversing with Tima Jack right there. So that's Ola conversing with Tima Jack. So thank you everyone. So that there is that link. If you want to come in now because I am shutting it down in